Chapter 793. Little Miss, please. After Zhou Gui finished answering, Xiaolan motioned for Princess Yongmu to enter the courtyard. 8 maids surrounded her and entered together. 10 guards stood outside, and the other 10 went in to check the layout so that they could move things later. The courtyard with 3 sections was a corridor style. The first section was the front courtyard, the second was the main hall, and the last section was the sleeping area. The main hall had a study and bedrooms on the left and right. The corridor connected to the rooms on the left and right. There was a big courtyard in front of the main hall and behind the front courtyard. The courtyard with 3 sections was neither big nor small. It covered an area of 1 mu. It faced the south and was arranged in the same direction as Chang'an. It was 15 meters wide from east to west and 36 meters from north to south. When they arrived at the main hall, Princess Yongmu didn't say anything. The guards looked around and found 5 extra people. They were a family. Zhou Gui stood respectfully at the side, but he still felt a little guilty. He saw that Princess Yongmu's temperament was different from usual. The family I hired has the same surname as Little Mississippi Li and is 42 years old. His wife is 36 years old. His eldest son, Li Yuanyang, is 18 years old. His eldest daughter, Xiao Yezi, is 16 years old. His youngest son, Li Ling, is 13 years old. His family gave birth to 3 more children, but unfortunately, they didn't grow up. A family can clean, drive, and cook. Zhou Gui told the situation of the 5 people. He didn't say his own situation, but he did tell Xiaolan. They were all gone. He was the only one who survived an illness. Go and help move things. If you do well, I won't treat you badly. Princess Yongmu tried to learn from Li Yi. She had a lot of fun these days. The first time she met Li Yi was at the hot spring in Drunken Immortal Residence. The second time Li Yi was flirtatious and then fed her insects. The third time, Li Yi was still as interesting as before. He didn't look like what others said at all. Princess Yongmu knew how many people Li family Zhuangzi managed. She wanted to learn. She didn't know that Li Yi was treating her to change her personality. Otherwise, if Li Yi was serious when interacting with others, she would continue to be like when she was in the palace. Listen to this person, listen to that person. She couldn't laugh out loud when she wanted to, and she couldn't jump around when she wanted to play. The way he spoke and acted, his every action was respectful and courteous. It was a tiring life. Li Yi's previous behavior was all an act. Li Yi's current age was different from his mental age. In the future, in order to increase his lifespan, he had to do things step by step. What kind of people did he come into contact with? Until I saw her. If I wanted to interact normally, I had to change. If Li Yi was still so strict, Princess Yongmu would be facing another strict father. Li Yi was trying very hard to adjust himself, imagining himself as an 18 or 19-year-old teenager. Only then would his rebirth not be in vain, and he would enjoy what he had to. Princess Yongmu was not used to it at first, but when she came back today, she found that there were many interesting things. Li An's family of 5 was not as good as Zhou Gui's. This extravagance and temperament made them panic for the first time. Xiaolan. Princess Yongmu sat on the main seat. Steward Zhou, you should know the surname of the businessman who wants to occupy the land, right? Xiaolan understood and asked herself. He said his surname is Jiang. Zhou Gui looked worried. Someone was going to rob the land. What should he do? He didn't say his background. Xiaolan didn't care and directly asked about the other party's background. Zhou Gui shook his head. He didn't say. Then don't pay attention to them. How dare they bully my wife? Humph. Xiaolan was angry. It was not easy to buy Zhuangzi, and she was going to raise insects and plant bellflower next year. How dare someone come over and buy 100 mu of land with vegetable greenhouses for 2,000 taels? Did they think the land in the west of Chang'an was so easy to get? If you really have the ability, can't you find out who I am? Come over and bully my steward. Princess Yongmu was even more indifferent. In the Tang dynasty, who could steal from her? I'm tired. Princess Yongmu said 2 words. I'll go and arrange it now. Steward Zhou, take a look at the things my wife brought and put them in the account. Xiaolan personally went to the back to check the sleeping area. She couldn't sleep in the main hall, even if she was a dongzhu. Women could sleep in the main hall. It was said that the yang energy was too strong. Got it. Zhou Gui still couldn't figure out why it was a female dongzhu and then a woman with a higher status was added. What was going on with the family he was living in? Where did the male owner go? He picked up the account book and the red and blue pencil to check the accounts. Be careful, don't drop the kerosene lamps and thermos bottles, the guard said as he moved the items. A big box was opened, revealing the contents inside. A big box of kerosene lamps wrapped in straw. There were 16 kerosene lamps in total. Another big box was opened. There were 16 thermos bottles without shells. It didn't matter. He could make them himself. Click. The third big box was opened. There were still kerosene lamps. Click. The fourth box was opened. There were still thermos bottles. Zhou Gui's hands trembled as he prepared to record. These 2 boxes were enough to buy the yard, land, and greenhouse. The boxes continued to be opened. There were duck-down bedding, cashmere bedding, cotton bedding, and military coats. Then there were jars of shrimp oil side dishes, jars of fermented bean curd, glass bottles of glycerin, alcohol, and kerosene. You must be careful. They're all wrapped in cotton. Take your time, the guard shouted again. The contents of a big box were carried out. The cotton quilt was opened, revealing a 6 feet tall and 3 feet wide glass mirror. Zhou Gui rubbed his eyes with the back of his hand holding the pen. What did he see? At this moment, he wasn't worried about the businessman's surname Jiang. He was afraid that he would be killed. Lift it up. Use the cotton quilt. There are 2 more underneath. The guard shouted and lifted up a big mirror. Sure enough, there was something wrapped in a cotton quilt underneath. 3 large mirrors without frames were carefully placed to the side, wrapped in a quilt. Then there were many small mirrors with frames, makeup boxes, perfume, soap, sanitary napkins, hand cream, skin cream. Zhou Gui trembled as he took notes. His handwriting was so ugly. Lian's family of 5 didn't dare to do anything. They stood together and leaned against each other, as if waiting for the verdict. Help. The rest is rice, flour, a meat grinder, kitchen knives, and other things that need to be put in the kitchen. The guard called out to the family of 5. The 5 looked at each other and went to help lift and carry the things as if they were resigned to their fate. Bring the horse into the stable. Throw the sled into the barn. Put Mrs. carriage in place. That's about it. The guard arranged again. They were going to take turns to find a place to guard the yard. The other things were not their responsibility. Lian's family started to work. This was their responsibility. Zhou Gui didn't ask a word. He suppressed his curiosity. It didn't matter where the things came from. What was important was that these things belonged to Miss. He shook his head hard and told himself not to think about Miss' identity. Princess, Jiang gave us 5 days to make us regret. What will he do? Xiaolan changed the quilt on the Kong and waited for the temperature to rise. She smiled and said to Princess Yongmu. Call him Miss. Princess Yongmu's gaze was on the 2 bicycles that were carried into the house by the palace maids. She didn't want to ride them for fun now. She wanted to wait. Wait for the businessman surnamed Jiang to make a move. She was thinking about taking the bicycles out to play. Jiang would sense that the situation was not good and wouldn't come looking for trouble. Jiang bullied her today. How many people had he bullied before? Chapter 794. Princess Yongmu read the newspapers and listened to Li Yi's matters. She learned to consider the people's livelihood. She wasn't afraid of other merchants. She was the eldest princess. She had a naughty, no, righteous heart. She wanted to deal with the other party. The problem now was that she didn't know how to do it. Should she reveal her identity as a princess to scare the other party to death? Or should she tell her father and have him deal with the other party? She felt very troubled. What should she do? Little miss, why don't you write a letter to Li Dongzhu and see what Li Dongzhu will do? Xiaolan spent all day with Princess Yongmu, so she immediately understood the princess' thoughts and difficulties. We just parted. How can I write a letter? Princess Yongmu revealed a troubled expression. Tell Li Dongzhu first and let Li Dongzhu be prepared. If you say too late, Li Dongzhu will have to act hastily. Xiaolan was anxious. Where, pen and ink? Princess Yongmu felt like she had made a pen pal. She prepared to write a letter to tell Li Yi that someone wanted to steal Zhuangzi, even though this Zhuangzi was very small. Xiaolan brought over the 4 treasures of the study and poured ink. The capital government basically used ink because it was cheap. Ink ingots were also made from ink. They were dried bit by bit and then turned into ingots. Li family Zhuangzi's ink was made using ink ingots. They were made using traditional techniques. Ink ingots were easy to carry around and could also be used as money. Good ink ingots had to be coated with gold, packaged in special boxes, and lined with silk cushions. Ordinary ink ingots didn't dry well. They weren't dense enough and were smelly. The main reason for smelly ink was the materials used. If it was made with animal gelatin, it would be smelly. If it was made with plant gelatin, it wouldn't be smelly. If it was made with unboiled water for a long time, it would also be smelly. If it was sealed with distilled water and anti-corrosion materials were added, it wouldn't be smelly. When Li family Zhuangzi made ink ingots and ink, there was a large amount of ink that wasn't smelly. The craftsmanship was very good. The Li family Zhuangzi sold them very cheaply to the people of the capital government. If a merchant wanted to buy them, they could also ship them to other places. The court had always used the Li family Zhuangzi's ink. It was fine to buy the ink ingots and use them at home, but they didn't use them in court. If there was free ink, who would use their own? Princess Yongmu smelled it. It had a refreshing fragrance and was not smelly. She picked up the brush, bit her lip, and thought for a while. Then she wrote, "Winter snows, spring waters flow. The summer rain is light and sorrowful, the valley fruit is in the autumn. One should be rewarded for his hard work." Sui, Min, Tang. The 9 prefectures were reformed. Today, if you insist, you will steal the hook. 100 mu of farmland, 2,000 bamboo chips. 5 days is the beginning, and we are worried about our lives. After she finished writing, she took a look at it. Seeing that there were no mistakes, she put down the pen and said, "Send it over tomorrow morning." Okay. Xiaolan waited for the ink to dry. She was excited. She wanted to see Li Yi make a move. Outside, Zhou Gue, who was in charge of little Zhuangzi, no longer thought about the Jiang family. He knew that the other party couldn't touch his little Zhuangzi. Such a big mirror, and there were many smaller mirrors, perfume, kerosene lamps, and thermos bottles. These weren't bought for personal use at all. They were purely for storage. How big was the family business to get these things? It was impossible to just be rich. What kind of boss did he find this time? Please don't let anything happen. Zhou Gue wanted to run away. He didn't want to play anymore. However, he also understood that if he dared to run away, he would definitely be crippled. If the people in Zhuangzi took out a mirror, it would be enough to take his life. "Steward Zhou, what's for dinner tonight?" Lian asked in person. He didn't want to let his wife take the blame. If someone had to die, he would die first. Go to the greenhouse to pick vegetables. We don't dare to eat on normal days. Now that Dongzhu is back, let's eat. Zhou Gui looked at Lian. He felt that they were in the same boat. Everyone had to bear the burden. Is anyone there? We are barbarian merchants. The barbarian merchants from Zhuangzi next to us. A voice came from outside. Zhou Gui motioned Lian not to move first. He tidied up his clothes and went out to check the situation. The barbarian merchants were very important in the Tang dynasty. The Silk Road was occupied by the Turks, but the barbarian merchants could still sell some things to them. They also sold things to Tubo. The barbarian merchants usually bought and sold things in Shi City. Some of them also sold human beings from other places. The barbarian merchants bought 5 places around Zhuangzi. Zhou Gui felt that his Zhuangzi was half surrounded. Except for the Silk Road, the other places were all barbarian merchants. The barbarian merchants were very powerful and couldn't be underestimated. Zhou Gui didn't know who he was serving. He thought that the barbarian merchants were more powerful. There were 4 guards at the door. The rest of the people were resting or guarding in secret. They were doing things according to the way of the winged knights. Zhou Gui went out and saw 5 people dressed in barbarian clothes standing at the door. One of them was empty-handed, while the other 4 were carrying a slaughtered sheep. Steward Zhou. Our boss is Bruno Yardo. It's too much of a bother to build a house now. We sent a lamb over for the neighbors to taste. The empty-handed person smiled and cupped his hands. Zhou Gui, he wanted to ask the other party why they didn't send the lamb over when Dongzhu didn't come back for so many days. Was it a coincidence? Was it a coincidence? This. Thank you. My Dongzhu will be happy. Zhou Gui didn't say what was in his heart. Therefore, the slaughtered sheep was given to Zhuangzi. The 5 of them bid farewell and left. On the other side, a guard went in from the back and talked to the palace maid. The palace maid then went to Princess Yongmu. Little miss, the people in the surrounding area are from the palace. They didn't say anything, but the guard saw through it. Princess Yongmu revealed a cute and naive expression, her face filled with happiness. She knew who made the arrangements. If she needed help in the future, she just had to call out and a large group of people would rush out. There was also the eyesore shed on the road outside. Now that she thought about it, the shed could also fit a few people. Therefore, it was the guards and palace maids who helped to eat the lamb at night. How could Lian and his family know how to cook all kinds of dishes and roast the lamb? In the future, take out the vegetables in the greenhouse and eat them. If the workers in the greenhouse have bad vegetables, take them with you when you leave at night. Xiaolan told Zhou Gui that Princess Yongmu didn't need to worry about this matter. As for the vegetables in the greenhouse that could be sold for money, there was no need to think about whether the people in his Zhuangzi could eat them. The Li family Zhuangzi grew vegetables for their own people to eat. Everyone ate together. Princess Yongmu sat a little further away to emphasize her identity, but she still ate at a long table. She was working hard to learn from Li Yi. Li Yi was good to the farmers, and no one was disrespectful to Li Yi. The farmers were proud of being the farmers of the Li family Zhuangzi, and others would look up to them. Zhuangzi should be the same, and then the people of the Tang dynasty should be the same. As people of the Tang dynasty, they should be respected in other places. Otherwise, the cavalry of the Tang dynasty would teach them a lesson. Everyone ate, including the guards who were rotated out. Zhou Gui ate 2 mouthfuls and couldn't help it. He glanced at the 5 people he recruited, and they nodded vigorously. Zhou Gui stood up and looked at Princess Yongmu first, then at Xiaolan. Dongzhu Wang, Lian and I thought about it. It's not easy to find work now. We are very relieved to work in Zhuangzi. Xiaolan looked at Zhou Gui and didn't understand what he meant. Wasn't it good to be willing to stay in Zhuangzi? So, we want to sign a death contract with Dongzhu. Zhou Gui finally said it. They knew too many things to sign a death contract. They had never seen such a big mirror in Chang'an. There were only small glass mirrors, the kind with a makeup box, circulating at the top of the society. It was said that each of them had a designated person. Whoever could have it and who couldn't, represented their identity and status. As for the people in Zhuangzi, tell me, what is their identity? If they don't sign a death contract, can they go out alive? Chapter 795. Everyone had a good meal. Xiaolan agreed and signed the death contract. It was not a loss to sign the death contract with the Grand Princess. The death contract with the Grand Princess could be changed. If the child could take the imperial examination, he would have the talent. If the child failed, the Grand Princess could change the death contract and make him an official. Xiaolan considered the current situation and gave the 6 people a special chance. The 6 people did not know the specific identity of the 6 people. In fact, in history, she and Princess Yongmu did not have a good life. They suffered a lot. Of course, later on, Li Longji found a chance to take revenge for them. He directly taught those people a lesson. The 6 people signed the death contract without eating. Then, they relaxed and ate happily. In the future, their lives were in Xiaolan's hands. Now, they did not have to worry. On the 6th day of the first lunar month, early in the morning, a letter was sent to the Li family Zhuangzi, Li Yi. Li Yi read the letter and felt nostalgic. He used to have pen pals, but later, they were pen pals. He gradually forgot about them. Looking at the content, he wrote about the situation in winter, spring, summer, and autumn. The people should be paid for their work. The people of the Tang dynasty were also left behind by the Sui dynasty. Some laws and official positions were modified from the Sui dynasty. This was the reason why the people of the 9 states were loyal to the Tang dynasty. Then, he wrote that there were people who wanted to force things today. For example, stealing hooks was a small matter and seeking power. He wanted to buy 100 mu of land with 2,000 taels and gave a deadline of 5 days. Otherwise, the people who owned the land would have to worry about their lives. Li Yi understood and smiled. This smile was the same as the one on the way back from Luoyang. I was just thinking about how to find the impulse of a young man, and you gave me the opportunity. Forced to buy. Very good. Li Yi was very happy. He had been in charge of the situation in the Tang dynasty. To put it bluntly, he was more strategic than the prime minister. Finally, he encountered a small monster. Hurry up, 5 days, right? Let's see how you do it. Find out who touched Wen Tian's Zhuangzi. Secretly enter the village. Don't shoot. Li Yi found Song De and asked him to do it. There was nothing that he could not find out. As long as the underground forces in Chang'an had money, it was easy to use them. Song De accepted the order and left. He knew who it was. Li Yi sent off the 220 students and returned to write a reply. Picking up the brush, he pondered for a moment before writing, the mountains and rivers can be changed, but the hearts of the people are not bad. There's nothing wrong with his movements. She stopped writing and put down the pencil. He switched to a brush and pondered for a moment before rewriting. It is the season of tender leaves. That's when the insects chirp. Then I saw the snow fall gently. Sometimes you don't have to say it. Speaking of the pen and ink between the fingersits, a hasty parting is a sweet whirl. Over the years it has become a ripple of clear water. There is no need for words at this time. Talking about the Milky Way in the dream. If no promise for 10,000 years, let the voice of the empty name of the rock match. Watch the clouds drift by. If Mengpo without a past life, let the movement of yellow springs alone be silent to accompany time. Because of you and Meth, mortal world is colorful and colorful. Everything. Nothing is wrong. It was the other party who was stupid. After he finished writing, Li Yi was quite satisfied. He could write any style and genre of writing, but he chose to write a modern poem. At the end, he was a little mischievous and scolded people. If he had just come to the Tang dynasty, some of his poems would be modern poems and prose. No one would take a fancy to him because his writing was too poor. Now, he could write anything casually. Who would dare to say that he didn't know how to write poetry? Tao Hong watched from the side and felt a little envious. She pursed her lips. Dongzhu, are you going to find the power behind the other party and impeach them? No, no, no. If the other party doesn't use official means, Dongzhu will definitely not use official means. No matter what industry they are in, our Jianghu matters will be settled in Jianghu. As long as they use official means, they will die. I, Dongzhu, will show you other means of various industries. I, Dongzhu, am a young man. I must be aggressive. Under the same rules of the game, play as you wish. Whoever leaves the circle first will lose. Li Yi rubbed his hands. He wanted to be more aggressive. Well, it was actually using all kinds of knowledge and experience to bully others. The other party didn't use official power and was just playing in a framework. If the other party used official power, he would directly use official power to deal with them. An hour later, an unmarked horse carrying a person with unmarked clothes arrived at Princess Yongmu's zhuangzi. He also brought a box of lipstick. Princess Yongmu's lips were naturally red, so she didn't need lipstick. With lipstick, she would look beautiful. Li Yi liked natural light makeup. After the goods were delivered, the cavalry returned. Princess Yongmu took the letter and ran to a corner to read it. Xiaolan followed closely. Princess, no, miss, let me see too. Li Lang's talent is amazing. What did he write? Xiaolan was very anxious and insisted on squeezing together to read. Princess Yongmu had no choice but to move aside. The two of them looked together. What is this? Why? Xiaolan was conflicted. She realized that the genre was different. She had never seen it before. Well, the words were too simple. It was incomparably simple. But it wasn't good. There was a charm to it. It's like Li Lang's songs. Princess Yongmu was willing to read. She realized that Li Yi had something else. It was similar to his medical skills and new songs. In terms of literary talent, he was already at ease. He could write whatever he wanted, even if it was plain language. For example, the note he wrote to Father Emperor never had any literary talent. If it was anyone else who wrote like this, they would have been dealt with long ago. But when it came to Li Yi, he was always so unpredictable. Princess, Li Dongzhu scolded others. He scolded others for being stupid and stupid. Xiaolan realized the meaning of the last sentence. Call me Mississippi. Li Lang's literary talent is indeed outstanding. Even scolding others is so refreshing and refined. Princess Yongmu didn't care. That's right. What else could Xiaolan say? Princess Yongmu put away the letter and looked around. There's no bath in Zhuangzi. There's a shower on the roof. You can set up a ladder to add water. There was one when it was designed, but the construction workers couldn't do it well. Xiaolan was unhappy when she mentioned this. She was used to the bathing pool in Li family Zhuangzi. Then, she went to Mount Li and soaked in the hot spring. Why did someone have to carry water to the top of the house and flush it down? It wasn't like this when she was in the palace. There was a water pressure machine to press it up. Miss, write another letter. It's not comfortable to bathe. Xiaolan had no choice. She believed that in the current situation, Li Yi could think of a good idea. In her heart, Li Yi was the backbone. There was nothing he couldn't do. She was waiting for Princess Yongmu to get married. When that time came, she would follow along. She was even more anxious than Princess Yongmu. If she chose a bad husband, she would be finished in the future. Write one yourself. Don't always look for me. Princess Yongmu didn't want to write anymore. Fine, I'll write. Xiaolan pouted and went to find a brush, ink, paper, and inkstone. After thinking for a while, she wrote, "The weather is cold, the bath won't be foggy. Carry water and climb the ladder to the house." Xiaolan's writing is limited, but she also wants warm water to moisturize her skin. After writing, she quickly put it in an envelope and asked someone to send it to Li family Zhuangzi. In the afternoon, Li Yi saw the letter and laughed. "Ha ha ha, go, send someone to change the equipment. Install a fuel crane for Xiaolan's Zhuangzi. It can control the ignition below." Chapter 796. Dongzhu, I found out. Songdo was personally in charge of this matter. He gave Li Yi some information at night. In the capital, there was nothing that the Li family Zhuangzi couldn't find out. Unless you didn't do it. If you killed someone and didn't tell anyone, it wouldn't be easy to find out if the person died. But if you told others or worked with others to kill, rob, or steal. If the Li family Zhuangzi wanted to find out, he would definitely find out. Of course, Chang'an County and Wanyan County could also find out. Now, they had strong control over the underground forces. He had to thank Li Yi for this. Li Yi was the one who came up with this idea. If he bullied a Zhuangzi and called out his name, it would be easier to find out. If he didn't call out his name and didn't have any follow-up measures, who would be afraid of him? If he called out his name, someone would definitely know. Songdo went out and arranged for manpower. He didn't need to spend a single cent. Countless people were willing to provide such simple information. After providing the information, they didn't dare to spread it. This was the rule of the underworld. For example, when the Li family Zhuangzi asked someone to investigate the businessman surnamed Jiang, someone found out. He didn't provide the information to the Li family Zhuangzi, but told the businessman surnamed Jiang instead. The businessman surnamed Jiang was scared. He went to the Li family Zhuangzi and apologized. The first thing the Li family Zhuangzi asked was, "Who told you? Tell me and I'll let you go. If you don't tell me, you'll die." In order to survive, the businessman surnamed Jiang promised to tell him. The person who sent the message, his peers weren't pitiful at all because he broke the rules. More importantly, he broke the rules against the Li family Zhuangzi. It was useless to find anyone to plead for mercy. Anyone who could come into contact with the Li family Zhuangzi was benefiting from the Li family Zhuangzi. Looking at the higher-ups, those people would be the prime minister and the minister. Would they offend Li Yi to protect you? The more shady an industry was, the more they followed the rules. Songda's action represented a rule. Jiang Jiao's distant relative colluded with Li Linfu. I don't know whose place that is. In other words, neither Li Linfu nor Jiang Jiao knew. No, Jiang Jiao didn't even know about this. Otherwise, he would have knelt down already. He should step down this year. He has too much power. He's someone your majesty knew before you became the emperor. Li Yi looked at the information and fell into deep thought. Obviously, Li Linfu and Jiang Jiao didn't know that it was Jiang Jiao's distant relative who had brought Li Linfu out to get some benefits. This matter was also related to Yuan Qianyao. He had been the prime minister alongside Yao Chong, but had been taken care of. Now, he was the capital governor. In history, Yuan Qianyao could become the prime minister again, including Zhang Shua. Who was Jiang Jiao? According to the records, Zhang Zhiyun took the weapons of those who surrendered, and then Jiang Jiao went over to be a good person and returned the weapons. In the end, the other party took the weapons and rebelled. Zhang Zhiyun was captured and then rescued. Li Longji said that he had disgraced the country and killed him. Now that the surrendered families were under his control in Huazhou, no one else had the right to speak. Zhang Zhiyun wasn't captured and didn't die. This is using Jiang Jiao's name to get in touch with Li Linfu. They wanted to find a good place to make money, but the place they chose was, Li Yi mourned for the other party. Why didn't they think about it carefully? What kind of background did they have to be able to buy land near Luli village on the west side of Chang'an? Alright, I can understand. Li Yi thought for a while and felt that there was no problem. There would always be idiots, including him at that time. Different people had different channels and different heights. Therefore, the angle from which they looked at the problem was also different. Most of the time, reality was more interesting than literature. People who wrote about things that they thought were impossible or dared not write, but reality told them that they were not bold enough. Li Yi was helpless. What should he do? Wait? Wait for Song Jing to make a move. In history, Song Jing would take care of Jiang Jiao. Then, Li Longji wrote a prose called Returning Jiang Jiao to Tianfei. Li Longji's prose was not the same as Li Yi's prose. Li Longji's prose was much better. It was written, the generals of the Western Han dynasty were not complete, old friends of Nanyang protected themselves with leisure and leisure. My kindness. Descendants of Pierre. Return to the countryside for entertainment. Ordinary people couldn't understand the prose. It quoted the classics and talked about what happened to the rich and powerful in the past. If it were you, wouldn't you look like one now? You are more fond of the countryside. You can step down. I will take good care of your descendants. In other words, people like you will not have a good ending. If you step down now, everything will be fine. Jiang Jiao was removed by Li Longji this year. Although he lost his position, he was still a civil official. Li Yi knew that Li Longji wrote a prose when he promoted Jiang Jiao. When Jiang Jiao removed his power, he wrote another prose. This showed that Li Longji attached great importance to Jiang Jiao. When he removed Jiang Jiao, he was helpless. As for Li Longji's literary talent, Li Yi didn't think much of it. If he wanted to write, he could write. The Tang dynasty was like this now. Anyone who could be promoted would have a high literary level. Dongzhu, do you need me to do anything? Song De didn't care how this matter developed. He just needed to carry it out. Look at the specific situation of the other party's industry, including the general employment, income, investment, and sales channels. Li Yi didn't care about Jiang Jiao. So what if you knew Li Longji first? There were more people who knew Li Longji first. There were more people who helped Li Longji. Were there any fewer people who were beaten up? Li Yi thought that Li Longji was actually a person with a mental illness. He couldn't judge people by their appearance and performance. He had to analyze the inside through appearance. Li Longji had experienced many things. If he didn't resist, he would be killed. After killing too many people, he didn't kill his father Li Dan. He also didn't kill many of his brothers. He wanted to establish his own correctness. He also knew what kind of people the imperial court needed. So he promoted Yao Chong. However, he was afraid that any prime minister would be too powerful. To put it bluntly, since Li Shimin, the entire dynasty had been in a state of nervousness and fear. Wu Zetian aggravated this situation. Then came Wei Shi and Princess Taiping. From his grandfather to his childhood, Li Longji had experienced the light of swords. He was trying his best to control himself. He was a person. His experience had affected his image. It wasn't easy to get power. He pushed Wang Yorong, who helped him, to the position of empress. He also didn't have a son. The existence of the aristocratic families, the interference of the officials, the unfairness of the harem, the strategy of foreign countries, all of these were on him alone. Li Longji's mental state was always tense. He needed a safe haven. Sigh. How good would it be if it didn't involve Jiang Jiao? Now I have to be busy again. Song Jing doesn't do anything. It's already the new year. Hurry up and tell Li Longji about Jiang Jiao. Get him down. I don't even need to do anything. With Li Linfu's current position, he's nothing. When others see him, they think he's a good person. He's a hypocrite. That's because they haven't experienced my era. In my era, I don't care about what you say. The key is that you have to give me benefits. The higher you go, the higher the need for material things. No matter how good you say it, it's useless. What's the use of hypocrisy? If you don't give me money, I'll take care of you. Old Li, let's meet. Li Yi mumbled. He didn't care about the power behind Jiang Jiao. However, he was very angry. Because of Jiang Jiao's appearance, he couldn't help but become less of a teenager. Chapter 797. Minister Bai Gu hasn't rested at home. Li Longji was exercising early in the morning when he suddenly saw Bai Gu hurrying towards the political affairs hall. Why did he come to work in the middle of his break? Your Majesty, I have sent a letter to the Hunan government, ordering them to start the matter of the rent and business tax. The document will be sent out today. When the document is delivered, the Hunan government's break will end. Bai Gu pointed to the east, where Luoyang was. Minister Bai, you have worked hard. Li Longji nodded slightly. Bai Gu left quickly, appearing to be in a hurry. Li Longji continued to stroll. After a few steps, he said to another person who had rushed over, Is Minister Song not resting at home? Your Majesty. Song Jing bowed. The Shi tribe and the Khitans have surrendered. I am thinking about whether or not we should move their people into the Great Pass. This matter. Lingnan interviewer Song Qingli has written a letter saying that we should restore the governor's office in Yingzhou. Li Longji mentioned a person, Song Qingli. Song Qingli took the imperial examinations for the Ming dynasty, not the Jin dynasty. He had been working hard all this time. He was arranged to go wherever there was something to do. He had just returned from Lingnan, and now he was thinking about going to the northeast. He was from Hebei and felt that going to the northeast was better than going to Lingnan. I don't think so. Restoring the governor's office in Yingzhou is too close to the Bohai Sea. I am afraid that it will make the Bohai Sea worried. Song Jing expressed his opposition. He was afraid that if he restored the governor's office in Yingzhou, the Bohai Sea would say that the Tang dynasty wanted to attack them. Li Longji pondered for a moment. We will discuss this matter again. Song Jing bowed again and entered the political affairs hall. Li Longji turned around and walked back. He planned to change his clothes and ask Li Yi. Your Majesty is well. A voice came from behind. Li Longji heard the voice and knew who it was. It was the third prime minister of the Tang dynasty, Su Yi. Bai Gu, Song Jing, and even Su Yi were worried about the imperial court. No one was resting. Su Qing, do you feel tired after coming to the political affairs hall? Li Longji was concerned about Su Yi's physical condition. There are a lot of trivial matters this year that have piled up on my desk. This subject's heart is uneasy, so I'll deal with them slowly. It won't be too tiring. Su Yi stated his intentions. You can ask someone from the Imperial Medical Department to give you a massage. Li Longji was very pleased. Look, what a good subject. Thank you, Your Majesty. Su Yi also left. When he entered the political affairs hall, he saw the other two people. The three of them looked at each other. Bai Gu sighed. Finish all the work you can do. Let's be more relaxed in case Li Yi suddenly causes a big incident again. Su Yi nodded. That's right, that's what we're thinking. Li Longji changed his clothes and rushed to the Li family Zhuangzi with a group of guards. Li Yi rode a tricycle. The two-wheeled tricycle was in front, and the power wheel was in the back. Next to it was a tricycle with a power wheel in front and a two-wheeled tricycle in the back. He didn't know how to choose. Brother Yi, have you made a tricycle? Li Longji saw the tricycle in the back and rode with Li Yi while talking. Put the tricycle in front. It's convenient for the rider to control the tricycle. Put the tricycle in the back. The rider mainly controls the wheel. If people are riding, most of them like to sit in the back. It's safer. If they're transporting goods, put the tricycle in the front. When things hit, the goods hit first. Li Yi rode with him, and the two of them chatted like this. Li Longji looked back at the bucket of his tricycle. Brother Yi, are you planning to take out the tricycle for civilian use? It's in the good roads around Changpeng. If the roads are not good, the wear and tear will increase the cost. Li Yi pointed at the tires. The wheels were made of steel and the bracket was also made of iron. The whole bicycle was similar to the one he had. The wheels were covered with a layer of leather, and the leather was expensive. Li Longji ran to the front and slowed down. When Li Yi caught up, he said, except for the chain and the axle, replace the other parts with bamboo heads. Increase the place to repair the tricycle. Li Yi's eyes lit up. He thought of the place to repair the tricycle. After the beginning of spring, the capital government would set up more tents for free soup. Now, people who knew how to drive knew how to repair the tricycle. Otherwise, if the tricycle broke down halfway, it would be impossible to continue. The tools were placed in the tents. If the tricycle broke down, they could push it for a while. Very good. That's how it should be. Li Yi decided to promote it. When will it be released? Li Longji thought of the advantages of the bicycle. It was faster than walking and could also carry goods. Renting carriages and ox carts cost a lot of money. One would need to wait for others to get on the carriage, unless the carriage was chartered. After selling a batch to the rich, we will take out the ones made of bamboo and let the rich enjoy it first. Li Yi did not forget to make money. Renting bicycles was still a problem. The axle and chain were made of good steel. If they were not given as collateral, they would be stolen and melted down to make other things. If they were recorded in the household register, they would be robbed and destroyed halfway. What would they do? The Shi and Khitans have already surrendered. Should we move them inwards or rebuild the governor's office? Li Longji stopped. When Li Yi also stopped, he talked about the matter. Yingzhou governor's office? The information appeared in Li Yi's mind. Yes, they should build a Yingzhou governor's office this year. They should put it in Lu province. We should build 4 governors' offices. The Anong Protectorate should have 4 governors' offices. Third brother, let's go back to the study to look at the map. Li Yi did not mention Yingzhou governor's office. He was ambitious. The two rode to the courtyard. When they entered, Li Yi took out the map from before. Yingzhou governor's office was in Liaoning province. There was a river called White Wolf Water. It was not close to the sea. It was better to have Gourd Island, which was Jinsi, by the sea. Jinzhou was also close to the sea. There were also Big and Small Ling rivers. The Big and Small Ling rivers in Jinzhou were bigger than the ones in his time. There was more water and it was clearer. Third brother, look. Pingzhou Anong Protectorate is close to the sea. There are 4 governors' offices under it. We should have the one in Jian'an province. Why don't we put the one in Lu province by the sea? In addition, Liao City Governor's Office and Xinjiang Province Governor's Office are equally important. It would be best to build a governor's office in Daxing City. There is a Yalu River that can be passed by sea from Deng Province to the other coastal provinces. Duli Town is equally important. As long as these governors' offices are built, the entire Bohai Sea will be controlled by the Tang dynasty. Li Yi pointed out Inko, Shenyang, Fushun, Dandong, and Lushuan. Li Longji listened quietly. His eyes followed Li Yi's finger. Xinjiang Province is not close to the sea. Shenzhou Province is also not close to the sea. Li Longji found the problem. Why not the sea? Li Yi swallowed his saliva and pointed to Xinjiang Province, which was Fushun. There is coal here. There are also many red pine trees behind. Shenzhou Province is close to it and has a similar river. Li Yi placed his finger on the Han River. The Han River was called Shinshui. It flowed into Liao River, and Liao River flowed into the sea. Before Shinshui entered Liao River, it flowed from east to west. Coal could be directly transported out by boat. At the same time, Shenzhou and Xinjiang province have large areas of land that can be cultivated. The land is fertile. You don't have to care about the seeds planted by the river. They will grow on their own, especially the beans. Xinjiang province is filled with hills. You can set up checkpoints everywhere. I have marked out all the high hills and strategic locations. Li Yi thought to himself, who doesn't occupy a strategic location like Shenyang? The further the historical dynasties progressed, the more important Shenyang became. In the Battle of Sarhu in Fushun, the White Pole soldiers of the Sichuan army suffered greatly. As long as these places were well defended, no one would be able to invade unless they did not resist. Chapter 798. Renovating so many residences, the imperial court. When Li Longji said that he wanted to renovate the residences, the first thing he thought of was money. Before he could finish his sentence, he reacted. Renovate, renovate. The imperial court has money. Li Longji had a feeling of disdain for the common people. He had not thought of how to spend the tax and rent he earned last year. It was too much. The officials were distressed over money. They were suddenly rich and did not know how to live. According to the news that Li Longji received, the officials were prepared to provide funds as long as the local government reported that they wanted to build irrigation and roads. They did not need to ask the people for money. They wanted to recruit laborers and provide the people with good food. The government would provide the tools. What else could they do? There was so much money. This year, when Hunan collected more taxes and rent, they could plant more indica rice in large quantities. There would be more money. The government funds had stopped, and there was no need for the imperial court to take out a sum of money to lend and collect interest. He was rich, so he was rich. Brother Yi, from today onwards, the imperial court will no longer need the government funds. Li Longji was very proud when he thought that he could solve the imperial court's financial problems without needing to lend money. Li Yi looked at Li Longji, third brother, the government funds should still be released. Reduce the interest, and the annual interest rate should not exceed 10%. There should be no limit to the amount and no local tasks. The accounts must be recorded clearly. We should also send people to check the situation frequently to prevent local officials from using the government funds as a pretense to engage in usury. Why do we still need to compete with the people? Li Longji now remembered that they should not compete with the people. If the interest rate is high, we will compete for profits. If the interest rate is low, we will give up profits. When the people are short of money, the imperial court's interest rate is low. If we borrow money from the imperial court, we will not need to borrow from usury. Li Yi only said this one sentence. He believed that the other party was smart enough. Li Longji nodded. Investigate, we should investigate. He understood. The government funds were placed in the local government and did not ask for anything. The annual interest rate was 10%. The local department that specialized in lending money would make a false name and say that they had lent out 1,000 taels. At the end of the year, they would be given 1,100 CUN. In fact, they would be giving out 1,000 CUN at 30% interest. At the end of the year, they would be earning 200 CUN. It was even to the extent that the commoners who needed money could not borrow money from the imperial court, but the local lenders could. They would then use the borrowed money to lend to the commoners who needed it. Third brother, look, there's a U-pass here. It's very steep. If we move 60 li further, one side will be connected to the sea, while the other side will be connected to Mount Yen. We'll build a pass here. Li Yi brought the topic back to the northern part of Hebei province. He was talking about the Ming dynasty's Shanhai Pass. The original U Pass was not as good as the Shanhai Pass. Li Longji looked at the map and an image of the city appeared in his mind. His interest was piqued. Is it easy to repair? How much manpower do we need? It's easier to repair the concrete by boat, but it doesn't matter if it's repaired or not. The Tang dynasty doesn't need to use Shanhai Pass for defense. Li Yi rejected his suggestion to build Shanhai Pass. In the Ming dynasty, the Shanhai Pass was built to fight against the countries in the northeast. Moreover, when the country was on the verge of collapse, what else could protect the imperial court? True strength lies in the good life of the commoners and the people's hearts. There are many redundant officials waiting in line to arrange official positions. Send them to clear out the land in the Tang dynasty to prepare for the abolition of mediocrity in the Tang dynasty in the future. This will increase the population by a lot. Li Yi did not want to build Shanhai Pass anymore. He changed the topic to the future. Many commoners in the Tang dynasty fled and hid without a household register. They were of little help to the economic development of the Tang dynasty. They did not dare to engage in too much social interaction and production. They only stayed in one place to live. There were still many officials in the imperial court. 220 students passed the exam, and all of them were first class. How could the imperial court find a suitable position in such a short time? How should the people in the original position be dealt with? The students ran to become village officials. They could use the village as practice first. There were more people who needed to be arranged. I'm afraid they're not willing to go. Li Longji was helpless. He lied to the students who did not pass the exam to become village officials. After lying once, it would not be easy to lie to them a second time. The key was that the officials could choose whether to become an official or not, including those who were demoted. They could resign if they had the courage. Li Yi laughed. He remembered the poor Du Fu who was cheated by Li Linfu. Du Fu did not want to be a Heshi commandant in the beginning. Later, he had no choice but to accept a small official position. Li Yi felt that he could also be a Heshi commandant. He was sure he could bribe the other officials well. Not far from Chang'an was the place where the people who surrendered stayed. It was Tongzhou. Next to it was Pujin Bridge. How could they not make money by guarding that place? They could store more ice in winter and sell cold drinks at the bridge in summer. If not, they could just buy saltpeter to make ice. Tell them that if they want to be a big official, they must do small things first. In the future, the officials who pass the imperial examination cannot be promoted beyond their rank. Li Yi recalled the time when he was young. At first, he could still ride a rocket and shoot up. Later, he was promoted to the grassroots. So, many people adopted a method. It was not easy to be promoted as a grassroots official. They could transfer to a state-owned enterprise and be promoted in a state-owned enterprise. After a state-owned enterprise was promoted, they could transfer to another place. The place would then transfer to another state-owned enterprise. Li Yi felt that even if they could not be promoted beyond their rank, there were still ways to take shortcuts in the Tang dynasty. It depended on their ability. Li Longji was still hesitant about this. It involved too many people's interests. For example, if the elder's position was high enough, the descendant could be an official. He needed to test how many officials supported him and how to deal with those who did not support him. Brother Yi, I'm going back. I won't eat here. Li Longji was about to leave to find Song Jing. He told him not to think about moving inside. He was going to build 4 more governor's mansions. Li Yi walked him to the bridge. Third brother, the governor's mansion is set up to gather refugees and pacify the people. The imperial court must bring things over and distribute them in large quantities. Do not build on a large scale. I will remember. Li Longji cupped his fist and left with the others. Li Yi stood at the bridge and watched as Li Longji disappeared from sight. He said to the palace maids and eunuchs beside him, "We have to find old Bai." Find Bai Zaifu. Tao Hong now understood a lot of political and economic matters. They did not care who came over to take the shift. When they returned, they would share the gifts and what they learned with others. The 4 restored governors' mansions can only be valued by the imperial court if they are created by themselves. The Li family Zhuangzi can guide the trade. The imperial court needs to profit from it. Li Yi taught them how to promote policies based on interests. The land they occupied now belonged to Liaoning at that time. Liaoning had many specialties. His own trading team went there to earn money. Others were willing to follow and earn money. If the imperial court did not want to form an official trading team, they could collect taxes. They used the money from the local trade to support the local army. Then, they could slowly divide and absorb Bohai. After the current king of Bohai was gone, his son wanted to do something. He also wanted to occupy the Korean peninsula. Why should he keep it? It was such a good place. It had a great military role and was close to the Japanese Empire. He wanted to go to the Bering Strait by ship. There were so many islands in the Japanese Empire. As for whether or not he could occupy the Japanese Empire, it would be more difficult. They had people there. If he used war, it was not necessary to use war. There were very few people there. When they wanted to build a circle, they also took action. Chapter 799. When they returned to Xingqing Palace, Li Longji went to the Political Affairs Hall and told the 3 prime ministers who came out of their respective offices about the 4 governors' mansions. Song Jing kept blinking and was confused. I will stop 1 governor's mansion from being rebuilt. You go to Li family Zhuangzi and come back with 4 governors' mansions. Your Majesty, you can't do that. The money spent on governors' mansions. Song Jing said and stopped just like Li Longji did in Li family Zhuangzi. Li Longji looked at him, indicating that he should continue. I'm afraid Bohai will panic. Song Jing had to say the same thing. With trade, there's no need to be afraid. This time, Li family Zhuangzi's exchange team went to Bohai. The local people traded hazelnuts and pine nuts. Li family Zhuangzi also sold hazelnuts at a high price in Chang'an and made a lot of money. I want to organize a team to go there. Bai Gu supported the many governors' mansions. The imperial court was not afraid of spending money. They could also make money. The hazelnuts and pine nuts in Bohai were expensive and their fur was better than those in the western regions. With ginseng and antler, not only could they earn back the cost of rescuing people and the team, but they could also make a lot of profits. Unfortunately, they could not collect taxes this time. They risked their lives to go there. Li Longji looked at Su Yi, but Su Yi did not look at the other 2. He made a fist salute and said, Your Majesty, the governor's mansions should be made good use of the navy. It should be convenient to travel and build a strong city to prevent the attack of wild beasts. He supported it. He had to support it because it involved the strategy of the Tang dynasty. Li Yi definitely had a backup plan. Not to mention whether he could succeed or not, even if he succeeded, it would delay the important matter. Su Yi believed that Li Yi would not blindly give orders in such a matter. I want to see Li Yi. Song Jing insisted, wanting to know more. Okay. Li Longji agreed. Song Jing had seen Li Yi before. Your Majesty, who should we send to rebuild the martial manor? Bai Gu was preparing to arrange the manpower. Song Qingli can do it. Li Longji was the first one to speak of who would do the work. Your Majesty, Song Qingli likes to build wantonly. If he becomes a governor, I'm afraid that the local people will be very tired. Song Jing pointed out Song Qingli's small flaw. This emperor knows. When Brother Yi was sending them off, he said that we should not make any useless constructions. We should send some things over to calm the people. Li Longji was not surprised at all. He was used to it. Brother Yi would definitely know who to send. It was just that mysterious. Song Jing stood there in a daze for a while until Li Longji left. He wasn't in the mood to work. He went out and called his subordinates, then took a car to the Li family Zhuangzi. When he arrived, he was just in time for dinner. Li Yi felt that it was cold outside, so he boiled a bowl of rice wine for himself. When Song Jing arrived, he boiled another bowl for Song Jing. "Old Song, it's just in time. We're eating pan-fried hairtail today. It's caught in the Bohai Bay in winter. It's called northern hairtail. It hasn't been sold yet. You haven't eaten it before. Freeze it and eat it slowly." Li Yi took out the pan-fried hairtail and introduced it to Song Jing. Song Jing asked, "Did you catch a lot of hairtail in the martial manner?" "Yes, this fish is also called sickle fish. With our fishing skills, we can never catch all of them. We need to cast a deep net or catch them." Li Yi was sure that the people of Chang and in the Tang dynasty had never eaten hairtail before. When a hairtail is caught, it has a short shelf life. It must be frozen or dried. After the dried hairtail is soaked, the texture of the meat changes. When a fisherman finally catches a hairtail, it's not worth it to dry it and sell it. There are hairtail in the Bohai Bay. The Navy cast a deep net and caught more than 4,000 hairtail with different sizes. Zhuangzi was given 1,500 hairtail, which was not enough at all. The rest was for Li Qingqi and Li Longji, but the minister didn't give any to them. The hairtail in the Bohai Bay had a big body and few bones. There were only 2 rows of bones. The remaining meat was delicious. Li Yi picked up a piece with chopsticks and pierced it with his teeth. It was the meat. He also ate the deep river stone, which was the big bone of the hairtail. Song Jing watched and learned to eat. After eating one piece, he ate the second piece. He ate 3 pieces in a row before stopping. "Old Song, it's delicious, right? Do you know why you can't eat it? It's deep in the water. The hairtail lives in very deep water. With our current fishing and fishing skills, we can only catch a few fish occasionally if we are lucky enough. You don't have to say that they will die when they come out of the water. At a certain depth, the hairtail will die. There's no need to come out of the water. The hairtail in the Bohai Bay is more delicious than other places." Li Yi explained to Song Jing. He knew that Song Jing didn't want to restore the governor's mansion. Yao Chong was the prime minister in the chaotic situation. He was smart and flexible. Song Jing was the prime minister who kept the achievements. He helped the Tang dynasty to save money. He didn't want to go to war if he could. Originally, in history, he wanted Bai Gu to cooperate with him. Bai Gu was in charge of the Ministry of Revenue. However, Bai Gu was dead. Now, Li Yi knew that Song Jing should change his mind. "Don't be afraid. We have money. We can make money by restoring the governor's mansion. No one in my family has eaten it before." Song Jing drank a mouthful of wine. "Old Song, when you leave, I'll bring you 50 pieces of fried hairtail. Otherwise, you won't know how to clean up. Hairtail is very smelly." Li Yi promised to send him. "Okay." Song Jing was satisfied. Will the Bohai people think that the Tang dynasty is close to the border and that the soldiers are in danger? Song Jing asked about politics. Driven by the benefits of trade, everyone will choose to ignore the war. Between the benefits in front of us and the possible war, the former is more important. Li Yi pointed to the northeast. "How much money do we make every year?" Song Jing admitted that Li Yi was right. He began to consider the economic benefits. "Old Song, the so-called profit refers to the profit after considering the trade deficit, the added value of the product's technology, the production cost, the supply and demand relationship, and other factors." Li Yi shook his head and said a bunch of terms. How would he know how much money he could make? Sell a small mirror in exchange for 500 kilograms of pine nuts. Bring back 500 kilograms of pine nuts and sell them to the people of Chang'an for 300 kilograms. Can you say that you made a profit when you got 300,000 kilograms? The real profit was actually 500 kilograms of pine nuts, which provided heat. The pine nuts bought by the people were circulated internally. Only by continuing to make mirrors and constantly changing them could the profit be calculated. Li Yi told Song Jing these words, but Song Jing did not understand. Your Zhuangzi made 300,000 kilograms of pine nuts. The cost of the mirror is low. Song Jing looked at the actual amount of money. Zhuangzi can only spend this money to adjust the economy and infrastructure of the Tang dynasty. Only then can the Tang dynasty make a profit. An uncirculated currency hinders social development. Li Yi did not think that the Tang dynasty would make a profit if he just left the money at home. Song Jing was in awe. He knew that the young man in front of him was always working for the Tang dynasty. Is it a profit if you spend it? Song Jing sat upright and learned. The input-output ratio is not the ratio of Zhuangzi's output. It's how a certain amount of money can promote the productivity of the entire Tang dynasty. Let me tell you, Li Yi began to talk to Song Jing about logistics and road construction. Using the money to build roads, the speed of travel was faster, and the cost of time was saved. The caravan that took 3 months to come over came in 1 month. In 2 months, they replaced the cheap things in the 2 places with things they needed to increase efficiency. Otherwise, they would rot on the trees and in the fields, and no one would benefit from it. There were so many fruits in the south. If they were faster, the fruits would become money, and the money would be used to buy the things the caravan transported. This was the economic effect of infrastructure investment. It would improve the people's livelihood. Chapter 800. Li Yi had checked the information before. The Tang dynasty, or perhaps many other dynasties, had never completely solved the country's financial problems. Behind every prosperous era, a large number of people bore the burden of the country's financial deficit. The problem would be exposed with the slightest natural disaster or man-made disaster. When foreign trade did not completely offset the financial deficit, it could not balance and save. In the end, it accumulated to a certain extent, and the dynasty changed. This included the Song dynasty, especially the Southern Song dynasty. The Southern Song dynasty's foreign trade went crazy. But the things shipped back did not solve the problem of the people's livelihood. The capital pursued greater profits, and it was a luxury. Li Yi took another sip of wine. Logistics is part of the infrastructure to reduce the losses caused by storage. Next, I'll talk about production technology. Li Yi continued to talk about the production technology research and development of capital investment, such as fertilizers, animal husbandry, plowing. After investment, it would be converted into productivity, including hybrid species. With the same area of land increased production, the Tang dynasty's overall food supply increased, and the price of food was adjusted to ensure the income of farmers. When there is more food, it needs to be further processed, and the profits from further processing need to be shared with farmers. Balancing the income of various jobs in society is what the imperial court should do. Li Yi's words were relatively simple. The people of his time all knew about it. For example, the relationship between the reserve ratio, savings, and loan interest rates, as well as the impact on economic development, were all known to the people of his time. He did not tell Song Jing. He was afraid that Song Jing would not go back tonight, so he asked him questions. Song Jing was not in a good state at the moment. He was sweating non-stop. The palace maids and eunuchs beside him had stopped eating. Each of them had a small notebook and were quickly writing. Song Jing was frightened at this moment. There was a trace of fear in his eyes when he looked at Li Yi. He finally knew how big the gap between him and Li Yi was. What did he hear? Speaking of the social level, it included everyone. How did Li Yi learn? Was there such knowledge in the books in the past? Why didn't he learn it? Occasionally, there was some content that seemed to be mentioned, but only a little. What he was hearing now was that any random point was taken out and it involved many aspects. This is the way to use money. The Li family Zhuangzi uses money for the sake of the Tang dynasty. Others don't. It's easy to handle. We can adjust it through finance. Let's talk about it later. Li Yi suddenly stopped talking. He was too tired and wouldn't be able to finish talking in a few days. Song Jing did not ask further. He needed time to digest and understand what he had just heard. There were many things that he didn't understand, mainly because there were too many new terms. Why did he say that he didn't understand the vocabulary? So, the trade with the Bohai Sea is a war. This was the only thing Song Jing could analyze. You can't say that it's a war. In the process of exchanging goods, it's about whether or not the two parties are equal. It belongs to the process of helping Bohai gradually understand the nature of trade. Li Yi refused to admit that he was fighting a war, even though he did earn a lot from the previous trade. Li Yi defined himself as a peace-loving person who would never think of invading others. Song Jing understood. Wars were carried out through trade, and the process was long. Bohai Sea is at a disadvantage. Song Jing concluded again. If we don't change, Bohai Sea is at a trade deficit. It's not a disadvantage. I will teach them to change, develop their own unique production technology, and apply it. Li Yi still refused to admit it, and he looked like he cared about others. Why do you want to help them again? Song Jing felt that since he could take advantage of them again and again, he should continue to do so. After helping them, they can provide us with more things. We are doing this for benefits, not to destroy Bohai Sea. Li Yi still had that compassionate expression on his face. Song Jing wiped his sweat. There was a heater in the house, and it was too hot. How do we help them? Song Jing ignored his headache and gritted his teeth to hold back his question. Invest in them. Do farming, planting, and handicraft processing there. Give them wages. I invest in the local resources and buy them. They belong to me. The more they produce, the more they earn. Then, they will become rich. Use my money to help them. Li Yi looked like he had suffered a big loss. He picked up the wine and took a sip. Do you make money? Song Jing asked the key point. Of course. If I don't make money, who will invest? And I must make more money than them. It's mutually beneficial. Li Yi looked at Song Jing with an expression that said, Are you stupid? If I don't make money, who will go? Song Jing, then they won't rob. Song Jing stuttered. Robbery is war. By the time they want to rob, the Tang dynasty will have developed. I used to buy land, not rent land. The land I bought belongs to me. I pay taxes to the Tang dynasty, and the Tang dynasty sends troops to protect me. You still need the Tang dynasty to send troops to protect you. Song Jing found the real gap between himself and Li Yi. He was not thick-skinned enough. He didn't know how he finished his meal. He carried 50 pieces of fried ribbon fish and left dizzily. It was probably because he drank a bowl of wine. The alcohol was too strong. He took a car back to the political affairs hall. He put down the small basket of ribbon fish and sat there rubbing his temples. Guangping, are you done? Bai Gu came over and followed the smell. The eunuchs and palace maids made extra copies. They are on the table. Long Zai, take a look yourself. Song Jing closed his eyes and continued to rub his temples. He felt a little tinnitus, a headache, and a pain in his eyes. He felt weak all over. If Li Yi saw this, he would tell him that it was like this when he did too many questions. He just needed to sleep and forget the annoying content of the sea of questions. Bai Gu picked up a few pieces of paper on the table and read slowly. He knew some of the content. It was Li Yi who told him that he was willing to repair the road. Some of the content was deeper. He had never heard Li Yi talk about it. He was fascinated by it. When he finished reading the last line, he rubbed his eyes and shook his head. Why are there so many new terms? Can't Xiao Yi be more simple and change the terms to something we can understand? Bai Gu took a few deep breaths and took a few pieces of paper out. Song Jing saw it but didn't say anything. He knew it was for Su Yi. Half an hour later. Imperial physician, go find an imperial physician. Doctor of massage. I have a headache. Su Yi's voice came out. Not long after, the imperial physician came and massaged Su Yi. Why do I feel like vomiting? Su Yi asked the imperial physician. It was the first time he came across such knowledge. After reading it, he felt nauseous. It was the same as Li Yi's reaction when he read many old and new Tang dynasty books in one go. Especially when looking up information. He couldn't read it slowly. He had to find the place quickly. He glanced at it and saw many lines of classical Chinese. Classical Chinese was already annoying. He had to read it quickly. After looking up the information, he had to rest for a while. If he ate too much while reading, he would definitely vomit. The god of Vestige Court was too agitated. Minister Song is unwell. Li Longji came. He was afraid that the minister had a problem. Guangping went to ask Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi said something about infrastructure and productivity. The palace maids and eunuchs made a copy and showed it to Ting Shua. Ting Shua, Bai Gu explained the situation. Li Longji nodded, you have to learn slowly. I have a headache sometimes. Chapter 801. Spinach, rapeseed, cucumber, eggplant, cowpea, cabbage, celery. I want them all. Charge me. She city, early in the morning. In front of a stall, a group of people surrounded a very stout man. The stout man bought all the vegetables in the greenhouse and bought them all at once. The people around the stall looked envious. He sold them all early in the morning. If they were nearby, they could go back to pick more vegetables and come back to sell them again. The vegetables in the greenhouse were profitable, but they needed to be consumed. The vegetables that didn't look good would take an entire day to sell. Fortunately, everyone had reached an agreement. No one was allowed to lower the price. While the people around were envious, the stout man waved his hand, and a group of people carried a bag over. The opening of the bag loosened, and with a clatter, countless coins piled up. Count them. There's a total of 121 coins. See if it's enough. The stout man looked up at the sky. The people selling vegetables were dumbfounded. It wasn't coupons. It was copper coins. How were they supposed to count? They couldn't wear it. Why, can't we use the money? The stout man stared. Then he said, do you want to change it to silk? 550 coins per bolt. How can silk be worth that price now? Are you looking for trouble? Look at those copper coins. They're obviously inferior coins. There's even tin coins inside. Don't we all use coupons? They're bullying us. The people who were envious just now started to complain. They had a common enemy, and thought that if they encountered the same situation, they would be sad. Everyone, are you from the Jiang family? Someone came over. It was Zhou Gui. He looked at the money. Inferior coins, also known as evil money. The quantity was small, and some were replaced with tin. Stop talking nonsense. The imperial court didn't say that this money can't be used. If you don't want it, go see the officials. The stout man sneered. As soon as he said that, it meant that he was from the Jiang family. Zhou Gui clenched his fists and then loosened them, counting money. The imperial court forbids it. We're just abiding by the law. He didn't say that more than one had to be replaced with silk. If he said that, the stout man would probably take out silk of poor quality. The two people who had set up the stall cried as they squatted there and counted the money. No need to count, it's enough. Zhou Gui suddenly smiled and waved his hand. He knew that since the Jiang family had made a move, there was no point in counting. It was only right for him to hurry back and think of a countermeasure. He didn't care about the money. The big mirror, the boxes of kerosene lamps, and the thermos bottles were the real deal. The two hired men wiped their tears with their sleeves and struggled to lift the money up and put it on the cart. Tears flowed down their faces again. They had already treated Zhuangzi as their place to eat. When Zhuangzi was at a disadvantage, they didn't feel good either. Let's go back. Zhou Gui cupped his fists at the stout man, the smile on his face unchanged. Some things are not as simple as you think. This is just the beginning, the stout man said arrogantly. Thank you for the information. Zhou Gui cupped his fists again. The cart pushed a pile of evil money back, and Zhou Gui also helped to push it. Dongzhu, Jiang Hui has made a move. He used 121 tin coins to buy the vegetables from Shaolan village. Song De received the news 15 minutes later and quickly reported. The ones who passed on the message were the underground forces of Chang'an. They ran to deliver the message, and in 15 minutes, they traveled from Shi City to the Li family's manor. Li pursed his lips. I thought he was very capable, but it's just evil money. I look down on him. Dongzhu, are you saying that we don't need to care? Song De didn't think it was a big deal. No, the amount of money is not important. What's important is that they provoked us. Have you found out about their business? Li Yi shook his head. He doesn't care about money, but he wants face. How dare you touch anyone? Chang'an City doesn't have any rules. Song De nodded. There is a grocery store in East City called Xingsu. They sell daily necessities like pottery, kitchen knives, wooden bowls, toilet bowls, chamber pots, scissors, needles, and bags. At the same time, they also pawn things. How boring. Grocery store. If you want to attack him, just attack him. At the same time, the other stores will not be affected. Pawn things. Ha! I can't kill him. Li Yi suddenly felt bored. His opponent was too weak. Song De was dumbfounded. Dongzhu, what do you mean? Are you going to attack or not? Evil money is actually quite interesting. But it's not applicable to the current Chang'an City. Evil money in circulation cannot be banned directly. Li Yi did not mention revenge. He was thinking about the bigger picture. Evil money had always existed. Some people forged it privately. The quantity was not enough, and the difference was too big. Many people bartered for it. When people saw copper coins, they couldn't differentiate them. Evil money entered circulation. Just like the fake money in Feng Yu's era. When people received fake money and went to the bank would not accept it. Some people would leave a mark on the money to prove that it was fake. The losses were naturally borne by the people. What can the people do? They can only bear with it. This was not the case in the Tang dynasty. In the Tang dynasty, the previous emperor had banned people from going to the ships to forge evil money. Later, when they collected it, they used a normal Kaiyuan Tong Bao to exchange for 5 pieces of evil money. The people were not willing to exchange. Even if the people knew that it was evil money, they still accepted it when they sold things and lowered the price. Normal Kaiyuan Tong Bao could buy things with 1 coin, but evil money could only buy things with 3 to 4 coins. Then, they used evil money to circulate and formed 2 circulation channels. When they saw evil money, they exchanged it for money and continued to trade. If there was no Li family Zhuangzi's exchange coupons, evil money would explode next year. The imperial court first restricted it, but once the restrictions were placed, the transactions in the east and west cities would stop. There was too much evil money. If the imperial court did not allow it, no one could trade it. The imperial court released 100,000 coins of Kaiyuan Tongbao and allowed officials to borrow the imperial court's money to trade. Only then did the east and west cities come back to life. In the end, the imperial court had no choice but to allow evil money to be used for local exchange. The imperial court took it back, and the imperial court suffered a loss. The imperial court did not dare to touch it. Now, with the Li family Zhuangzi's exchange coupons, the evil money had no place to go. Most of it was accumulated. Most of it was the wrong weight. Some of it was using tin to replace copper. In such a situation, the prime minister, physician, assistant minister, and other officials in the imperial court were all numb. In front of Li Yi, he really did not care. He did not care about the development of evil money, but it did not mean that he did not have a temper. Go and tell Xiaolan Zhuangzi to continue to increase the sales of greenhouse vegetables. Find more people to pick them. If you sell them, take their evil money. Li Yi said to Songde with a smile. Got it, Dongzhu. Songde began to mourn for the Jiang family. Dongzhu was angry. He could see it. Songde ran to make arrangements and reported to Xiaolan Zhuangzi. At the same time, in Xingqing Palace. They've gone too far. How dare they bully my eldest princess? Li Linfu, Jiang Jiao, you two are really something. Li Longji was the first to receive the news. He was so angry that he laughed. San Lang, our Yuanshu is such an obedient daughter. How can she be bullied like this? Empress Wang wanted to kill someone with a knife. She had the ability to do so. I don't care. Li Yi's side should be doing something. I'll watch. Li Longji was angry, but he did not intend to do anything. Empress Wang nodded. Yes, ask uncle to do it. Teach them a lesson. Now, she had infinite respect for Li Yi. Last time, she acted too early in the matter in Lantian County. She did not have the chance to do it properly. This time, she could not miss it. The brothers and sisters who were reading outside the station came back to vote for the monthly and recommendation votes. The monthly votes almost made it into the rankings, and the recommendation votes almost made it into the top 100. The farmers bowed. Chapter 802. Li Longji was angry. Just like Li Yi, he didn't need that money. It wasn't because he didn't know about the provocation to Princess Royal. It was because ordinary people would have been bullied to death. The Li family Zhuangzi and the imperial court had been working hard to help the people live a good life. At least the people in the capital had a good life first. You can contact the officials above. Don't you know the will of the imperial court? You want to override the will of the Li family Zhuangzi and the emperor? Li Longji was angry. Empress Wang also looked like she wanted to eat someone, but they were waiting. In the political affairs hall, the three prime ministers were there. Yao Chong and the others were also there. No one accused them of overstepping their authority. They were not afraid that someone would inform Jiang Jiao. If Jiang Jiao didn't know, it would be easy. Once Jiang Jiao knew, there would only be one result. Whoever informed Jiang Jiao would also be punished. The emperor didn't care about anything else now. The 30,000 winged knights were in charge. Even if Jiang Jiao knew, she had to pretend not to know and watch things unfold. Let's wait and see. Hasn't Guangping seen Li Yi in action? Yao Chong drank tea leisurely. It wasn't time for him to take action. He had his eyes on the target. To be precise, the first inspection team of the Tang dynasty had their eyes on someone and was ready to take him down. It had nothing to do with Changpeng. It was local. They didn't care about the local government taking care of many people at once. At most, they would go and take care of it themselves. Just like in Huazhou, Li Yi's impeachment had affected a lot of people. Therefore, the government should stop. Li Yi went over. With the help of the inspection team, everything was taken care of. It was better than before. The foundation of the inspection team was not something that any state capital could compare to. Any random person in the team was not an ordinary person. I've heard of it. Song Jing was still learning from Li Yi's words. This old man only knows that Xiao Yi brought the chickens, ducks, and piglets to Hunan province. As soon as they showed up, the officials under this old man cooperated with them. Xiao Yi's methods, sigh. Bai Gu sighed. He just couldn't see through Li Yi. As he spoke, he licked his braces. Now that the tooth was moving, it didn't hurt anymore. He just had to hold on a little longer. In a few days, he would ask Xiao Yi if it could be removed. With Li Yi in charge of the Li family Zhuangzi, you should all feel honored and at ease. At the very least, you don't have to worry if you fall ill, Lu Huaixin said emotionally. He was clear about his own situation. He had almost died because of Li Yi's support. Wei Zhigu nodded. Xiao Yi is kind to others. As long as it doesn't violate his interests or political goals, he won't get angry. Evil money is a big deal. This matter really doesn't make sense. Evil money was broken because of the Li family Zhuangzi's exchange coupons. Li Yi deserves the most credit, Lu Yuyu said. Lu Youqiu expressed his stance. He knew that his life was also saved by Li Yi. This old man almost died. Li Riji only said one sentence. Xiao Yi cares about the country. Yin Xizhen was also straightforward. They were all people who had competed with Li Yi when he was in office, and they were about to die after leaving office. They admitted that if Li Yi wanted them to live, he had a way. The key was that they could continue to contribute to the Tang dynasty and achieve their political goals after joining the League. As they watched the Great Tang get better and better with each passing day, they felt honored. Everyone, don't be like this. No one is making things difficult for Xiao Yi. Let's talk about the evil money. Chang'an has a lot of evil money. It's easy for someone to raise money to target Princess Yongmu. Xiao Yi will make a move, but what about other places? When will the Tang dynasty's banknotes be introduced? Bai Gu was still considering the overall situation of the Tang dynasty. As for whether someone bullied Princess Yongmu, it was the same as whoever made a move. It was very easy. No, Princess Yongmu's matter is the big deal. Yao Chong spoke and looked at Song Jing. Song Jing's hair stood on end. He looked at Yao Chong. Did I offend you? You, Yao Chong, want to use Princess Yongmu's matter as a starting point and then carry out the governance and change of the Tang dynasty. But have you considered the feelings of Princess Yongmu and Li Yi? If you use others to do things, they will inevitably be pushed to the front. Princess Yongmu may be very happy and willing to help. Do you think Li Yi is also willing? Li Yi has been hiding behind that, behind the scenes. There are many direct and indirect businessmen in the officials' families. How many of them are involved in deception and robbery? Yao Chong said to Song Jing. Song Jing stared at Yao Chong. Why didn't you investigate thoroughly when you were in power? Now it's my turn. You want to use Princess Yongmu's matter to make a move. Let's go to Heavenly World for lunch. Bai Gu saw so many people coming. Let's not eat in the political affairs hall. Everyone nodded one after another, ready to watch the fun. A group of important officials were waiting for Li Yi to deal with Jiang Hui. They wanted to learn from him. They knew that Li Yi would not impeach him. How to deal with it without official means. Zhou Gui took the vegetable seller back with more than 300 caddies of money in a cart. A normal Kaiyuan Tongbao was 121 caddies, which should weigh 774 caddies and 4 taels. Among the evil money, some were not heavy enough, some were mixed with tin, and even some were wrapped with a layer of copper. This money could not be circulated in the capital government at all. Chapter 803. Zhou Gui knew this person. He was Guan Yuchen, the deputy director of the Chang and West Bureau. They were in charge of the two bureaus in the capital. Above them was the Ministry of Revenue, which was in charge of the various markets in the Tang dynasty. Usually, people who came to sell vegetables would send some vegetables to Guan Yuchen and the others. Guan Yuchen's subordinates would take vegetables from other stalls. They would take a cucumber from one stall and a few spinach from another stall. They only wanted to take enough for a meal. They didn't dare to take more. The stalls didn't say anything and just let them take. The stall that they took the most vegetables from was the greenhouse vegetable stall that Li family Zhuangzi cooperated with outside. They knew that taking a cucumber from someone else's greenhouse vegetable stall would cost a lot of money. What if the other party reported it to the government? Therefore, if they took a stalk of celery or a few spinach, the other party would acquiesce. If they wanted to take cucumbers and eggplants, they had to find Li family Zhuangzi's partner. In the end, the money would be transferred to Li family Zhuangzi's account. Li Dongzhu wouldn't lower himself to their level. They usually took vegetables at night. After selling vegetables for a day, they would take them home and cook a meal to make their family happy. Of course, since he had taken their money, he had to help them. If the Li family's manor had any activities, he had to help. Guan Yuchen took the vegetables from Zhuangzi's stall and saw it. He had no choice. The imperial court didn't order, so he could only watch. If the imperial court ordered that evil money was not allowed to circulate, he would stop it directly. He didn't dare to arrest people, but he found out the person behind Jiang Hui. In fact, Jiang Hui bragged that he was a relative of Tai Chongqing and had a good relationship with Crown Prince Zhongyun. Thank you, Guan Yuchen. But Dongzhu asked me to sell it. Zhou Gui said helplessly. He took a dozen cucumbers and wrapped them in a piece of paper. He gave them to Guan Yuchen. Thank you for your hard work. Guan Yuchen hesitated and took the things. He lowered his voice. Think of a way. That person is called Jiang Hui. He is backed by Tai Chongqing Jiang Jiao and has a good relationship with Crown Prince Zhongyun Li Linfu. In addition, Jiang Jiao's younger brother, Jiang Hui, is the imperial censor's assistant minister. He is related to the governor, Yuan Xianyao, by marriage. I didn't say anything. With that, he left with cucumber in his arms. Zhou Gui was sweating profusely. Oh my God, was the Jiang family that powerful? It's over. My family's Dongzhu is finished. Dongzhu, no matter how powerful you are, can you beat these people? He brought people in and set up a stall. Wealthy people came to buy and paid. In the afternoon, Zhou Gui returned to Zhuangzi listlessly with more than 300 coins. Steward Zhou is back. Quickly eat, Dongzhu and Lil Miss have already eaten, the guards have also eaten, we are waiting for you. Lian came over and told Zhou Gui that they had lunch at noon, and now they were 2 hours late. You guys eat, I'll go see Dongzhu. Zhou Gui was not in the mood to eat, he wanted to persuade Dongzhu to sell the land. Dongzhu, I've found out about the other party's situation. Zhou Gui glanced at Princess Yongmu, who was practicing calligraphy, and said to Xiaolan, who was serving beside her. Who is it? Xiaolan asked. His background is too big, Jiang Jiao's distant relative, called Jiang Hui. Zhou Gui mentioned one person, he felt that one person was enough for his Zhuangzi. So it's Jiang Jiao. Li Linfu's uncle, Jiang Hui's brother, Yuan Xianyao's in-law. So powerful, they joined forces just to buy my 100 mu of land at a cheap price, I'm scared. Lil, Miss, why don't we directly give the land to Yuan Xianyao, he just came down from the prime minister position, he's probably not in a good mood. After Xiaolan finished speaking, she could not help but laugh, she looked very happy. Zhou Gui, he admitted that he was stunned, Dongzhu knew about their relationship. But why was he so casual? He directly said that Yuan Xianyao was the prime minister. Don't laugh, It's not good if word gets out. They definitely don't know. Jiang Hui thinks too highly of himself. Princess Yongmu did not need to think too much. Steward Zhou, go sell again before the sky turns dark, eat something to fill your stomach. Xiaolan instructed Zhou Gui. A servant girl came over with a tray, on which were walnuts, pine nuts, hazelnuts, roasted chestnuts, and a pair of pliers that could pinch the hazelnuts and pine nuts. Zhou Gui was indeed hungry. Seeing that Dong Zhu did not intend to call him to eat, he grabbed 2 handfuls of hazelnuts and pine nuts, picked up the pliers and ran out. He called out and continued to pick vegetables. He stood outside the big shed, enjoying the cold wind as he ate dried fruits. Lian's family did not wait for him, they started to eat. What kind of Dong Zhu did I meet? Zhou Gui threw a pine nut into his mouth, muttering as he chewed. He felt that he would not be able to handle any of the high officials. In the end, Lil Miss was still quietly practicing writing. Dongzhu Xiaolan did not seem to care. Was it because the ignorant were fearless? She's probably the daughter of a prince, a Junju. Lil Miss is a Junju. Mother, a Junju ran out to get Zhuangzi. Zhou Gui started to analyze. He did not even dare to think of a princess. There was only one princess who fit Lil Miss' age, the eldest princess. But why would the eldest princess run out? Why would she be bullied to such an extent? Even after the vegetables were packed up and ready to be shipped off to be sold, Zhou Gui still didn't understand the identity of his owner. The only thing he was sure of was that those high officials were not directly involved. The people behind Dongzhu were not afraid of the power of the Jiang family. The third batch of vegetables was sent over, but it was quickly bought by the rich people with evil money. Zhou Gui only came back with the money when it was dark. He was a little absent-minded. When he entered the courtyard, he found that there were 2 more cooks, and the food was ready. Lian's wife, Madame Li, had an excited look on her face. She greeted Zhou Gui and whispered, "There are 2 new cooks here. Their cooking is delicious. They allowed me to learn from them. They said they'll leave once I've learned how to cook." When Madame Li saw the 2, she was very vigilant, afraid that her work would be stolen. When they said they would teach, she took her daughter to learn. Zhou Gui washed his hands with soap and tasted the food. His eyes lit up. It was delicious. He looked at the dish next to it and was shocked. It was fried peas and shrimp. Where did the peas come from? The greenhouse of the manor has never been planted. Zhou Gui asked Lian, who was eating with him. Lian shook his head. "I don't know, they were brought by the 2 new cooks. They didn't say their identity, and we didn't dare to ask." "Don't worry, don't be afraid, Jiang." "Ha!" Zhou Gui was relieved. With so many mirrors, kerosene lamps, and thermos bottles, he knew that the identity of the person behind Dongzhu was not ordinary. Eating fresh peas in the middle of winter was not available in the market. Fried peas and shrimp could only be eaten in summer and autumn. No one had ever planted peas in the greenhouse, but now they could eat green peas that were not dried. This was called heritage. Can that Jiang guy eat it? If not, what right do you have to bully my Zhuangzi? Lian's family of 5 nodded. They felt like they were in a dream. Before the owner came back, they were terrified. They even didn't want to work anymore and didn't want to be paid. When Dongzhu came back, they quickly signed an irrevocable contract and saw something they should not have seen. With Dongzhu and without Dongzhu, their lives were different, and their moods were also different. Now they were learning the rules from the maids, who did not look like they were trained by ordinary families. Lian, learn to read. You, your wife, and the 3 children should all learn. Zhou Gui ate a few mouthfuls of food and said to the 5 people. After signing the irrevocable contract, is it still useful to learn? Lian looked at his 13-year-old son. Now, it was his little Zhuangzi's turn. Do as I say. Zhou Gui turned around and left to organize people to deliver the dishes. In the East Market, a group of people pushed carts into the grocery stores. Boss, do you want a heating paste? Try it first. Look, take off the layer of oiled paper on it and breathe on it. Then twist it and stick it on your body. You'll feel hot. A cart stopped at the entrance of Xingshu grocery store. Two people brought things in and introduced the usage and function of the heating paste to the boss. The boss followed their instructions and tied it on his leg. Not long after, he felt that the paste was indeed hot. He took it down and touched it with his hand. It was hot, really hot. It's of no use. How much are you selling it? The boss pretended to be not very interested. Bring it for sale. If it's not sold, we won't charge you. It's for the rich and powerful. It's 50 renminbi for one. We're offering you 40 renminbi. If we put it in your store and sell it, you'll earn 10 renminbi. We'll come back in a few days and you'll pay us as much as you sell it. The salesman introduced the new business model with a smile, which didn't require the boss to pay him. After the stuff was thrown in the store, the boss confirmed the amount and signed his name. If he sold it, he would earn a share of money. If he didn't sell it, he wouldn't have to spend a single cent. It was the first time that the boss had heard of such a business method. He found that he didn't suffer a loss. Just put a few. There are so many people in my store. The price. The boss took the opportunity to lower the price. There's not much profit. Let's do it this way. If you sell 10, it'll be 38 renminbi. If you sell 50, it'll be 37 renminbi. If you sell 100, it'll be 35 renminbi. If you can sell 1,000, it'll be 32 renminbi. If you sell more, it'll be easy to negotiate. The salesman gave the requirement of the sales quantity. The more, the cheaper. No. If you sell 10, it'll be 32 renminbi. The boss shook his head and directly lowered the price to the lowest. No, it's not that profitable. Besides, we still have to pay tax. Let's do it this way. If you sell 10, it'll be 37 renminbi. You go and ask around. The lowest price of others is also the same. The salesman shook his head and didn't relent. He insisted on it, as if he would change to another store if they couldn't reach an agreement. The boss looked at the expressions of the two people carefully and then closed his eyes slightly without saying anything. The two people looked at each other, sighed, and turned around to leave. Okay. The boss opened his eyes and agreed. How much do you want? The two people turned back again. Keep as many as you have. 1,000, it'll be 30 renminbi. The boss set the price for the most. Just 1,000. I don't have any more. They've all been distributed. The two people began to move as they spoke. 1,000 warm stickers were brought in. The boss wrote down the receipt. His expression was still indifferent as he closed his eyes. The two people left and went to the next store. The boss shouted to the people behind him, "Go and find 2 unfamiliar faces. Check out the other stores and find someone to follow them." "Got it, boss," someone answered from behind. When it was almost noon, someone came in to check on the shop assistant. The shop assistant went in and soon led the person to the back. "Boss Jiang, you're still the best. Others didn't negotiate the price for the same thing. We went to take a look." In a newly renovated warehouse in the south of the city, there were countless of such things piled up. I asked around, but the people around didn't know where they came from. The people in charge of renting out the warehouse were from the trade union. They didn't know who they were either. This person's report to the shopkeeper was quite detailed. "Not bad. We're going to take over a place soon. Be careful." The boss took out a few exchange coupons from his sleeve and handed them over. "Boss, don't worry. We're reliable. We'll stay behind you. We won't be seen easily." The person took the money and stopped moving. He stood guard. The boss went to the front again. He pushed the door open and smiled. Before he could go back, a car came quickly. With a hiss, it stopped at the door. A young man got out. He looked around and carried a small basket. He watched the boss enter the store. "Where's the boss?" "I'm here to pawn something," the man shouted as soon as he entered. The boss didn't say anything. The shop assistant came up. "Sir, what are you pawning?" "Holy water, a golden Buddha with scriptures." The man opened the cover of the basket to reveal the item inside. It was a transparent glass bottle with liquid underneath. There was a layer of golden substance on top of the liquid. The golden substance didn't come into contact with the liquid unless the bottle was shaken. There was a small round mirror on top of the golden substance. There was a golden Buddha on the mirror. The man carefully unscrewed the glass cap of the glass bottle and carefully took out the gold Buddha statues. The shop assistant stared with wide eyes. There seemed to be something on the golden Buddha, but he couldn't see clearly. The shop assistant glanced at the boss. The boss went to the counter and locked the door. He signaled the shop assistant to bring the item up through the small window. "Fine, just write the receipt." The man appeared impatient. "All right, write it," the shopkeeper dragged his voice. "Ordinary colored glass buckets, mixed wastewater, dyed lotus stands, cracked mirror fragments, old Buddha." "Wait, shopkeeper. If you write this, I won't be your shopkeeper." The man didn't agree. This was called jargon. Good things should be broken first. The purpose was to judge according to what was written down when there was a problem in the future. Just like a good leather jacket, the pawnbroker would say, written missing edges, little hair, bitten by insects and rats, cracked surface, torn and lost a leather jacket. Because if it wasn't well preserved and was damaged, the compensation would be reduced as much as possible. The words of the pawn shop were like knives stabbing at his heart. "I'm here for work. I'll take it back within a month." "What do you want?" The man glared. 10%. The shopkeeper stretched out 2 fingers. 3% interest. The man disagreed. This interest was calculated in terms of days. 1% represented 1%. 30 days, 30%. If he pawned 100 coins, he would have to return 130 coins 30 days later. In a year, the interest would be more than 3 times. It didn't even take into account the compound interest. Of course, if he pawned it, it wouldn't be 30%. The interest would be calculated in terms of days. If he pawned it for a month, it would be extended for 3 months. After a month, it would be compound interest. If you can't redeem it within a month, you'll be given 90 days, and the interest will be compounded. A 90-day compound interest of 1 cent is equal to about 449 times. 130 coins multiplied by 449, after 4 months, it would be this amount. 5% interest. I'll write it again, but only for a month. The shopkeeper made a counteroffer. Deal. The man thought for a while and agreed with clenched teeth. The shopkeeper went to weigh the gold Buddha statues. It was exactly 6 taels. "Right," the shopkeeper shouted again. Transparent colored glass vase, half clear water, lotus paste, round mirror, gold Buddha statues, 6 taels light, scripture small flies. When you pawn the money, it's calculated in 1 month. 5% interest, you'll give it up if it's extended for a month. Write another sentence. If the price is over $1 million, you'll pay back 3 times if it's damaged, the man said immediately. This set of items was worth over $1 million. If it was damaged, he would pay back 3 times. 6%. The shopkeeper increased the price. Okay. The man agreed. Thus, the 5% interest was changed to 6%. Both parties signed the contract, pressed their fingerprints, and the shop's seal. The man was given a stack of exchange vouchers. The pawning was complete. The man left. The shopkeeper took a few deep breaths. Follow him and check. He wanted this gold Buddha statue. It was too beautiful. The key was that he didn't know who made it. It wasn't expensive at 3,000 coins. He didn't care about selling it for money. He just wanted to give it as a gift. Before long, the man behind him came back. He went to Luoyang. It seems there's an urgent matter. He hired a car. Do you still want to check? No need. The shopkeeper took out some money and gave it to him. Li family Zhuangzi. The first and second steps have been completed, Songda said respectfully to Li Yi. He was practically kneeling to Li Yi. Other people would say something and then hand it over to the steward or housekeeper to deal with. It reflected his ability to manage things. Dong Zhu himself was actually quite useless. This Dong Zhu of his was too sinister when it came to scamming people. The third step will be launched in 2 days. Treat it as a benefit for the people of the capital. Aya, with such an opponent, am I too much of a bully? Li Yi looked like he was blaming himself. It was as if he didn't want to set up a trap to scam people. At this moment, he felt like he was being forced into a situation where he had no choice but to resist. At least, that was what he thought. Dong Zhu is benevolent and righteous. They went too far. Dong Zhu is kind. Songda praised with all his might. He felt that the best choice in his life was to agree to Dong Zhu's purchase. At the same time, he was very happy. Dong Zhu was finally acting like a normal person. In the past, Dong Zhu was rarely aggressive. He always did things for the sake of the country and the people. Now, Dong Zhu was moved by an ordinary woman and changed his way of doing things. In the future, Zhuangzi would have a female lead. With the birth of a little Dong Zhu and a little princess, it would be more like a home. There are still 2.5 days left. Don't say that I didn't give them a chance. They should admit their mistakes as soon as possible and pay the price. Everything can be discussed. Songda, don't you think they can't compare to old you and the others? They offended me and immediately apologized when they saw that the situation was wrong. This is good. There's no end to it. I've given enough hints. They sell greenhouse vegetables again and again, and especially in the same place. Don't they think about it more? Li Yi felt that he had given the other party a chance. If it was him, he would bully someone who sold medical products. The first time, he succeeded. Then, the other party did the same thing in the same place. He bullied them again. If the other party continued to do the same thing in the same place, he would be afraid. He would quickly find out, find connections, and ask about the situation. He wouldn't dare to do it again. His own business would have to stop. If he didn't even have this bit of reaction and awareness, he would have been killed long ago. But the person surnamed Jiang did it again and again. 3 times in a day. Why didn't he think about it? Dong Zhu, sometimes people can't see the situation clearly. Otherwise, there wouldn't only be 220 students in the second year. Songda also felt sorry for Jiang Hui and the others. He had given them opportunities again and again. Chapter 806. Why hasn't Xiao Yi made a move yet? That shouldn't be the case. Bai Gu, who was entertaining a large group of colleagues at home at night, couldn't understand. He didn't see Li Yi make a move, and Li family Zhuangzi didn't move at all. He thought that Li Yi would make a move in the name of Li family Zhuangzi to help Princess Yongmu get back at him. Then he would learn how to do it. He's already made a move. If Li Yi brings out Li family Zhuangzi, who wouldn't be afraid? Yao Chong actually knew Li Yi the best. Like Song Jing, he once wanted to suppress Li Yi. Song Jing took the mutton rolls on the boat next to him, put a few into the pot, and put the plate on an empty boat. After thinking for a while, he said, Li Yi isn't collecting evidence to impeach him, is he? The most terrifying thing is what we can't see, Li Yi. Lu Huaishan shook his head. He felt it the most. Until now, everything in his house had been improved by the celestial world for legal reasons. He had only written once, and all kinds of benefits had come to him. It was impossible to get rid of it. If he became a shareholder, no matter how hard he investigated, there would be no problem. Even if he, a member of the first inspection team of the Tang dynasty, investigated, he would still find out. Did he write? Was the Prime Minister's calligraphy worth money? Did he become a shareholder? Then cotton candy wouldn't make money, and it would be normal for him to become a shareholder. It's good that he didn't harm ordinary people. Why do you keep thinking about him? Wei Zhigu didn't want to target Li Yi. He was now thinking about digging a well in the desert, and the Ministry of Works couldn't ignore it. He also needed to know the drought-prone areas of the Tang dynasty and send people to dig wells. The Ministry of Works had trained some people who knew how to dig wells. It didn't matter whether the wells were easy to dig, but whether they should dig them or not. In dry areas, the underground water layer was deep. If they dug slowly, they might not be able to get water. If they didn't dig, there would never be a well. Let's eat. Long Zai is treating us today. Don't leave any leftovers. The Li family Zhuangzi doesn't like others to leave any leftovers. Let's learn from him. Su Yi changed the topic to food. He had never seen Li Yi before. However, he knew that the Li family Zhuangzi had always treasured food. No matter how expensive or cheap it was, he would never waste it. San Lang, why isn't Uncle moving? Just send 2 chefs and some delicious food to Yuanshu. Empress Wang was also eating. According to the intelligence reports, the Li family Zhuangzi did not directly make a move. It seemed that he was conducting a business transaction. Yuanshu has been very happy recently. She even found someone to play badminton with in the afternoon. Li Longji smiled. He was not worried that his daughter would be wronged. If his daughter knew someone else, they might not be able to do anything about it. Now, she was in contact with Li Yi. Was Jiang Hui worthy of her daughter's concern? It's time for Jiang Jiao to step down. He and his brother Jiang Hui are officials in the imperial court. They are also related to Yuan Xianyao by marriage. They are too powerful. Empress Wang suggested that she wanted to teach her a lesson. In the current Tang dynasty, there was no such thing as the imperial harem not allowed to interfere in politics. Empress Wang had always been involved. In the past, she had little say and did not want to speak. She did not have children. Now that her son was growing up, who was the most powerful in the imperial harem? When Wu Zetian was pregnant, Empress Wang did not have children. History repeated itself. When Wu Huifei was pregnant, it was still Empress Wang who did not have children. However, someone came and changed everything. Empress Wang was now very powerful. She held her son's hand and all the officials knelt down. Therefore, her thoughts turned from the imperial harem to the imperial court. She once again gave advice to Li Longji. Li Longji now valued Empress Wang to prove that he was not abandoned by the heavens. He was right to make the empress. He was not wrong to get the throne. His brothers were all good. His father was still alive. Who was not convinced? He was born in response to the heavens. Wasn't the 30,000 winged knights proof? Li Longji looked around and saw that there were no outsiders. He leaned over and kissed Empress Wang. Look at Brother Yi. Come to my place to sleep tonight. Bring the little fellow. Empress Wang blushed. It was too embarrassing, too happy, too. Yes, let's sleep together. The little fellow reacted quickly. He could only play crazily in the Li family zhuangzi. It did not matter even if he fell down. Usually, he could only play with his mother, father, palace maids, and eunuchs. Sometimes, he could not see his father when he went to sleep at night. It was better to sleep in that fun place. Divide it up. No need to count. It doesn't matter how many there are. Divide the copper and tin and then eat. Princess Yongmu's zhuangzi went up. Xiaolan instructed the others. It did not matter whether there were enough copper coins or not. If there were not enough, so be it. Li Lang said that he wanted the tin money. This was the most important thing. The copper coins were piled up, waiting to be sent to the Li family zhuangzi to be melted. Hundreds and hundreds of millets were not even enough for the fuel for the lamp. How much was a giant panda? How much was a big talking parrot? What was that saying again? Marry a wife, eat and wear clothes, marry another, wear clothes and eat. Xiaolan had a goal in life, so she was more lively. Princess Yongmu watched from the side, waiting for dinner. Tonight's dinner was still made by the Li family zhuangzi's chef. It was yam chicken. Princess Yongmu had already smelled the fragrance. She did not know that yam chicken with potatoes was the best. Unfortunately, Li Yi could not get potatoes. He used yam instead. The yam was not noodle enough. Any kind of yam was not good enough. However, the starch content was also high. There was soup, which could be mixed with belt noodles. The key was that there were chilies with seeds. After chopped chilies were cooked, they could not be taken out to plant. It was time to eat. The yam was quite smooth. People who had never eaten potatoes would not feel it. The people of the Tang dynasty ate yam to satisfy their hunger. The people still felt that rice and wheat were better. They had no choice but to eat yam as a staple food. Little miss, there are only 2 days left. I want to see how they will make us regret it. Xiaolan was full of anger. Didn't the other party say that they would make zhuangzi regret it in 5 days? She was not convinced. Can you make me regret it? I have already written a letter to Li Dongzhu. My princess sent the letter, and Li Dongzhu's reply was like that. It was so fun. How can I regret it? It's only 100 mu of land. Can you kill me? Princess Yongmu became lively. She picked up a piece of chicken and said, I'm also waiting. I don't want to find anyone else. Li Lang is fine. The guards, Zhou Gue, and the others ate very happily, mainly because it was spicy. Spicy was never a taste, but it made people feel happy. No matter how stupid Zhou Gue and the others were, after eating such chilies, they could guess some things. The expensive chili noodles sold outside were chili noodles without seeds. Zhuangzi had seeds. Why? Think about it with your thumb. Zhou Gue moved closer to Xiaolan, but he did not dare to move closer to Little Mississippi. Dongzhu, are we related to the Li family zhuangzi? Zhou Gue felt that even if he died, he had to ask clearly. Is there a difference? Xiaolan did not think that the eldest princess could not settle this matter. I understand. Zhou Gue understood a lot from Xiaolan's words. His zhuangzi was indeed connected to the Li family zhuangzi. Then this girl, he suddenly wanted to shout, come, Jiang, bring all the forces behind you. How big is the highest official? The minister of Li family zhuangzi and the prime minister had to go personally. Even the assistant minister did not have the qualifications. If this was Li Dongzhu's woman, oh my god, come on. I will wake up early tomorrow and continue to pick vegetables and sell them. I want all the evil money. The evil money you give me, the more unlucky I get. What do you think Li Dongzhu is? Sometimes it's not good to be too smart. Xiaolan was unhappy. What's with your expression? Yes, Dongzhu. Zhou Gue quickly agreed. Chapter 807. On the 9th day of the first lunar month, the Xingshu grocery store and pawn shop in the East Market opened for business. 4 men in Hu attire came in. The 4 of them were well dressed. He was wearing a pair of boots made of camel skin, and a pair of pants made of wolf skin that was not covered by a yak skin coat. The scabbard on their waists was inlaid with gems and a chain of heavenly beads was around their necks. Just the clothes alone cost a lot. The shopkeeper knew the goods. However, he did not move. He had to be reserved and let the 4 people see the goods. The 4 people picked up an item and looked at it. They gathered together and discussed it in their own language. They put it down and were not satisfied. Then they picked up another item and were still not satisfied. When they got the warm stickers, the 4 people were curious. They pondered for a while but could not figure out the use. "What is this?" a person wearing an eagle feather hat asked. "Warm stickers." The shopkeeper served them personally. He took a warm sticker, tore off the oil paper on one side, and twisted it in his hand. "Tie it on your body and it will warm you up. Put it in your boots and your feet and legs will not be cold." The shopkeeper put the warm sticker on the person's hand. The person felt it for a while and showed a surprised expression. The other 3 people tried it and found it was indeed hot. They gathered together and whispered. The shopkeeper pretended to organize things, but he was actually listening. The shopkeeper could speak the words of the 4 people. As he listened, a smile appeared at the corner of the shopkeeper's mouth. "How much is one?" The person just now came over with the warm sticker. The shopkeeper gestured 8 with his hand. 80 coins. "Tell me where you got it." "Here you are." The person took out a stack of exchange coupons and randomly picked one. It was a large denomination of 1 liang. The shopkeeper smiled and shook his head. "You can buy more for cheaper." "How much do you have?" "What's the price?" A bearded man next to him asked. $9.99, it was originally 1,000. "Try one. It's free." "I'll buy all of them." "You can give me 75 liang." The shopkeeper returned the price. "It's too expensive." The bearded man shook his head. "Lower the price, or we'll go to other places. Others don't have it. You can go and see if you don't believe me." 70 liang. "I can't go any lower." The shopkeeper looked like he was not afraid of them going to other places, but he still lowered the price. The other person still shook his head. 60 liang. "We won't buy it." "I can't. To tell you the truth, my buying price is 63 coins. You have to let me earn a little. 1 coin is 3 coins, 66 coins. The shopkeeper smiled bitterly as he explained the price. "We still want to buy more. Go and discuss with them. It's only 60 yuan each." When the bearded man tried to bargain, the person next to him pulled him back and whispered to him with his eyes. The shopkeeper's heart tightened. The other party said that he would go to other shops to take a look. What if there was a cheaper one? 60 yuan for one is fine. How many do you want? Leave a deposit first. I'll go talk to them. If the price can be lower, I'll give you a lower price. 100,000, 55 coins each. The man wearing the feather hat lowered the price again. This. The shopkeeper revealed an awkward expression. Let's go. The Hu with 2 strings of heavenly jewels around his neck turned to leave. Wait, just 55 yuan. Write a receipt and pay the deposit. If you don't buy it, the deposit won't be refunded. The shopkeeper stopped him. How much is the deposit? The person who was about to leave turned his head. It seemed that if the shopkeeper still couldn't satisfy him, he would leave. According to the rules, 30%. The shopkeeper's palms were sweating. The rules were actually 20%. 1,500 coins as deposit. Find a broker. You'll pay for it. The person who was about to leave returned the price. Otherwise, it would be 1,650 coins. Fine, I'll take a loss. The shopkeeper gritted his teeth and agreed. He gave a look to his assistant and the assistant rushed out to find a broker. Not long after, the contract was signed. It said to buy 100,000 heating notes. The price was 55 yuan, the total price was 5,500 coins. The deposit was 1,500 coins. The deposit was non-refundable and the goods would be delivered before dark tomorrow. If the goods were not delivered, the deposit would be refunded 3 times. Both sides agreed. The shopkeeper gave 1,500 coins to the shopkeeper on the spot. The shopkeeper wrote another receipt. The 999 people in the shop gave him 55 yuan in exchange coupons and were loaded onto the carriage and taken away. The 4 people went out and looked for other shops. Quick, close the door. I have to go buy something before the others. The shopkeeper was anxious. He ran out to find a horse and went east. The city didn't allow fast horses. The East Market was only 1 square away from the Spring Bright Gate in the east. He rode the horse and controlled its speed. After leaving the city gate, he immediately sped up and went south. He ran out of the hibiscus garden and turned southwest. In one breath, he ran to the newly built warehouse area in the south of the city. According to the number, he found the location where the heating notes were placed. Is anyone there? I'm the shopkeeper of Xingshu. Is anyone there? Outside the warehouse, he looked inside and could see people moving inside. After a while, someone came out. It was one of the people who came to his shop to sell goods that day. So it's shopkeeper Jiang. Shopkeeper Jiang, this is. The person who came out cupped his fists and looked surprised. Riding on the horse, he slightly raised his head arrogantly. He belonged to the boss. Shopkeeper Jiang, where's the money? The salesman raised his head and asked. Didn't you say that you'll pay after selling? The shopkeeper lowered his head and stared. That 1,000 is. I can't do anything else. The goods are not mine. My boss is in Luoyang. I'm just a little assistant. The self-proclaimed assistant spread out his hands. Give me 100,000. I'll pay you tonight. 100,000. You have to think carefully. Oh, the price has to be lowered too. 20 coins for one, no, 18 coins for one. Shopkeeper Jiang was still so arrogant. He directly lowered the price. The assistant smiled bitterly. Shopkeeper Jiang, I was just about to tell you that in the future, it's not 30 coins but 50 coins. No matter how many goods there are, it's 50 coins. The ones in front are for big advertisements. Yesterday and this morning, people came to buy them. The warm stickers are very popular. If it's really not possible, just 1,000. If it's not sold, we'll take them back. If it's sold, we'll pay 30 coins for one. You don't want to sell goods in Xingshu anymore? Shopkeeper Jiang's face was full of anger. The price was raised just like that. He found that the situation was not right. He was too anxious and asked for 100,000 at once. The other party followed suit and raised the price. How can the seller not think of shopkeeper Jiang's care? But there's no other way. Why don't I make the decision to lower the price for new goods in the future? The assistant was still smiling bitterly. Okay, 50 coins. Take the goods. Shopkeeper Jiang thought that even if the profit was less, at least he could still make some money. If he couldn't provide the goods, he would have to give the other party 3,000 coins for free. The Jiang family would lose everything in an instant. Where's the money? We can't sell the goods without money. The assistant looked at shopkeeper Jiang eagerly. Wait for me. I'll get it right away. Write a receipt first. Shopkeeper Jiang got off the horse and wanted to write a receipt. Otherwise, what if the price increased again after he withdrew the money? The assistant agreed and wrote 2 receipts. The meaning was that shopkeeper Jiang would bring the cash. 50 coins for one and 100,000 warm stickers, one for each person. Shopkeeper Jiang rode back to the East Market. He withdrew the cash, including the deposit, but it was not enough. He borrowed some money from the broker and gathered 5,000 coins. He exchanged for a horse and carried a big bag of money to the warehouse. Both parties exchanged the goods. 100,000 warm stickers were loaded onto the cart and sent to the warehouse for free. Shopkeeper Jiang was relieved. He earned 5 coins for one. 100,000 would be 500,000 coins. 500 coins was not a small amount. But he still felt aggrieved. He could earn more. Brothers and sisters, please cast your monthly votes and recommendation votes. Today, 6 p.m. The farmer bowed. Chapter 808. Dongzhu, the next step of the plan is a success. Before shopkeeper Jiang returned to the shop, the news had already reached Zhuangzi. There's no hurry. There are less than 2 days left. I want to see how Jiang Hui can't let a little Zhuangzi live. Have you prepared the other goods? Li Yi didn't have any mercy at this moment. He either didn't make a move, or he didn't show any mercy. This time, the other party touched someone he shouldn't have, and he helped. If the target was a commoner, how much pressure would the commoners have to bear? A gentleman loves money, but he obtains it in the right way. It was not easy for the commoners to sue the officials when they were bullied. Even if they sent students to be the litigators for the commoners for free. Only when the matter was blown up and someone wrote a letter of impeachment could it be resolved. During the entire process, the commoners would be on tenterhooks and under too much mental pressure. They might even fall sick and die. Li Yi decided to beat the other party down in one go, the kind that couldn't be turned over. The warmth was just one of the links. There were more. Wu, hu. In the Zhuangzi bot under Xiao Lan's name, Princess Yongmu was teaching a large group of children. The children who didn't know Hanyu Pinyin were invited over. She said that they would be sent back after dinner to teach the children Pinyin for free. The nearby families saw the Zhuangzi lit the lamp at night. They dared to burn it for the whole night, proving the little Zhuangzi's wealth. At first, there were both boys and girls at home. Only the boys were sent over. Only the girls were hesitant. They thought that the girls would belong to someone else in the future. What was the use of learning how to read? Now that they learned, should they buy brushes, ink, and paper at home in the future? Wouldn't it be better to have time to help with work? Xiaolan brought the maids and guards to these families. She would snatch the children. A total of 41 children sat there and learned from Princess Yongmu, the beautiful big sister. Princess Yongmu was patient. As long as the children were obedient and didn't cause trouble, she repeated the pronunciation over and over again and even wrote on the blackboard. The children liked to see her smile, especially the boys. Beautiful girls liked it as well. Zhou Gui didn't have time to manage Zhuangzi's affairs. Xiaolan was in charge and didn't have much work to do. Zhuangzi was too young. Zhou Gui sent the vegetables over and then came back with the evil money. Lian and his family followed suit and learned Pinyin. They discovered that the maids and guards could all read and write. Naturally, Zhou Gui could do it too. He even knew how to settle accounts. Only the 5 of them didn't know how to do it, so the pressure was immense. Time to eat, time to eat. The Li family Zhuangzi's chef came over with a cart and shouted. Everyone, eat first. Eat as much as you can. Don't overeat. After eating, rest for a while. After that, the older children will continue with their studies. The younger children will take an afternoon nap. Princess Yongmu found something to do and was very happy. She called the children to eat. The dishes were all vegetables picked from the greenhouse. Pickled eggplant strips, cucumber and egg soup, stir-fried shredded pork with cowpeas, braised pork with soy sauce, stewed green onion leaves and pickled vegetables. Princess Yongmu, Xiaolan, and the maids were served 2 more dishes, braised vegetable and cold pig ears. They needed a balanced diet. The most important thing for the children now was to eat meat. The guards also needed to eat meat. The guards also had 2 more boiled eggs to ensure that there was no shortage of protein. They were considered to be doing physical and intellectual work. The guards couldn't only know how to fight. At the critical moment, they had to analyze the situation. If they found that the situation was not good, they had to protect the people and run. The lives of the commoners around the capital office were actually not bad. However, there was still a certain gap to say that everyone could eat vegetables and braised pork in the greenhouse. They ate meat by selling a little meat, preferably fat, and cooked with dried vegetables and pickled vegetables. Their lives were much better than before. The money that the family earned had to be saved for a rainy day. The children ate the braised pork and rice in big mouthfuls. They didn't care about playing around. After eating, the younger children went to sleep while the older children continued to study. At night, they were served egg-fried rice and fried eggplant boxes. They used dried eggplant, stuffed with meat, wrapped in noodles, and fried. The guards carried kerosene lamps and sent them home. The children's parents thanked them profusely. Zhou Gui dragged his tired body back. He had sold them 4 times today. He didn't know how to make up for the losses. In any case, it was all evil money. He brought the people who worked hard to pick vegetables to eat together. Everyone was very tired. The people who were hired were paid by the day. Is this Shaolan village? We are from the Ministry of Revenue and the Ministry of Rights. A shout came from outside. Don't eat yet. Go and take a look. Shaolan glanced at Zhou Gui. Zhou Gui immediately stood up and ran out. A moment later, he returned with a face full of surprise. He was holding a stack of exchange vouchers in his hand. Dongzhu, the Ministry of Rights said that Zhuangzi has educated the people and should be rewarded. The Ministry of Revenue refunded all the taxes and even gave an extra 10 taels of money. Zhou Gui handed over the exchange vouchers and felt the warmth of the imperial court. None of them did anything. They were just waiting to watch the show. When the matter was over, they thought that it would be fine just because they gave some money. We'll settle this score slowly. Shaolan didn't take the money. The steward was in charge of the money. She didn't need to touch it. Zhou Gui, Dongzhu, am I the same as Songda? Zhou Gui felt that his status had increased. Bah! If you want some face, how can you compare to Songda? Do you know how many people and things Songda is in charge of? Songda has a bunch of stewards under him. Take your time to learn. Shaolan was still so rude. She knew that the Li family Zhuangzi was basically under Songda's control. Li Yi was only in charge of the major aspects and research and development. Zhou Gui didn't care. He was thinking about his status as Songda's. As for managing tens of thousands of people, this headache. In the blink of an eye, the 10th day of the first lunar month arrived. Zhuangzi, who was bought under Shaolan's name, was fine. In the morning, the surrounding families sent the children over and said that if they didn't listen, they would beat them to death. Then, they went back to work. Have you eaten? Princess Yongmu saw the children and asked with a smile. No, the children shook their heads. Let's eat together. Princess Yongmu took the lead to wash her hands. The children lined up according to their sizes. The younger ones stood in front. Zhou Gui didn't go to sell vegetables today. In the past 2 days, he had been picking vegetables too hard. Many small vegetables had been picked out to be sold. If he wanted to sell them again, he would have to pick cucumber thorns and eggplants. He complained softly, "The adults know that we are good to the children. They don't give the children food and send them over to eat." Princess Yongmu didn't seem to hear him. Xiaolan glared at Zhou Gui. "Believe it or not, the children's parents haven't eaten either. They save time and eat after work is done. They're still eating our food." Zhou Gui wasn't used to his current position. When he was a butler in the past, he was very stingy. Otherwise, Dong Zhu wouldn't be happy. It's not easy to be trusted and recognized by others. The people will remember your good deeds. You have a long way to go. Don't be conflicted because of the small benefits in front of you. Xiaolan didn't scold Zhou Gui this time. Instead, she spoke according to the Li family Zhuangzi's development. They liked to take advantage of the Li family Zhuangzi. This was the consensus of the people and officials in the capital. Everyone was willing to drink the free soup from the Li family Zhuangzi. Correspondingly, when the Li family Zhuangzi encountered problems, countless people would respond. If the Li family Zhuangzi said that Song Jing was a corrupt official, Song Jing would have to face the slander of countless people. The people didn't consider whether Song Jing was a corrupt official. They listened to the Li family Zhuangzi. If the Li family Zhuangzi said that the food in a restaurant was bad and could kill people, the restaurant could only close down. There was no other way. The people drank the free soup from the Li family Zhuangzi. This was a form of recognition for the Li family Zhuangzi. The people were worried that they would get sick from drinking the soup given by others. Chapter 8:10. That's it. I am too bored. If I knew they were so weak, why would I waste so much effort? Li Yi knew about the situation. Someone wanted to pretend to be the victim and cause trouble. But Zhuangzi did not have any vegetables. They had to wait for a day for the cucumbers and eggplants to grow. The Li family Zhuangzi's workers went to sell vegetables, but the other party immediately backed off. It's not that I am looking down on them. It's because they do not have anything worthy of my attention. If you are so capable, you can drag my Li family Zhuangzi down with you. Li Yi was more frustrated than Jiang Hui. He had spent so much effort to devise this plan, but why were his opponents so weak? They were not on the same level. Was he using a cannon to kill a mosquito? Dongzhu, they had also approached the people from Wanyan County and Chang'an County, but they did not agree. Are they going to let this matter rest? Songda continued to report. Let this matter rest? The beauty is waiting for us. How can we let this matter rest? They can't do it because they are weak. Their thoughts are not good. Li Yi shook his head. Impossible. He had already made a move. Their opponents were weak, but it does not mean their thoughts are healthy. They were not as good as Zhang Sun Xian. Zhang Sun Xian knew how to control the dosage when she poisoned the food. Her motive was not to kill anyone. Her motive was different. Zhang Sun Xian wanted to cause trouble, but she did not want to see anyone die. Jiang Hui only wanted to achieve his goal and did not consider the lives of others. Dongzhu, the people from Wanyan County and Chang'an County are not bad. Songda praised. Jiang Hui could not find anyone. Their income is not proportional to their efforts. Of course, they will not do it. Once they are found to be problematic, they will lose their positions and houses. They will also be exiled. It's meaningless. Send someone over. Don't let anyone find out. This is the last chance. Send someone to destroy the greenhouse tonight. Li Yi considered the problem from the other party's point of view. Other methods were useless, and he could only do it directly. The most direct method was the most useful, but it was also the most despicable method. Countless people in the medical industry committed suicide. They were all extreme measures that could not be resolved through other means. Song De bowed and left to arrange his men. Li Yi went back to his study to copy books. He did not want to think about Jiang Hui. The same news spread to the Political Affairs Hall and the first patrol group of the Tang dynasty. The big shots were also helpless. Jiang Hui could only use this method. It was too despicable. Looks like Li Yi doesn't have to do anything. Sigh. Bai Gu and the others ran to the Political Affairs Hall. Jiang Hui was in a bad mood. If Li Yi didn't do anything, Jiang Hui would end up crippling himself. It was nothing more than taking advantage of the difference between buying vegetables for a few days. What he wanted to see was a carefree battle, not a battle where one side wanted to attack but was unable to do so. Since everyone is here, please help me settle this small matter. Song Jing was very happy. He asked someone to bring over a large pile of small problems that had been sent up from below. Many of them had been prime ministers before. Come, let's get rid of them together. This will save us a lot of trouble in the Political Affairs Hall. He believed that these people would not mess around, and he was not worried that the other party would seize power. Since they had already joined the League, there was no power to be seized. Therefore, everyone divided a small pile of papers and began to write. They were used to it. The local officials did not know that there was a set of uniform standards in the imperial court. The prime ministers were at ease. Those that were changed to stay in Ziwei province would stay in Ziwei province. Those that were changed to write comments for the emperor so that the emperor would have a reference. The people of the first patrol group of the Tang dynasty did not have any selfish desires. They were treated well, including being allowed to go to the Li family Zhuangzi to see a doctor. What was left was to help the Tang dynasty settle things. After a few days, they would go to another place and uproot a local government. They would go there to help stabilize it. Li Yi is indeed extraordinary. Song Jing also wrote a letter and gave a high evaluation of Li Yi. This group of people was good. They could rest assured. Even if the emperor saw that the handwriting and style were different, it did not matter. He was too busy. Why couldn't he ask the people in the League to help him? They were not outsiders. Xiao Yi didn't do a good job this time. Lu Huaishan said regretfully, Xiao Yi should have taken action instead of watching the other party. The other party's methods were too poor and did not show his ability. Lu Huaishan added 4 kerosene lamps and 4 thermos bottles to his house, which were considered big items. He thought that Li Yi should have stood out earlier. Now there was no need. Li Yi felt that he did not help. Let's wait and see tomorrow. Yao Chong replied quickly. What nonsense are you talking about building a city wall? You're not allowed to build a city wall in Jiangnan province. Who are you guarding against? Also, you want to build water conservancy in Hunan province? Nonsense. You're next to the sea. Why do you want to build water conservancy? You might as well say that you want to dredge the Grand Canal. That way, you can get approval. You can even use the Yellow River. Zhang Jiuling wrote a letter asking for money. He wants to build a pier. Where is the pier? Approved. Yao Chong said and agreed. At the same time, he wrote a comment on the back, Guangzhou City's pier should be the most important. Even the newly built roads are connected to the north and south of the city. It is convenient to travel. After he finished writing, he passed it to Bai Gu. Bai Gu was in charge of the Ministry of Revenue. If there was still money to be spent on building a pier, it would be a waste of money. Bai Gu took a look and wrote, just like before, the roads are unobstructed. Approved. This would be handed over to Li Longji and let Li Longji make the final decision. If he agreed, the Ministry of Revenue would allocate the money. The others also rejected or agreed. Some even gave some guidance. The daily work of the Government Affairs Hall was like this, unless there was a big issue. If the local government wanted to do something, they had to write down the pros and cons and input. Some were like Zhang Jiuling. He was good at writing, so he wrote essays. The other officials could not write essays, so they were more straightforward. If Xiao Yi wanted to write a letter asking for money, what would he write? Bai Gu thought of Li Yi. He will pay for it himself. What's there to write about? You still want to collect taxes from him when he sells things? I don't know what he has been doing recently. Lu Youqiu threw 2 memorials over and picked up the next one. I have to ask him if he wants to collect taxes. He said he should, so he paid. He said he has a use for the money. What can I do? Speaking of this, Bai Gu was in a bad mood. Collecting taxes from others was coercive. They could only obey. Collecting taxes from the Li family Zhuangzi depended on whether Li Yi wanted to pay. If he did not pay, there would be no taxes. If he paid, there would be a lot of taxes. There was no way to deal with Li Yi. The key was that Li Yi did have needs. He was in charge of the military and did not care about money. It did not take long for all the government affairs to be dealt with. The ones that needed to be given to Li Longji were put aside and given to him at night. Come to my house for dinner. We can order takeout from Earthly Paradise. Yao Chong sent out an invitation. He wanted his son to be at ease and not think too much. His son did not die of illness. It was Li Yi who helped him in advance. When he came back, he wrote a letter and did not have an official position. He wanted to take everyone there to let his son know that he still had power and not to give up. Go to Yuan's house, but don't go to Earthly Paradise. I will write a note to Xiao Yi and get food from the Li family Zhuangzi. Bai Gu guessed Yao Chang's thoughts and was willing to help. He took a piece of paper and wrote, "The days spent together are short, but the days spent apart are busy. The inspection team is in the Political Affairs Hall. It is rare for old friends to get drunk. Who can eat delicacies in Xingning Square?" After writing, he put it in an envelope, sealed it slightly, and sent someone to send it to the Li family Zhuangzi. Chapter 8:11. When the letter reached the Li family Zhuangzi, Li Yi took a look. Fry some ribbon fish and send 2 caddies of white wine. Don't send too much. They'll get drunk and delay tomorrow's work. Send a watermelon, mixed cucumber, fennel beans, pig ears, braised pork tendons, shredded onions, coriander, and cooked ham in tofu rolls. Bring an alcohol stove and stew chicken and mushrooms in a clay pot. Send it to Prime Minister Yao's house. He's not the Prime Minister anymore, so we'll have to address him as before. Li Yi made some arrangements. The other party obviously wanted to drink, so he sent food and wine. He didn't even use the staple food. They probably wouldn't eat the staple food. Wait a moment. Steam 4 trays of dumplings and bring some stir-fried dishes from the cafeteria. Li Yi remembered that Yao Chang's family couldn't accompany them. They also needed to eat, so he brought some for them. Bai Gu specially wrote a letter asking for food. If he didn't answer correctly, how could he do things in the future? Cui Lu went to make the arrangements. Li Yi flicked his wrist a few times. Tao Hong quickly prepared the brush, ink, paper, and inkstone. Li Yi picked up the brush and dipped it in the ink. He wrote, "Wine can be drunk, but the stomach has a capacity. Don't hurt the body when drunk." He warmed a shallow cup to wait for drinking. He fried and steamed dumplings as the staple food. When Yao Chong and the others arrived at Yao Chang's house, Li family Zhuangzi's food box was delivered. Come, come, come. Everyone, please. Xiao Yi said to drink less wine. Lastly, fry the cold steamed dumplings in oil. Each person should eat a few, otherwise it'll harm the body. Bai Gu waved Li Yi's letter to everyone. The others took a look and decided not to drink too much. They would eat some fried dumplings. Li Yi's words were right. Li Yi's medical skills were unparalleled in the world. A large group of people was very happy. Interacting with Li Yi was so simple. Whatever you wanted, he would cooperate with you. It made people feel warm. If you wrote a poem, he would write one in return. This was called elegance. Li Yi's power is still too great. Song Jing admitted that Li Yi was not bad, but because of his identity, he still wanted to restrict him. The Li family Zhuangzi only has 100 or so private soldiers. Why bother with him? He wants to ascend, but he can fly in the sky. What can you do to him? Yao Chong advised Song Jing that he couldn't control Li Yi, so he shouldn't waste his effort. Li Yi could fly, and he had a weapon that could kill people from several hundred feet away. If Li Yi wants to do something, can you stop him? It was all because of Li Yi's self-restraint that he couldn't kill him. Yuan is right. However, Li Yi overlooked something. For example, Princess Yongmu was bullied. Li Yi wanted to wait for the other party to make a move before making a move. In the end, the other party made a fool of himself. If it were other aspects, Li Yi might have missed the opportunity. Since we are much older than him, we should give him some guidance. After this matter is over, we will write to him. Su Yi looked at the wine that was boiling. Speaking of Li Yi's lack of action, no one saw Li Yi make a move. The Li family Zhuangzi had been calm the whole time. A new year had begun this year. Everyone had their own thoughts. While drinking, they revealed their political goals to others. After drinking and eating dumplings, they realized that it was too late. Thus, they went to sleep at Yao Chang's house. In the west of the city, not far from the Zhuangzi that was bought under Xiao Lan's name, a group of people appeared. They were dressed in black, and their faces were covered with a black cloth, only revealing their eyes. They brought lighters and some kerosene, but most of them were cooked vegetable oil and soybean oil in bamboo tubes. They ran towards Xiao Lan's Zhuangzi's greenhouse, trying to walk on the side of the road. Just as they were about to reach the place, the leader raised his hand under the dim light of the kerosene lamp, and the group stopped. Everyone bent their backs and moved slowly, preparing to pour the oil on the greenhouse and ignite it. Closer, closer. They were only a dozen steps away from the edge of the group of greenhouses. Whoosh bang, the sound of something flying through the sky rang out, including the sound of flying. Several people in the group directly fell to the ground. It was too scary. How could a quiet night be like this? Who is it? Be on guard, be alert. All kinds of voices rang out. In less than 10 breaths, the sound of horse hooves rang out, indicating that someone was beside the horse and had mounted it after hearing the sound. Torches lit up one by one. Not only was it the Zhuangzi that was bought under Xiao Lan's name, but the surrounding area was also brightly lit. Many people rushed over with weapons. Father, Xiao Lan's Zhuangzi seems to be in trouble, the person living behind, a woman, said to the man. The Jiang family said that they want to take in Zhuangzi, or they will regret it. This is murder. The man stood up and listened. Father, what should we do? Pretend you don't know. The child learned a lot from them, and they even gave him food. Pretend you don't know. Don't move, I'll go get a few girls and let them hide here. Father, be careful. Don't be afraid, under the emperor, what can they do? Do they think the winged knights are decorations? Don't move, whoever moves will be shot. Put down your weapons, raise your hands, and prepare to fire. Cavalry in position, ready to charge. Put down your weapons and kneel. The people who were preparing to burn the greenhouses were dumbfounded. Crossbow. Cavalry. The people in the third courtyard were all awake, except for Princess Yongmu and Xiao Lan, who were still learning. Dongzhu, Shaonyang, there are people outside. Zhou Gui ran over and stood outside the window, shouting. Got it, don't worry. Princess Yongmu was doing math problems. She had learned algebra and geometry, but it was difficult for her to learn. Hearing Zhou Gui's shout, she frowned and said crisply. Xiaolan, Zhuangzi, quickly come out and hide here. We promise we won't say anything. There's a place to hide. Xiaolan, quickly bring them out. We'll help you find a place to hide. It'll be fine when the sun rises. Xiaolan, Xiaonyang, my family went to Cheng and on a donkey. Go find the 16 guards and the winged knights. You two come out first. There were shouts all around, from the people who came out of their homes. They were all men. The people who lived in this area ran over. Some were holding manure forks, some were holding kitchen knives and sickles. There were also people who tied Xiao Dao to the front of a bamboo pole, preparing to use it as a long weapon. Xiao Dao was not suitable for stabbing, but if it was waved and scratched the neck, the person would be crippled. Some people used earth baskets and bamboo baskets as shields. Go with them. Princess Yongmu put down her pen and called Xiaolan. Young. Xiaonyang can't, this place is the safest. Xiaolan dissuaded. Anywhere is safe, we can't disappoint the villagers. Go with them. Princess Yongmu insisted. Then the 8 servant girls put on hand crossbows and knives at their waists, protecting Princess Yongmu and Xiaolan as they went out. Xiaolan held a strong crossbow in her hand. It was very heavy, but she held it very steadily. When they went out, a group of people came up and surrounded them. Go back, they don't know. The people shouted as they looked warily at the surroundings. It was pitch black outside. Follow me, I'll use a fire sickle to make a fire. There'll be a bit of light. The person at the very front struck the fire sickle but did not ignite anything. It just made sparks. Zhou Gui followed at the very back, holding a stick. He found that there was no need for him. The surrounding neighbors had protected the boss and Xiaonyang. At this moment, he suddenly found that the food he made for the children was worth it. What was a little bit of food? At the crucial moment, people would come to help you. Chapter 8:12. Princess Yongmu and her entourage were protected as they walked to the back. Along the way, more people joined them, some even carrying bows. There's a mound over there. Let's go to the mound and stand on it. There aren't many of them, so they won't be able to charge up. Quick, we can't let the noble get hurt. Don't sleep tonight. After one night, His Majesty will know tomorrow. Who has a stove that can be carried? If not, we can use a pot to carry charcoal. We don't need coal, it's too smoky. There's a group of who following them. Are they helping? The neighbors carried all kinds of weapons and surrounded Princess Yongmu and her entourage, expressing their thoughts. Princess Yongmu had a smile on her face. She looked back and forth and realized how kind her neighbors were. She wasn't afraid at all. From the first sound of the explosion, she knew which team had made a move. Not to mention the Jiang family, even the best foreign troops in the world wouldn't be able to hurt her under the ambush of that army. At this moment, her heart melted. The feeling of being cared for was too good. This was happiness. That person had calculated everything, including her father. The surrounding who were obviously arranged by her father. Including the soup shed in front, she had always been in a safe situation. Now, the neighbors were helping her because she gave their children food to eat and taught them to read. Here, go up. Don't light the fire. We'll be in the dark, the neighbors shouted. A group of people used fire sickles to illuminate the area and sent Princess Yongmu and her entourage to the top of a small hill. They stood guard everywhere. The Who's team was at the outermost circle. They had a tacit understanding and didn't come over or move. The 8 maids squatted down and set up their crossbows. At their waists were tactical military knives. Zhou Gui realized that he was the most useless. Li An's family of 5 also had a sickle each, while he had a cudgel. A cudgel against a sickle. It was obvious that the cudgel was at a disadvantage. If he swung the cudgel, the enemy could block it at the cost of a broken arm. If he swung the sickle, Xiaolan put down the crossbow. It was too heavy. "Princess, it's cold outside. Why don't we not come out?" she whispered to Princess Yongmu. "If you don't come out, how do you know you can use the hearts of the people? It'll be done in a while. When the news gets back, Li Lang will send something over." Princess Yongmu was now in a state of excitement. She had never experienced something so exciting before. When she was young, she was also afraid of the things that happened in the palace, but they were all very far away from her. She understood that the current situation was because her father had won the battle. However, she could not participate in the process of the battle. Today, he encountered a group of people protecting him, including the neighbors and commoners. She knew that the neighbor thought that there would be people coming to help soon because they were next to Chang'an. That was why he took action. If no one helped, the people would hide in their homes or hide her and Xiaolan. But you can't expect everyone to fight for you without any reservations. You didn't say you were Princess Yongmu. In the current situation, if she shouted that she was Princess Yongmu, the people would fight even harder. It was wrong to ask others to be open to you and give their all when you were hiding your identity from them. Now, it was already good. Because she provided food and taught the neighbors' children, the neighbors chose to help after weighing the pros and cons. If she did not teach the children and provide food for the children, the neighbors would not weigh the pros and cons. Crazy. She really dares to burn down the greenhouse. Let's add a few more articles in tomorrow's newspaper. She probably can't find any direct evidence. What a farce. Zhang Jiao, get out of here. And Li Linfu, this person is too disgusting. I'm annoyed. He can be promoted because the economy of the Tang dynasty is not good. He can help to make money, but the money he earns is from the people. Don't give him a chance. Deal with him. What the hell? Do we need him to make money? Li Yi received the news half an hour later. He was going to use this matter to deal with a group of people. In the past, he wanted to play with some people slowly. Now, he did not want to. He would deal with you and not give you any chance. He would kill you directly. In history, Li Linfu was able to be put in an important position because he dared to work hard and could make money for the court. Who was he like? He Shen. The difference was that Li Linfu was not as good as He Shen. No matter how greedy He Shen was, he was good at administration. His greed was his own problem. His contribution to the Qing dynasty was far more than his greed. If the Qing dynasty had 8 or 10 He Shen, the Qing dynasty would not have been destroyed. He Shen was very good at administration. He Shen was also very skilled in diplomacy and military affairs. He had never humiliated the country because of his own administration. His greed was not a big deal. It was just that he had too much power, so he had to be dealt with. He could not retreat even if he wanted to. Now, some people were there. Li Yi saw them as a joke. Li Linfu was really nothing. Without Li Linfu, the world would stop spinning. That night, the Li family Zhuangzi's newspaper added the page that they had prepared beforehand. It started. Sigh. It's still boring. There is no opponent. It's a pity if there is no corresponding opponent to set off the overwhelming attack. Li Yi sighed and went to take a bath. He looked like he was going to be defeated. 16 people were caught. After a simple interrogation, the result was the same. There was the aura of the dragon of calamity in this place, so it should be burned. It was said that there was something bad about the Tang dynasty, so it should be burned. It should be burned secretly. No one should know about it to prevent it from being leaked. The person who was one level higher was called Shan Bao. He was wearing a mask, so no one could recognize him. That was to say, it was impossible to find out who was the mastermind through them. Unless they directly interrogated the Jiang family. Some operations were fine. It was just that they were going to torture you. If you can survive it, it's your ability. If you can't, then you have to confess. The problem was that Jiang Jiao was now a duke, secondary grade 1. Was the execution of Jiang Hui and the others, who did not have any evidence, to murder Jiang Jiao, the duke? What is Brother Yi doing? We have already bullied him, why is he not doing anything? When Li Longji heard the news, he was furious. He blamed Li Yi. He felt that Li Yi should hurry up and do something. Now it was the Li family Zhuangzi's turn to send people. He could decide the fate of some people, but it was not enough. If he was straightforward, he would kill Jiang Hui and others through unofficial means. Then he would take care of Jiang Jiao. In the past, Li Longji would use administrative orders to solve problems. Now he did not want to do that. He felt that it was not satisfying. Using administrative orders to deal with you was bullying you. Yao Chong and others also heard the news. The Jiang family had passed this matter, even if there was no evidence. However, they could not figure out why Li Yi did not do anything. He only defended. That was not Li Yi's style. Then, the 11th day of the first lunar month came. Selling newspapers, a large number of daily necessities at low prices. All shops can buy them except Rising Sun Grocery Store. Selling newspapers, a new product, warm stickers, only 10 coins. Early in the morning, newspaper boys waved newspapers and ran around the streets. Brothers and sisters who are reading outside the station, please subscribe to Qidian to support, even if it is a monthly ticket or a recommendation ticket. The farmer bowed. Chapter 8:13. Cheap, cheap. Even the daily necessities are cheap. In the warehouse area of the southern part of the city, a group of people stood at the open doors of the warehouses and shouted. The people who opened general stores in the city ran to the place first. There were also merchants who prepared to buy a cape and send it to the other counties. The commoners naturally joined in the fun. Some commoners asked loudly, "Can we buy it?" Yes, but the price will be slightly higher than the wholesale price. However, it will be cheaper than the wholesale price. Our SkyCloud trading firm has too many goods, so we have no choice but to lower the price. The person in charge also shouted. The prices of all kinds of goods were indeed low. The retail price in the hands of ordinary people was even lower than the purchase price of the shops in Chang'an. This was what Li Yi meant when he said that he would give the commoners a one-time benefit. Just once. After winter, he would not provide any more. Most of the goods provided now were imported from Luoyang. The Li family Zhuangzi wouldn't be able to earn much from the overstocked goods in Hunan after deducting the transportation fees. However, he didn't sell them under the Li family Zhuangzi's name. Instead, he established the Heavenly Clouds Trading Company. The citizens of the other counties had seen the advertisements in the newspapers early in the morning and had already organized people to set off from their villages and counties. There were people from the grocery store and ordinary people who wanted to buy together with their neighbors. Recycling the thermal paste, 10 renminbi for 1. Used thermal paste can be exchanged for 2 renminbi. It's in the warehouse area. Another commoner saw the contents of the newspaper and helped to spread the news. The commoners only wanted to look at it. No one wanted to buy it. If they bought it for 10 coins, they could exchange it for 2 coins after using it. 8 coins was still expensive, so they couldn't afford it. Only rich people would buy them so that they could show off at gatherings. In the future, it will be used by the military. The activated charcoal and iron powder inside can be processed later. It's time to get the gold Buddha statues back. If Xingshu pawn shop can't give them back, they will have to pay 3,000 gold coins. Li Yi held a warm sticker in his hand. It was wrapped in a glued cloth bag. There was a spot on one side of the cloth bag that was not glued, so there was an extra layer of oiled paper. When the oil paper was torn off, air entered and began the oxidation reaction. The temperature rose, and when the reaction ended, it would be useless. Not counting the technical cost of the activated carbon, just the cost of the materials, a heating allowance cost 4 yuan. The iron powder was real iron powder. There were also stones, bamboo wood powder, and salt produced in Lantian County. The main body of the oxidation reaction was iron powder, and the rest were catalysts and stabilizers. In Xingsu grocery store, shopkeeper Jiang was in a terrible fix. He knew that he had been tricked. There was no need to pay the 1,500 yuan deposit. No one would buy it. The 100,000 warm stickers that he had spent 5,000 yuan on were now useless. The price had dropped to 10 yuan each. He had to compete with others. He could only afford 9 yuan. If he sold one, he would lose 26 coins. If he sold 100,000, he would lose 2,600 coins. Oh God, he was going to die. What does the Heavenly Cloud Trading Company do? Did Xingsu offend them? The price of the groceries was even lower than the price I paid for them. How long would it take for the items to be stored in the store? We still have to pay taxes. Shopkeeper Jiang understood that he was being targeted. Regardless of whether it was the warm paste or the daily necessities, they were all targeted at the shop. Go and sell warm plasters. 5 coins for one. Also, the shop's groceries are 20% cheaper than the Heavenly Clouds trading firm. Shopkeeper Jiang's orders made his heart bleed. Boss, this. The shop assistant had been with the Jiang family since he was young, so he was reluctant to part with them. Of course, if you don't sell, how are you going to get money from the middleman? Don't worry, I'll sell a portion of it. As long as I return the money to the broker, I'll still have my foundation. There was also land, houses, and goods from the shops. Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. At this moment, shopkeeper Jiang's whole body was numb and his hands were trembling slightly. Is shopkeeper Jiang here? Oh, shopkeeper Jiang is here. That's great. I'm here to redeem my Buddha. Gold Buddha. Here's the money. A man came in. It was the man who pawned the gold Buddha the other day. Many people followed behind him. He was holding the pawned contract in his hand. Shopkeeper Jiang, 101 coins and 800 coins. 3 days of capital plus interest. Take a look. The man handed over the money. Oh, okay. Don't you want to borrow it for a few more days? Shopkeeper Jiang showed a regretful look. He hoped that the man couldn't pay back the money. The holy water, lotus throne, sky mirror, and gold Buddha would be his. No. If you have the money, hurry up and take it back. It's a family heirloom. If my father finds out, he'll be furious. The young man shook his head with a smile. Okay. Shopkeeper Jiang nodded helplessly. He ordered the man, take out the gold Buddha and holy water. The man ran to the back. He had to open several locks. Everyone waited for a while, but the man didn't come out. The young man looked at shopkeeper Jiang, wondering what was wrong. Xiao Lu, take it out. Shopkeeper Jiang was annoyed. He shouted directly. The man walked out helplessly with a box in his hand. He opened the box, revealing the contents. The glass bottle was still a glass bottle. There was a big hole in the middle of the lotus throne. The mirror was broken into pieces by the holy water below. The gold Buddha was gone. The color of the holy water was muddy. It wasn't as clear as the day before. How did this happen? My gold Buddha, sky mirror, holy water, lotus throne, why? Shopkeeper Jiang. The young man opened his eyes wide and asked in disbelief. Xiao Lu. Shopkeeper Jiang also opened his eyes wide. I don't know. When I went to take a look, it was already like this. I didn't take it. I don't have anything on me. Xiao Lu was so anxious that he was about to cry. Shopkeeper Jiang, what did you do to my gold Buddha, sky mirror, and lotus throne? It's written on the pawned contract. 3,000 coins. Take the items. Otherwise, take the money. The young man suddenly turned hostile. The people he brought started to draw their swords. Shopkeeper Jiang looked at the young man and then at the glass bottle. He pointed at the young man, you. Before he could finish his words, he fell backward. Boss. Xiao Lu rushed forward and pinched his philtrum and chest. Later, he thought of something and pressed his hand on Shopkeeper Jiang's chest. Before he could blow, Shopkeeper Jiang woke up by himself. He lay on the ground and looked at the young man. Did my Jiang family offend your family? Shopkeeper Jiang, what are you talking about? There were scriptures on my gold Buddha. Now that it's gone, how do you want me to explain it to my father? The young man started to beat his chest and stomp his feet. Shopkeeper Jiang lay there and looked up at the shed. His face was pale. Xiao Lu's tears fell down. The other workers also came out and glared at the young man. Why are you blaming me? I was short of money and came to pawn it. You lost it. What does it have to do with me? The young man glared back. The people he brought had already drawn their swords. They were all standard Tang Heng swords. Shopkeeper Jiang turned his head again and looked at the swords. He gasped for breath. Can you give me a few more days? 3,000 coins. Compensate. There's no need to go to the court. What are you saying? If I came a few days later to pay the money, my death would be over. Shopkeeper Jiang, can you give me a few more days? You and I both know how much the gold Buddha is worth. 3,000 coins is not expensive. The young man sneered and firmly refused. If he couldn't do it, he would go to the court. Are you going to force my Jiang family to death? Do you know that there's someone behind my Jiang family? Shopkeeper Jiang sat up. When your Jiang family forced others, did you think that you would force them to death? Did you think about whether there's someone behind them? The young man continued to sneer. You are, boss, wake up. The worker went to save Shopkeeper Jiang, who had fainted again. Brothers and sisters, subscriptions and tickets. Farmers have worked hard. Bow. Chapter 8:14. It's nothing serious. You're just short of breath. Sit down and rest. I'll prescribe you a calming decoction. The imperial physician came. The imperial physician was stationed in the east and west cities. He would visit patients for free and teach students. He would study according to the medical books provided by Li Yi. The clerk of Xingshu grocery store ran out and found him. He woke up after a few injections. The imperial physician explained his condition. He held a piece of paper in one hand and wrote on it with a brush in the other. The paper was suspended. Ordinary imperial physicians could write like this. Otherwise, how could they control the needles? They had to have some basic skills. Father, how are you? Two young men came in. One was Jiang Hui, and the other looked stout. Sell. Sell the store and the land. Sell everything in the store to raise money. Shopkeeper Jiang was in a better state. He gritted his teeth and said. He looked much older in an instant. Why? Is it the gold Buddha? I'll go find someone. I have someone in my family. Jiang Hui turned and stared at the young man who came to redeem the store. Ha! The young man laughed. Sell. Give me money. Can you? Shopkeeper Jiang looked at the young man. His eyes were full of loneliness. 5 days. I'll only give you 5 days, and the interest will be 1 cent per day. I'll take this. The young man stretched out his hand and pointed at the glass bottle. Pooh! Shopkeeper Jiang spat out a mouthful of blood. The imperial physician continued to treat him. Don't worry. It's good that you spit it out. I'll prescribe you a medicine for stopping vomiting blood. Li Dongzhu's new prescription is very effective. The imperial physician was still in no hurry. It's okay. There's medicine. Thank you, imperial physician. Shopkeeper Jiang's mental state improved a lot after he spat out a mouthful of blood. He cupped his fist and said to the person who redeemed the store, "Thank you for not killing me. Some things are not over yet. Last night, someone tried to set a fire and hurt people. Think about it." The young man carefully picked up the bottle and left with his men. Not long after, Jiang Hui came back with the medicine and drank it with water. Father, I'll go and beg Li Zhongyun and Uncle Jiang. We can't take this lying down. Jiang Hui's eyes were red. Don't go. Don't go. If you don't go, you can live. If you go, you'll die. You think they don't know who's behind us? You can't take this lying down. Do you know how much resources, financial resources, and manpower they used? What were they after? He wanted to vent his anger on behalf of Zhuangzi's people. I should have thought of it long ago. I should have thought of it long ago. I should have thought of it when Zhou Gui kept selling vegetables. Shopkeeper Jiang was filled with regret. How could he have coveted that 100 mu of land? Father, we have to know who did it, right? Jiang Hui had an unspeakable grievance. He had been bullied, but he didn't know who did it. Don't, please don't. You know who the other party is, and you want to take revenge? He couldn't. Remember this lesson. I won't dare to do it again in the future, sigh. Right now, what shopkeeper Jiang wanted the most was a pill for regret. After eating it, he would return to that day. He would definitely not think about that 100 mu of land. Ouch! Jiang Hui punched his leg hard and turned around to leave. What happened in the Xingxiu sundry goods store in the East Market soon spread to the palace. Yao Chong and the others went to the political affairs hall again. They had to wait for 2 days before setting off. Now they were in a leisurely state to recuperate. They were afraid that they wouldn't be able to eat well or sleep well. They were even more worried that they would die there. They didn't want to live long enough, especially when they knew that Li Yi was there. They were too old. They were more than 90 years old. Li Yi couldn't save them. They had to accept their fate. If they died of illness, it would be such an injustice. Everyone, see. Li Yi didn't leave any traces when he made his move. Yao Chong said to the others. Actually, he was saying this specifically for Song Jing. He wanted Song Jing to remember that if he wanted to find trouble with Li Yi, he had to do it from an official point of view. Otherwise, Li Yi would fight back. It would be better if they were more cautious. Song Jing thought from shopkeeper Zhang's point of view. How can they be cautious? Don't they want to earn money? The warm paste was indeed useful. The other party also gave a deposit. There was nothing wrong with the holy water, lotus throne, sky mirror, and golden Buddha. Who would know that Li Yi had mobilized a large number of overstocked goods from other places to sell in Chang'an? The goods themselves weren't moved to target the Jiang family. It was a coincidence. Lu Huaishan didn't think that he could avoid it. If he was in the same position, he would also be hit. Bai Go said with a smile, Xingshu grocery store has been tricked. If it had carefully avoided the warm paste and holy water, Xiaoyi would have continued to attack. Who can see through his tricks all the time? Su Yi shook his head. I think this is the limit. He can't have other ways. That's because you don't know him. Wei Zhigu said, he always loses to the common people. He always takes advantage of others. How did the Golden Buddha disappear? Lu Youqiu considered the technical problem. The Golden Buddha was fine when it was sent, but it was gone 2 days later. Ask and you'll know. Yin Xizhen didn't want to use her brain to think. She looked at Bai Gu. Bai Gu had a good relationship with Li Yi. If he wanted to hold a banquet, he only needed to write a poem. I'll go in a while. I'm curious. What's the matter with the Golden Buddha? Bai Gu agreed. He wanted to go to the Li family Zhuangzi for lunch. He wanted to ask if the braces should be removed. It was uncomfortable to wear them. They helped to deal with the government affairs. Bai Gu said goodbye to them and took the car to the Li family Zhuangzi. When he arrived, he saw Li Longji's family of 3. The little girl clenched her fists and hammered the mud. Li Yi made the mud into a small bowl and threw it over. The bowl was affected by the air pressure. With a bang, a hole was opened in the top. The little girl threw the bowl a few times and began to make it. She didn't know how to do it, so she hammered it with her fists. The other children in the palace couldn't play this kind of game. Children were not allowed to play with mud because it was dirty. Parents of ordinary families also wouldn't let their children play like this. In the Li family Zhuangzi, Li Yi played with them. It was to train the children's sports ability. It wouldn't cause harm to the children. If the clothes were dirty, they could wash them. The children in Zhuangzi played like they did in the palace. They washed the clothes every day. The older children even played with glass balls. The glass balls made by the Li family Zhuangzi were not used to press the cloth or to seal the ball. There were 3 other uses for glass balls. One was to use the pressure rolling principle to flatten the cotton cloth. One was used in sealing valves, which was called ball sealing. The other was to blow out light bulbs. Colored glass balls were used to blow colored light bulbs. Now, it was made to play with glass balls. There were also pieces of paper that were used to fan piaji with paper shells. It was used to train the children's calculation ability, body coordination, concentration, finger muscle training, and so on. Bai Gu cupped his fists and asked Li Yi, where did the gold Buddha go? In the aqua regia. The aqua regia I mixed can melt gold and return it to its original state. It's too corrosive. The lotus platform looks very sturdy, but it's actually dyed with wax. The mirror on top is slightly slanted, so the gold Buddha is heavy. The wax below is thinner. In the end, the gold Buddha will fall down with the mirror. The silver behind the mirror will be corroded and become glass. Li Yi knew what Bai Gu wanted to ask, so he directly said it. It was very simple. What aqua regia can make gold disappear? Bai Gu was surprised. Yes, the gold is still there. It can be retrieved. Li Yi shook his head. Are there any more scriptures on the Buddha? No, but I have a microscope. Master Feng engraved it with a microscope. His skills are good. Chapter 8:15. Is aqua regia easy to make? Bai Gu thought about the operation. It's not easy to make, and it's made at the last minute at the door. Some of the gas is discharged first, it's poisonous. I only had a short time to communicate with shopkeeper Jiang. What if something goes wrong? See if the Jiang family knows the rules. If not, I'll tell you the next step. If you have Aqua Regia, can't you open a gold and silver shop and steal gold and silver? Bai Gu's thoughts wandered. Old Bai, let's work together. I'll make it, and in the name of washing gold, I'll make Aqua Regia on the spot. I can collect some by washing. Am I such a greedy person? Bai Gu stared. Li Yi looked at him without saying anything. There was nothing to say. The ability to carve very small scriptures can make a lot of money. Bai Gu changed the topic. Isn't it better to just print money? The engraving is finer and the ink particles are adjusted. It's harder to imitate than the current exchange coupons. What's for lunch? I want something good. Bai Gu realized that his IQ had dropped. Yes, printing money with engraving was better than selling Buddha. The reared loaches spit out mud. How about the main dish, fried loaches? There's also forest frogs with oil. Soak it in a good sauce and stew it. It's suitable for drinking wine. As for rice, fried meat with cowpeas, it's juicy and can be soaked a little. If you want to eat pancakes, we'll make soup. If you want to eat noodles, we'll make braised food. Li Yi actually didn't know what to order. Usually, when the cafeteria made it, he would go take a look and see what he liked. Bai Gu came. No matter what, he was still the Minister of Revenue and the Assistant Minister of the Yellow Door. He was also a disciple of Ziwei. Although the most powerful one was Song Jing, who was the premier. Was the deputy premier not valued? Some deputy premiers were also members of the standing committee. The main dish, rice, is not bad. Empress Wang said to her son. Rice, rice. The little guy agreed. Rice it is. Bai Gu didn't think about other things. He actually hadn't eaten forest frogs. The Li family Zhuangzi didn't eat much either. They had been raising them and only started to eat them this year. They didn't sell it to the outside world at all. They didn't even have it in heaven or on earth. The good stuff was all in the hands of the Li family Zhuangzi and the royal family. Only direct members of the royal family could eat it. At noon, everyone went into a single room. The palace maids and eunuchs helped to remove the bones from the toad. At the same time, they used chopsticks and knives to cut the toad into small pieces. The little guy held a pair of small chopsticks and tried his best to pick up something to eat. When he was tired, he knew how to change the spoon. Since the spoon was also tired, he threw it away and used his hands to grab. Every time he successfully ate something with his chopsticks, he had to look at the others. Everyone immediately gave him encouragement and praise. Children can use chopsticks at this age. Bai Gu tried to recall when his own children used chopsticks, but he had no recollection of it. Normal children can't do it. It depends on their development. If they use chopsticks too early, it will become a psychological barrier for the child, especially if the hand muscles are too tired. In Zhuangzi, people usually started to use chopsticks when they were 2 years old. They were still relatively clumsy. Er's body is developing well. It's mainly because his parents are talented in sports and have good nutrition that he started to use chopsticks. Seeing the little guy use his hands, Li Yi explained with a smile. What the little guy ate was fish meat. As the main bone was not picked out, the little guy could spit out the bone by himself. It's too dangerous. What if he pricks his throat? Should he use a steamed bun or drink vinegar? Bai Gu was worried. I used tweezers to pick it out. There's no situation where the bone can't be taken out. Li Yi emphasized his identity. Since he was a doctor, he accompanied the child to eat. Did he need to deal with the bone in the traditional way? Give me 2 pieces of fish, too. Bai Gu didn't want to say more. He wanted to eat the fried fish. A palace maid went out and brought back only 2 pieces of fish. There was no more. Old Bai, you're in charge of the Ministry of Revenue. It's time to limit the evil money. I'm not afraid to tell you that if the Jiang family finds trouble with Li Linfu or Jiang Jiao, I'll use the evil money to buy their things. This is my backup plan. Li Yi told him the plan. If the Jiang family used the evil money to buy vegetables, he could use the evil money to buy the Jiang family's things. It was the rule of the Jianghu. Why are you telling me this? Bai Gu was nervous. You go and impeach them. Say that Jiang Jiao has too much power and should be removed. Isn't Her Majesty punishing whoever has more power? Isn't that right, third brother? Li Yi urged Bai Gu and asked Li Longji. Yes, Bai Zaifu should be impeached. There's also Song Zaifu and Su Zaifu. Li Longji was angry. He was satisfied with Li Yi's methods. He directly forced the other party to sell their family property. He was angry because the other party dared to send people to burn the greenhouse. If they burned the greenhouse today, would they kill people tomorrow? Was this still the capital government? Was this still Chang'an? He was gratified that his eldest daughter was teaching the children of the common people around her and even gave them good food. When they encountered trouble, the common people worked hard. They protected their children and ran away. Some even reported to the 16 guards and the winged knights. The common people had done everything they could. Li Linfu looks good. Bai Gu wanted to save someone. Li Yi looked at Bai Gu and smiled. We're all colleagues. You're new. I praise the newcomers all day long. Some people always say that you don't do well enough and pick on you. Who do you think is good? Of course it's Li Linfu is such a person. Bai Gu quickly reacted. He wanted to say that of course it was because he was good, but he suddenly felt that it was wrong. Old Bai, if you don't like eating sickle fish, give it to the little guy. The little guy is eagerly watching. Li Yi didn't answer Bai Gu's question. He used his chopsticks to point at the fish. Here. Bai Gu picked up a piece and placed it on the little guy's big plate. It was actually a flat plate. The little guy threw down his chopsticks and spoon, picked it up with his hands, and began to eat. After taking a bite, he found that there were thorns. He spat it out, pinched the row of thorns with his small hands, pulled them off, and threw them away. Then he used his small hands to eat the meat. He wasn't stupid. He knew where the thorns were, so it was easy to handle them with his hands. The last time Guangping came, you packed 50 pieces of fish. Bai Gu picked up his piece of fish. See if there's any left. Bring 51 pieces for our Bai Zaifu. Li Yi ordered. Evil money does have a great impact on people's lives. How do you deal with it? Bai Gu wasn't embarrassed at all. Li Yi lowered his head and pondered. The best way to eliminate counterfeit money was, of course, electronic money. However, as the main body of a country's credit, physical money couldn't be abolished. Then, I feel that the actual situation can be divided into 5 steps. The first step is to promote the use of paper money as soon as possible. The second step is to spread it to remote areas. The third step is to cultivate people's ability to identify counterfeit paper money. The fourth step is to gradually abolish the monetary function of Kaiyuan Tong Bao and other silk. As for the fifth step, it is to recover the evil money within a certain period of time, especially in the form of taxation. The imperial court will bear the losses. Li Yi put away his smile and answered seriously. What should be done is related to national affairs and can't be taken lightly. Chapter 8:16. Li Yi didn't cut all the money in one go. The imperial court in history also didn't cut all the money in one go. No, they cut all the money in one go. Then, the people had too much evil money in their hands. people stopped trading in the east and west. Those who had good money in their hands were unwilling to spend it. In the end, the imperial court subsidized them. Then, they allowed people to use the evil money to offset the payment. This showed that the imperial court was powerless. The current situation was that the evil money didn't explode in the capital government. Everyone used the Li family Zhuangzi's exchange coupons. Evil money had an advantage. It was a case of bad money driving out good money. The Li family Zhuangzi's exchange coupons had an advantage. It was the reverse. Good money drove out bad money. The exchange coupons were easy to carry, difficult to fake, and stable in value. If the imperial court issued the Tang dynasty's banknotes now, the people wouldn't dare to accept them. The imperial court's credibility couldn't be compared to the Li family Zhuangzi. In the eyes of the people in the capital government, the more power the Li family Zhuangzi had, the better. The imperial court said to store coal. When the people heard it, they just listened. If it was the Li family Zhuangzi who said to quickly store coal, the people would immediately bring coal home if something happened. With such credibility, there was no way around it. The Li family Zhuangzi got it after years of hard work. When he asked everyone to raise bean worms, everyone raised them. Those who once scolded the Li family Zhuangzi for buying people's hearts and said that they were indebted to the Li family Zhuangzi now didn't dare to say anything. You still want to spend evil money to buy things from Jiang Hui's family. Bai Gu glanced at the palace maids and eunuchs. Everyone was writing. If they go to Li Linfu, Jiang Jiao, and Yuan Qianyao, I will use them. If they don't, then we will hand over the middleman who burned the greenhouse. End it. Li Yi wanted to leave a way out for Jiang Hui. Sell what should be sold. In the end, he still had some savings and could start over. If he didn't accept it, then he would fight to the end. The rules were there. The rules weren't set by others. For example, if I slap you, you can only slap me back. If my slap doesn't hit you, you can't slap me back. You can only take out your knife if I take it out. Otherwise, even if I beat you to death with my fists, you're not allowed to take out your knife. It's your fault if you take it out. There was no such rule. At the very least, such a rule would not work in front of Li Yi. What Li Yi was particular about was that when you wanted to cheat him of 1 yuan, you had to be prepared to be cheated of 100 yuan. When you fight me with your fists, I think you are a threat to me, so I will stab you with my knife. Why do I have to be passive when you want to violate me? Is there such a principle between countries? Between countries, the only thing that mattered was whose fist was bigger. Those who steal will be put to death, and those who steal from the country will be put to death. Alas! Bai Gu glanced at Li Longji and knew that someone was about to be taught a lesson. He changed the topic. Shao Yi, what areas of the Ministry of Revenue need to be improved this year? At the beginning, Bai Gu was quite embarrassed and kept asking about Shao Yi, making him seem incompetent. But now, it didn't matter. If he was incompetent, so be it. Shao Yi was not a normal person at all. It's about the officials and auditing. They must be independent and not be affected by the local government. It must be under the direct jurisdiction of the Ministry of Revenue. It must be under the direct jurisdiction of Her Majesty. I will write a book on accounting and auditing. It will involve some rules and methods. It will target falsified accounts, 2 sets of accounts, 3 sets of accounts, accounting principles, and statistical models to supplement and correct them. It's quite simple. Can you falsify them? I'll tell you now, yes. But it's very difficult to falsify them and the cost is too high. It's not difficult to do a series of issues related to financial subsidies and the achievements of local officials, as well as the term of office of local officials and adjustments. Li Yi brought out the method of linking the central government's finances and achievements, including the issue of tenure. At the beginning, his accounting was not perfect. When asking for financial subsidies, a set of accounts was submitted. When the higher-ups took a look, indeed, this place should be subsidized. When the report was submitted, it was a loss. After that, the officials' achievements were reported. Profits, the local GDP, and the GNP of the GNP had increased substantially. This way, the local officials' achievements were outstanding, and the two sides were calculated separately. Once the two sides were put together, a problem would be found. Did your place make profits or lose money? Are you trying to cheat the government of subsidies? Coupled with the messy employment index, production price index, purchasing managers index, etc., some people want to take advantage of the loopholes. But do you think the country's auditing system is just for show? See if the government wants to investigate you. If they want to investigate you, I will show them everything from the beginning to the end. What the Tang dynasty lacks now is a professional auditing department. Li Yi is going to give you a book to teach you how to do it. Xiao Yi, you write the book first. Don't talk to me. I want to have a good meal. Bai Gu felt a headache. Just give me a general idea. Li Yi was very helpless. I haven't said anything yet. You want to investigate my, Zhuangzi's, account? I, Zhuangzi, will throw you a quarterly, semi-annual, and annual accounting audit report. Can you understand it? I'm going out. Bai Gu felt a headache. He went out and stood at the door to breathe in the fresh air. Go out. The little guy took the unfinished fried fish and followed him out. He stood next to Bai Gu and continued to eat the fish with his hands. Looking at Bai Gu's appearance, he learned to breathe hard. The palace maid hurriedly carried him in. If he continued to breathe, his stomach would catch a cold. The little guy dug out another piece of fish with his hands and sent it to Empress Wang's mouth. Empress Wang opened her mouth and ate it. She even bit her son's finger. The little guy smiled and dug out another piece of fish for Li Longji. He was also bitten and laughed happily. Bai Gu finally calmed down and told himself not to think about Li Yi's words. It was effective. He came back. After the meal, he took the extra copy of the eunuchs and palace maids and brought back the 51 pieces of fried fish. This old man discovered something. Take a look. He was ready to go home. After finishing the government affairs, he threw down a stack of papers and left to share the fish with his family. Everyone didn't understand. They asked how the golden Buddha disappeared and why there were so many pages of content. Everyone watched with curiosity. Long Zhe did it on purpose, right? Does this have anything to do with the disappearance of the golden Buddha? Yao Chong was the first to put it down. He stopped looking and sat there rubbing his temples. It's too bad. Li Yi taught him again. He promised that he didn't understand. Lu Huaishan was very sure that this was not something for people to read. Why is it so difficult to learn something now? Wei Zhigu gave up. No, it was disgusting. How will everyone live in the future? Song Jing wanted to know the most, but he found that there was something new behind every matter. Jiang Hui finally saw Li Linfu. He cried and told the situation to Li Linfu. Li Linfu didn't know about Xiaolan and Zhuangzi. His rank wasn't high enough and he didn't know about Li Yi. He also didn't know that Princess Yongmu ran out. After listening to Jiang Hui, he calculated and felt that it wasn't a big problem. At least, he didn't hear about any powerful people behind the scenes. This is easy. You go back first. I'll arrange it, he said to Jiang Hui. Chapter 8:17. Most of the people didn't know about the forced purchase. They took advantage of the cheap prices to see what their families needed and began to buy. The people in the village counted the good things and felt that there were too many of them. They temporarily set up a grocery store and ran to the warehouse in the south of Cheng and to ask for wholesale prices. The people were not stupid. In the past, they waited for peddlers to come and sell. Now that the traffic situation had improved, they were willing to come out and buy. Zhou Gui didn't rest well last night and spent the night outside, including Princess Yongmu, Xiaolan, and the others. Zhou Gui was a man, so he caught a cold. Princess Yongmu and the other women and guards didn't catch a cold. They were healthy, ate good food, and exercised. Some of the villagers who helped Princess Yongmu last night were also in poor health. They sneezed, had runny noses, had a fever, and coughed. These people helped with the idea of repaying the kindness. Some ran to the 16 guards and the winged knights, mainly to the Chunming Gate in the east of the city. When they ran back, their bodily functions were reduced. They were in a state of excitement and didn't feel much. When things calmed down, their adrenaline hormone production decreased, and they fell ill. Princess Yongmu received the care and protection of real people for the first time. She suddenly realized that the people of the Tang dynasty had such a side. They were afraid, but they didn't want their benefactor to be hurt. Call the imperial physicians here. We won't sell anything today. Put the vegetables in the greenhouse aside first. After we treat everyone, pick some vegetables and send them to eat. Princess Yongmu never cared about vegetables in the greenhouse. She had little concept of the people's livelihood or the money in life. When she was in the palace, it was others who bought things. She never worried about daily necessities. She was always a step behind the people's livelihood. In her heart, the neighbors around her were good to her, so she should repay them more. The guards took the carriage to find the imperial physicians who treated people for free outside and found 5 of them. The imperial physicians weren't happy at first. One was enough. Why did they have to call 5? The people there didn't treat them. When they arrived at Zhuangzi and saw Princess Yongmu, they didn't have any other ideas. Hurry up and see the doctor. Give me the prescription. Remember the name. I'll go find the medicine, Xiaolan said to the 5 imperial physicians. The imperial physician did not interact with Princess Yongmu at all. As an imperial physician, he naturally understood the rules of the palace. They checked the illnesses of a large group of Princess Yongmu's neighbors, wrote prescriptions, and left in a hurry after leaving medical advice. Xiaolan took a stack of bags to the roadside outside and found a person who had participated in the arrest last night. She handed it over and said, "Get some medicine." After receiving the order, the other party rode back to the Li family Zhuangzi and handed a stack of prescriptions to Li Yi. Li Yi called over 30 imperial physician apprentices and pointed at the pharmacies that sold cheap medicine. It didn't take long for the medicine to be wrapped up. Together with the pots used to boil the medicine, they were sent to Princess Yongmu's Zhuangzi in a carriage. At the same time, there was also a large amount of braised meat and smoked chicken. The braised meat was mainly duck meat, and it was a little spicy. The smoked chicken was smoked chicken, and none of them were small. Princess Yongmu brought people to each house to deliver the medicine, and then the pots and food. "Little Miss Li, you're too polite. You've been taking care of my family's children, and this is what I should do. How can I not care when you're in danger? In the future, if you have any problems, just let me know. I don't have any other skills, but I can help you hide. If something like this happens again, my family will chase my eldest son out to report it." The neighbors spoke politely and happily took the gifts. If you want to thank someone, you have to thank the Hu people around. Also, your family's guards are amazing. Your maids can even wield swords and crossbows. Little miss, tell Auntie the truth. Which family's child are you from? Do you have a husband? Some of the women were very nosy and asked about Princess Yongmu's situation. Yesterday, they knew that Xiaolan and Zhuangzi's guards had been dispatched, and there were people who had bought a large piece of land nearby to help. There was also the winged knights. I think so. Princess Yongmu suddenly became very shy. Which family is he from? With our little miss's appearance, figure, and family's ability, an ordinary auntie would not agree. The woman looked as if she was helping her make the decision. It's fine as long as he's good and treats me well. I don't really care about anything else. Princess Yongmu found a topic to talk about. At least he has to be able to feed you. Look at your maids, guards, and horses. How much do they eat in a day? The auntie even helped to consider. I can feed him. He has some money. Princess Yongmu nodded. He's someone sent by the Jiang family, right? I heard that he's called Jiang Hui or something. Jiang Hui is turned to ashes, and he's related to the court officials. You have to be careful. Another auntie came up and looked around like a spy before speaking in a low voice. It's Huang Hui. Princess Yongmu corrected. What Huang? Let him turn to ashes and bully us. At worst, we'll all go and complain. The chicken smells good. What's it made of? The warm-hearted auntie wanted to stand with Princess Yongmu against a common enemy. Then she smelled the fragrance of the smoked chicken. It's smoked with pine wood and jujube wood sawdust. There's star anise in it, there are other messy things. Just smoke it and it's like this. Xiaolan suddenly interrupted and did not let Princess Yongmu say the recipe. Until now, Heavenly World did not get the recipe. They could only send the ready-made smoked chicken and roast it with sawdust. It's the Li family Zhuangzi's smoked chicken. It can't be. I heard that Heavenly World uses the smoked chicken there. The taste is different from other places. The auntie suddenly thought of the Li family Zhuangzi. The taste was special, and the chicken was about the same size. Ordinary people did not have this ability. If you say so, then so be it. Little miss, let's go to the next one. Xiaolan pulled Princess Yongmu away. Princess Yongmu found that she almost exposed her secret. She quickly adjusted. She had not completely changed. She had to continue learning. Dongzhu, little miss, I just got the news that the Jiang family's grocery store is finished. They owe money to the broker and owe others 3,000 yuan. The old man vomited blood and fainted twice. Zhou Gui ran over and reported the good news. Princess Yongmu smiled indifferently. In Zhou Gui's view, he felt that 100 flowers bloomed. He quickly lowered his head. Xiaolan chuckled. Isn't this normal? They didn't make us regret it in 5 days. They will regret it. Little miss, you see, they used a butcher's knife to kill a chicken. The Jiang family should feel honored. If it weren't for you, would that person do it himself? Princess Yongmu looked sweet. Xiaolan, don't talk nonsense. We never bully people. Yes, it's always the Prime Minister who is magnanimous and wins people with virtue. He doesn't have the slightest bit of anger. This is called ability. Xiaolan looked happier than Princess Yongmu. It was Li Dongzhu who did it. Zhou Gui couldn't help but think. Smart, he figured it out. Why are you so talkative? Which Li Dongzhu do you know? Jiang Hui asked for it. If you walk in the dark too much, you will eventually meet a ghost. Xiaolan glared at Zhou Gui again. She found that Zhou Gui was much worse than Song De. If it were Song De, he would definitely not be so smart. Zhou Gui fell to his knees. I know I was wrong. Don't chase me away. Get up. Why are you kneeling as a man? See if there are any vegetables in the greenhouse. Pick them and send them to the neighbors. We're not selling vegetables today. Xiaolan looked down on Zhou Gui even more. The Li family Zhuangzi's people didn't like to kneel. Ah, I'm up. I'm not kneeling. No, I'm not standing properly. Zhou Gui wanted to say that he was kneeling to Li Dongzhu. He was too ruthless. The key was that no one could see it. Chapter 8:18. Zhou Gui went to arrange for people to pick the vegetables. He had confirmed that his little Zhuangzi had a direct connection with Ba Shui Li family Zhuangzi. Li family Zhuangzi didn't directly use Zhuangzi's name to make a move. He must be taking care of Xiaonyang here. If Li Dongzhu used Zhuangzi's name to make a move, people would die. Holy Mother, the ancestral graves of my family are emitting green smoke. I actually found such a master. Xiaonyang, I didn't find a good manager. He's too stupid. He's not even as good as Li family Zhuangzi's third-level manager, let alone Song De. Xiaolan was annoyed. This Zhou Gui said everything without any subtlety. Li family Zhuangzi's third-level manager was just an ordinary person at the beginning. It was all because Li Lang taught him well. Xiaolan, you're hungry. Eat something. Princess Yongmu was cultured and treated her subordinates well. She learned from Empress Wang. I'll eat when we get back. I'm really hungry. It's cold, and I'll get sick if I eat with a stomach full of cold wind. Xiaolan swallowed her saliva. The smoked chicken sent by Li family Zhuangzi was hot, and the smell wafted out. She knew that the bones of the smoked chicken were soft. Then, the meat would peel off the bones, and the skin would leave the meat. I'm hungry too. Bear with it. Princess Yongmu smacked her lips and continued to send things to the neighbors. Yesterday, the neighbors didn't know about Zhuangzi's strength. When they found that the situation was bad, they ran over to help. They arranged for themselves to be on a small hill. A group of people held kitchen knives, sickles, bamboo poles, and wooden sticks. There were also earth baskets and rattan baskets as shields. It was enough. What else could they do? Xiaonyang, do you think they'll give us the blank account book? Xiaolan was very ambitious. Zhang family village gave Li Yi a blank account book. If the same thing happened to Li family Zhuangzi, Zhang family village would organize the armed forces in the village to fight. She also wanted a blank account book as it represented complete trust. With it, she could impeach the county magistrate. It was even more useful than the all-people umbrella. They will hand it over when Li Lang comes. Princess Yongmu didn't ask for too much. Of course I know. In the entire capital, which commoner doesn't listen to the Li family Zhuangzi? Lilv, miss, do you think Jiang Hui will find someone to take revenge? Xiao Lan's eyes were filled with anticipation. She was the kind of person who wished for the world to be in chaos. Li Linfu didn't know what was behind the revenge that Jiang Jiao mentioned, so he went to find Jiang Jiao. Uncle, your distant relative was bullied and was forced to vomit blood. I'm going to make a move. Li Linfu appeared to be very respectful to Jiang Jiao. Jiang Jiao's expression darkened. Don't move. I'm going down. You have to do your job well. Uncle, you. Li Linfu was shocked. Jiang Jiao wanted to go down. What would he do if he went down? Xiao Lan's Zhuangzi is Princess Yongmu's. The one who took action was Li Yi. Li Yi didn't expose the Li family Zhuangzi, which was already giving face. My position. Jiang Jiao knew the situation. The one behind this was the Li family Zhuangzi, his relative. He didn't lose unjustly. At least the other party left him a way out. However, 16 people went to Princess Yongmu's Zhuangzi to set the shed on fire and were caught. There was no evidence for this, but did His Majesty need evidence? You said that you went to set the fire and were caught. If you weren't caught, were you going to kill someone? Kill the eldest princess. Li Yi was targeting Jiang Hui's family. How arrogant he was before was how pathetic he was now. He didn't chase them to death. His Majesty's consideration was naturally different. He was a duke and could say that he didn't know. But if you don't know this and that, what do you know? Li Yi? Tianyun Trading Company and the pawn shop were done by Li Yi. There's also a warm invitation. Li Linfu was smart and instantly connected the dots. Don't provoke him. Li Yi has set the rules. If you dare to provoke him, he'll kill you. Jiang Jiao warned again. It was definitely not a coincidence that he could sit in this position. Otherwise, how could he have such a good relationship with Li Longji? He could see that Li Yi was holding back. Otherwise, he would have sold the Li family Zhuangzi at a low price and said that he didn't want to give it to Xingxiu grocery store. The consequences, 100 mu small place is Princess Yongmu's. Li Yi personally took action. How could this be? Li Linfu also understood. He didn't dare to spread the news. He knew that if he did, his family would be exterminated. Anti-corruption has always been from the top to the bottom. If the people below are anti-corruption, there's only one way to go, and that is to revolt. So, Old Song, you're now in charge of the Ministry of Justice and the Ministry of Personnel. Many people are waiting for you to carry out a strict investigation. A chicken or a duck is not a small matter to the people. You and I don't care, but the people are thinking about it. In the evening, Song Jing came to the Li family Zhuangzi for dinner. Like Bai Gu, he saw Li Longji and his family of 3. The little guy was having fun and didn't want to go back. Li Longji didn't think it was a big deal, so he stayed. They ate together. The little guy didn't scratch with his hands because it was too hot. He scratched with his hands. His little hands were scalded and soaked in vinegar, so he knew when he could touch and when he couldn't. He ate fried shrimps with rape. The rape was cut into small pieces by the palace maids with knives and chopsticks. He ate with chopsticks and spoon. His staple food was rice mixed with milk. Adults couldn't eat it because it was disgusting, but children could. There was also soy sauce mixed with rice and white sugar mixed with rice. There was a lot of white sugar in the rice. Children loved to eat it. If adults ate it like this, one bite was enough. As for lard mixed with rice, some adults could eat it. It was quite delicious. Song Jing ate fried rice. It was left over from lunch. He fried it with eggs. When it was almost ready, he added green onions. He didn't understand some terms and came to ask. Li Yi explained it to him and told him about the strict investigation. Song Jing looked at Li Longji and his family eating with Li Yi. He finally understood the gap between him and Li Yi. When the little guy used chopsticks to put a shrimp on Li Yi's plate and looked up at Li Yi, waiting for praise, Song Jing understood. This was the future crown prince. He needed Li Yi to teach him, right? How much knowledge would Li Yi teach him? Scriptures, books, in the Li family Zhuangzi was probably the beginning. Then there was arithmetic, geometry, physics, chemistry, politics, economics, finance, diplomacy. If any child could learn Li Yi's true teachings, it would be the emperor's learning. Song Jing raised his sleeve to wipe his sweat. There are also difficulties below. That's why the local government is allowed to withhold taxes. If you need to be greedy, then be greedy. How can you take the money and not do anything? Especially the people's affairs. You can't even take care of the people's welfare. If you can get it yourself, who else can you take care of? If you have the ability, then do it yourself. If the people have a good life, then you are good. If you don't believe me, I can do it. Li Yi knew more about the local government than Song Jing. He had bribed people before. At the same time, he also cooperated with others to promote and donate to the people. Everyone was looking for a balance. Whoever broke the balance was hateful. Take the money that should be taken and do the things that should be done. The people didn't care if you took the money or not. They all knew what was going on. The road to the county was being built in the village. The people were waiting. You said that you would spend 1 billion, and you would split 200 million with others. You would use 800 million to fix the road and make it sturdy. Who would care about your 200 million problem? But you were greedy for 800 million. The road was ruined and the people couldn't walk. If you don't die, who will? Is there a specific model? Song Jing knew new terms and knew how to say, model. The same everywhere. The central government, no, the imperial court, will coordinate. The local government will carry out strict investigations. Harmony is the priority. Li Yi said the word, harmony. That's right. Harmony meant that the interests of the local government and the people were balanced. It was not that the people were not allowed to speak. Chapter 8:19. Long Zai said that he brought home one more piece of fried ribbon fish than me. Song Jing digressed. Do you have teeth? He has 3 more teeth than you, and he's still wearing braces. His braces can be removed. It's fine. Li Yi didn't compromise. Why should I give you 52 pieces of ribbon fish? Are you as close to me as Baigu? How many times have you seen me? When I went to Luoyang in Hunan, old Bai was very supportive. When I came back, he was still catching locusts. As for the conflict of tax revenue, it was an official against an official. If old Bai didn't talk to me about money, I would look down on him. Today, the Minister of Revenue could compromise with me. Tomorrow, can you compromise with others? Your various ministers came to me because of their own matters and wanted to gain benefits for the imperial court. Even if you fell out with me, I still looked up to you. You came to Zhuangzi and gave up the benefits of the headquarters because of my power. Don't blame me for falling out with you. Li Yi thought like this. Take Wei Zhigu from the Ministry of Works for example. You came to me to talk about the Ministry of Works and gain benefits for the Ministry of Works. You oppressed me and we fought. The more you fought, the more I admired you. You suddenly knelt. Did you kneel on behalf of the imperial court? I'll take care of you. A gentleman's fight was about reason, justice, and national affairs. If I don't fight, when others fight with you, you won't know what's going on. I'll teach you. Shao Yi, sometimes you don't give me any face. Song Jing wasn't angry. He didn't dare to be angry. Old Bai is more attentive than you. Old Song, be more down to earth. I don't lack things. You're not as good as Old Bai. Old Bai is always thinking about my money. What are you thinking about? Li Yi made it clear. You're not as good as Baigu. Baigu is in the right position. There's nothing wrong with asking me for money. Why isn't Yao Chong targeting me? Why is Lu Huaishan silent? Because he's not in that position anymore. Song Jing was stunned. He looked at Li Yi as if he was looking at a stranger. Then, he stood up and cupped his hands. Dr. Li, I admire you. Don't say those useless things. Old Song, you have 2 ministers. If you're too busy, just throw one to someone else. Li Yi still didn't give him any face and directly asked for power. If it didn't work, he would let someone else take over. All right. This year, we'll govern from top to bottom. Song Jing wasn't aggrieved. He didn't want to be insulted by a teenager who wasn't even 20 yet. He gritted his teeth and wanted to get things done. How could they not be convinced? Didn't you see the little guy put some prawns on Li Yi's plate again? Li Yi actually ate it calmly and laughed happily with the little fellow. This was the future imperial preceptor. Others couldn't compete with him even if they wanted to, because they didn't know how to. This time, Li Yi's actions against Jiang Hui's family had taught everyone a lesson. It was a lesson about power, technology, and the relationship between economic supply and demand. No one knew how many tricks he had up his sleeves because the Jiang family couldn't withstand a wave of attacks and directly fell into the pit. Song Jing had to admit that Li Yi could teach the future crown prince whatever he could teach. On the other hand, he didn't know what Li Yi could teach. Li Yi, if the crown prince of a country was taught by you, what would you teach him? Song Jing didn't know why he couldn't control himself and asked in front of His Majesty and the Empress. First, I'll teach him the way of using people, then the way of balance, then the way of administration, and finally the way of attack, Li Yi said casually. Song Jing was stunned. He thought that Li Yi was going to teach according to Zhuangzi's teaching method. How did he turn back? Was it still using people, balance, and administration? There was no mathematics, literature, physics, chemistry, economics, and so on. The way of the emperor chooses people first, the way of the emperor is to balance, the way of the emperor is to follow administration, and the way of the emperor is to kill decisively. Li Yi was calm. Give me the crown prince, and I will teach him like this. I won't teach the crown prince all kinds of messy things. Can he learn so many things? If I buy a refrigerator, I have to repair it myself when it breaks down. If I buy a car and crash it, I have to spray paint it myself. But. Song Jing really didn't know what to say. The skills you teach the students aren't like this, right? Also, don't you research new things and then benefit the country and the people while at the same time scamming people? Why did everything change when it came to teaching the crown prince? Li Longji, who was at the side, smiled. Sure enough, his current brother Yi will be different from ordinary people in the future. This is the real emperor's preceptor, not the crown prince's preceptor. Song Jing was convinced. It turned out that Li Yi had different teaching methods for different people. Is the matter with the Jiang family over? Song Jing could only change the topic. What's the matter with the Jiang family? Jiang Jiao should step down. Didn't old Bai tell you? His ability is not good. It doesn't matter if he occupies the position of duke. He has too much power. Also, arrange for Li Linfu to be the patrol inspector of each county in the capital. He will do a good job. Let him be in charge of supervising the 20 counties. Li Yi arranged Li Linfu's position in passing. Li Yi didn't think of dealing with Li Linfu. Li Linfu was very useful in opening up the Tang dynasty. Many scholars said that Wang Mang was a bad person. However, Li Yi felt that Wang Mang was wronged. The more one studied history, the more one would understand. Wang Mang was forced to usurp the throne. The country was already in trouble. He was pushed up by others. After he took the throne, he didn't do anything to the commoners. There were only natural disasters and man-made disasters. The Tang dynasty could exist because it seized power and lasted for many years. Wang Mang couldn't exist because the scholars needed to use him as an excuse. Li Linfu was very bad. Li Yi knew that. However, he felt that arranging for Li Linfu to be an inspector in the capital was the best way for Li Linfu to be put to good use. If he couldn't be put to good use, then he would be useless. He believed that with Li Linfu's ability, he would definitely be able to clean up the corruption in the capital. He put him in the position of prime minister because he wanted to open up new sources, including Yang Guizhong. In order to make money, Li Longji tacitly agreed to all kinds of methods. Then, he set up Du Fu. Du Fu had taken the imperial examination. Why should he be dethroned? Li Yi hadn't even seen Li Bai yet. Li Bai was in his hometown. He arranged for Li Linfu. Jiang Jiao had to step down. He was a duke, but he didn't have any achievements in administration. Don't you feel embarrassed to be a first-rank duke? Just because you met Li Longji when he wasn't in power, you could always enjoy glory and wealth? The key was your relatives. Is that so? Song Jing asked. Old Song, are you trying to play dumb? What is Jiang Jiao's position? What is his brother's position? What is the position of his in-laws? If you say another hypocritical word to me, I will impeach you. Li Yi made things clear again. This old man will tell His Majesty that this old man's position has been threatened. Let Jiang Jiao step down. Li Linfu will patrol the capital. Song Jing compromised. Li Yi said it in front of His Majesty and the Empress. If he didn't agree, he would be the one to be punished. Didn't you see the future crown prince give Li Yi a shrimp? Uncle, don't be so angry. Song Zaifu is actually not bad. Empress Wang helped Song Jing. Yes, sister-in-law. I am very familiar with Old Song. When Old Song went back today, he brought back a big box of dried tussa pupae from the northeast. Old Song, don't have any other ideas. Li Yi followed. What can I say? Give me a jar of chili sauce, Song Jing said. Chapter 820. On the 12th day of the first lunar month, Song Jing wrote a memorial to Li Longji, saying that Jiang Jiao had too much power. Li Longji did not write it himself this time. Li Yi gave him a copy of what he wrote in history. It was quite difficult to write this. In the morning, Li Longji gave Jiang Jiao an imperial edict. The content was, the generals of the Western Han dynasty were mostly nobles. Jiang Jiao did not have the right to speak, so he obeyed. This time, he was not given an official position. He was given the position of a scout and entered the regiment. He himself was quite confused. It was good that he was not sent home directly. The edict had already said that he should go home and farm. In the end, he could still manage some things. He thanked the emperor and went to report to Yao Chong. Li Longji found a new job for Li Linfu. Li Linfu was the crown prince Zhongyun. He was temporarily appointed as the patrol inspector of the 22 counties in the capital. This could be considered giving Li Linfu power. It could also be said that it was power. Let's see if he would take it. Originally, Li Linfu was very upset because of Jiang Jiao's demotion. If his uncle was no longer a high-ranking official, how could he be promoted? Seeing that he had other powers, he felt that the emperor still valued him and was secretly happy. There were not many things to do in the imperial court. Soon, everyone finished talking and went back. Song Jing returned to the political affairs hall and found Su Yi and Bai Gu. Li Yi wants us to create trouble for him. Why? Su Yi was the most puzzled. Who would ask others to create trouble for themselves? Bai Gu said gloomily, he thinks we are stupid. When we create trouble for him, he will teach us how to do it. Arrogant. Su Yi was also depressed. Think about what kind of trouble we can create. Song Jing was also not convinced and was ready to give it a try. Li Yi said in front of everyone. The ministers sat in their seats and did whatever they wanted. Chang'an City East Market, Rising Sun Grocery Store. The shop assistant was shouting with all his might. Prices have been lowered. Everything has been lowered. Prices are lower than other shops. 5 coins for 1. 50 mu of fertile land has also been sold. The people were watching and discussing. What's wrong with his family? The things I bought were expensive, and I broke someone's pawned item. His family has always been cautious. How could this be? A few days ago, I heard that his family forced a small zhuangzi owned by a weak woman in the west of the city to sell 100 mu of fertile land and 80 mu of greenhouses for 2,000 taels. Could it be that the weak woman found someone? Weak woman. You don't know this, but that family has 20 guards who can fight and 8 maids. Then this method is really powerful. Let's buy it. It is indeed cheaper than the Skycloud trading firm. Everyone said as they took out their money to buy it. How could they not take advantage of the situation? Shopkeeper Jiang and his son, Jiang Hui, brought the property rights information of the shop and found a broker to Xiaolan's zhuangzi. This shop in the Eastern market is worth 2,500 taels. The price is 2,150 taels. Within 5 days, another 1,000 taels will be delivered. Shopkeeper Jiang didn't see Princess Yongmu, but he heard the child learning pinyin, so he didn't dare to disturb him. He saw Xiaolan, the guards, and the maids. He wanted to ask, why didn't you live in zhuangzi in the beginning? At that time, if I had seen your lineup, I would have said that even if I were to die, I would not have thought about your village. The guards were strong, and he could see the bulging flesh on their backs from their necks. The maids walked at the same pace, and they stopped at the same pace. Xiaolan looked like a girl who had been ordering others around for a long time. What about the people she served? He saw a big glass mirror in the living room again, the kind that reached the floor. Why are you giving me your shop? Xiaolan glanced at Zhou Gui and didn't touch the deed. To compensate for the gold Buddha statues. Shopkeeper Jiang stood and didn't dare to sit down. My family doesn't sell gold Buddha statues. How can you compensate for it? Xiaolan continued to be aggressive. She was venting for Zhou Gui. I know I was wrong. Shopkeeper Jiang lowered his head. Jiang Hui accompanied him with grief and indignation. It's not that you know you were wrong. You didn't do anything to us. You admitted your mistake because you want us to let you go. My shopkeeper was forced by you and almost killed himself. Xiaolan's words were still harsh. Shopkeeper Jiang pulled his son and turned to Zhou Gui. He bowed. Shopkeeper Zhou, we were blinded by greed. Please forgive us. After we close the shop, my family will move to another place to live. Why don't you slap us a few times to vent your anger? The Jiang family can't take it anymore. Zhou Gui thought of the days when he was scared out of his wits. He raised his hand and suddenly put it down. He knelt down in front of Xiaolan. Get up and kneel. Kneel. You only know how to kneel. Xiaolan raised her leg and kicked him. Zhou Gui was kicked and fell. He stood up with a smile. Change the deed with the broker. We want the shop and the 1,000 coins. Xiaolan helped Zhou Gui vent his anger and agreed. After changing the deed, shopkeeper Jiang gave the broker the money, cupped his fists, and turned to leave. He didn't want to stay in zhuangzi any longer. Zhou Gui, take 250 coins and give them to the broker. 1 cent is the matchmaking fee. Xiaolan knew the rules. In a large transaction, 1 in 1,000 was the broker. Just now, the Jiang family gave 250 coins. The broker made a lot of money. Wang Dongzhu, I don't want it. I'm staying to say that if you need a broker in the future, you can look for me. I'll do it for free. The broker smiled and refused. You don't want money? What do you want from me? Xiaolan didn't think that free was good. My name is Song Ji. I've done a lot of business in Lantian County and now I'm in Chang'an. I don't want money from the Li family zhuangzi. Song Ji's smile didn't change as he explained the reason. Xiaolan narrowed her eyes. What does the Li family zhuangzi have to do with my zhuangzi? Yes, it doesn't matter. Why don't you give me 2 fresh cucumbers from the greenhouse? I'll eat them. Song Ji followed Xiaolan's words. How do you know that the Li family zhuangzi is the one who did it? Xiaolan was curious. Vegetables were easy to deal with. Other than the Li Dongzhu, who else would have such means? Opening a bunch of warehouses just to scam a shop. This is not a small price. Song Ji said his judgment. Yes. Li Dongzhu is naturally capable. Go to the greenhouse and choose. When Xiaolan heard Song Ji's words, she agreed. Okay, today's vegetables are settled. Song Ji didn't say anything else. He glanced at Zhou Gui and turned to go to the greenhouse. Zhou Gui found a basket for him and accompanied him to pick vegetables. After entering the greenhouse, Song Ji spoke to Zhou Gui. If you have anything, look for me. My name is Song Ji Broker. Not only will I not take your money, but I will also help you see the situation clearly. Because of the Li Dongzhu. Zhou Gui had heard of Song Ji Broker. It was said that there was nothing in Lantian County that Song Ji couldn't do. If he could still stand in Chang'an, he was not an ordinary person. Whenever father and mother feel unwell, they always go to the Li family Zhuangzi to get free medicine. It's not that they can't afford medicine now, but they feel that the medicine from the Li family Zhuangzi can be taken quickly. Song Ji gave a reason. In fact, he wanted to maintain a relationship. With his current ability, even if the imperial physician didn't come out for volunteer medical treatment, he could still invite the imperial physician. He naturally didn't care about the money for the medicine, but he insisted on going to the Li family Zhuangzi to ask for it. The Li family Zhuangzi would give out a lot of medicine every day. Usually, the Li family Zhuangzi wouldn't give the medicine to rich people. They would only give it when the people who asked for the medicine were under too much pressure. He was the special one. He wanted to be tied to the Li family Zhuangzi. When he found out about the Jiang family's matter, he guessed something and took the initiative to go to them. He didn't earn a single cent. The money he received was to be given to the broker in the East City. He was robbing others of their business. He just came to say hello. He ran an errand for nothing. He even had to tell the broker in the East City that he didn't have the money of the Zhuangzi. Chapter 821. It's time to eat. Hurry up and wash your hands. Princess Yongmu called a group of children to eat at noon. The number of people increased. There were 60 people and a few older children. Previously, some of the neighbors were worried. After this crisis, they were sure that this little Zhuangzi had a deep background. If he wanted to harm their children, he wouldn't have to find other means. The main dish for lunch was assorted fried rice. The chef of the Li family Zhuangzi made it. First, he fried the eggs. The other things were diced carrots, chopped green onions, diced cucumbers, small pieces of cabbage leaves, diced pork lean meat with oil, and blanched diced mushrooms. Then, he used cooked oil to stir the rice that had been cooked last night and mixed the rice into grains. He put the fried rice in the pot, lowered the temperature of the stove, and dried the oil bit by bit. At this time, he added other things to fry and added a little salt. The rice was golden in color and contained a lot of oil, which was good for the absorption of carotene. Then, he steamed eggplant with minced meat, stir-fried shrimp with celery, tofu, sea cabbage with black fungus, a bowl of shredded radish soup, and a fruit plate with watermelon and muskmelon. This was the lunch for the people of Zhuangzi. The children and adults ate the same food, but the portions were different. The neighbors' children had never eaten such food in their lives. After they were full, they strolled around and went to sleep. It was like kindergarten. Dongzhu, a day's worth of food is not cheap. Zhou Gui's heart ached. The neighbors' children were very good at eating. If you don't want to eat, then save it. Xiaolan rolled her eyes at him. I mean, when danger comes, people want to protect you. Do you think it's because you're good-looking? What's the point of eating this? Have you been to the Li family Zhuangzi? Do you know what the people of the Li family Zhuangzi eat? Xiaolan didn't care about the money spent on food. She felt that although the neighbors didn't help in the end, their friendship couldn't be repaid with money. No. Zhou Gui shook his head. He had never been to the Li family Zhuangzi. Ordinary people couldn't enter now. There are still 3 days left. On the 15th day of the first lunar month, I'll take you there to broaden your horizons. See more, listen more, and speak less. Xiaolan planned to have Zhou Gui learn from the various stewards of the Li family Zhuangzi. Don't act like you don't know anything. It'll be embarrassing if word gets out. Okay, thank you Dongzhu. Zhou Gui was very excited to be able to go to the Li family Zhuangzi. In the blink of an eye, it was the 15th day of the first lunar month. The matter with the Jiang family was settled, and they sent another 1,000 stallions. Through selling things at a low price, they paid off the broker's loan and moved away. No one knew where they went. Early in the morning, Princess Yongmu brought people and gifts to the neighbor's house. She said that today was a holiday and there would be no classes. Everyone would celebrate the Lantern Festival. There were some fireworks set off at night, but she was not coming back. She would only be back in 2 or 3 days. The vegetables in the greenhouse were directly thrown to the hired people. They could sell them and take some home themselves. It was the holidays. The group of people did not bring any gifts and took a detour from the southern part of the city to the Li family Zhuangzi. Zhou Gui and the Li family Zhuangzi were very excited. Their Zhuangzi was indeed related to the Li family Zhuangzi. They could go there now. When they arrived at Baqiao, they happened to meet the group of Nanku's big family. Zhou Gui was just about to move aside when a person ran over from the opposite side. Long time no see. It's been a few decades. Quick, beauty, come with me. The person started to talk nonsense as soon as he arrived. The palace maids, eunuchs, and winged knights also started to run with him. Move aside, I want to get in the car. The person pulled Zhou Gui to the side and got into Princess Yongmu's car. Zhou Gui, then, their group went in first, and Nanku's big family followed behind. Wen Tian, did you miss me? Li Yi tried his best to fit his identity and give Princess Yongmu a different sense of novelty. Yes, yes. Princess Yongmu's personality changed a lot and became more lively. When they were about to reach the main courtyard, Zhou Gui finally reacted. That was Li Dongzhu. How could Li Dongzhu be like this? He was too different from the image he had in mind. Zhou Gui, Lian, follow me. I'm Sun Xin. Someone came over and greeted Zhou Gui and Li An's family of 5. Manager Sun. Zhou Gui hurriedly greeted. Sun Xin was the second manager of Li family Zhuangzi and was ranked among the top managers. Come. Sun Xin nodded as a greeting and led the 6 people to another place. The 6 people walked very cautiously and looked at everything curiously. It was the first time they entered the Li family Zhuangzi. On the other side, Li Yi first arranged for Princess Yongmu and the others to rest in the courtyard, then he went to find people from Nanku to discuss tonight's program. Tonight, there would be fireworks in the 2 cities, the south of the city, the west of the city, the imperial city, and the Li family Zhuangzi. They had told the commoners not to run around and that they would be able to see it everywhere. Zhou Gui and the others were led to take a bath and change into new clothes. They began to visit Zhuangzi. At first, when we came to Zhuangzi, we also felt that everything was inconceivable. Later, we got used to it and became energetic. We looked different from ordinary people. Sun Xin noticed that Zhou Gui and the others had a sense of inferiority. They would lower their heads when they saw the villagers, even if they changed into new clothes. They felt that they were inferior and were not as good as ordinary commoners. Ordinary commoners had a fixed position and had an equal relationship with the villagers. They felt that the master they followed could not compare to the master of Li family Zhuangzi. Both sides were not equal because they did not know that their Lil Miss was the eldest princess. His Zhuangzi Miss seemed to be relying on the Li family Zhuangzi, which meant that their Lil Miss should be. When Zhou Gui thought of this, he suddenly felt that the Jiang family was lucky that they did not deal with them to death. If Li Dongzhu liked his Lil Miss, it was normal for him to kill them to vent his anger. Li An's family also had their own thoughts. They wanted to unite around their Lil Miss. When the time came, they would belong to the maternal family, which meant that their maternal family was weaker. In their hearts, Li Dongzhu liked their little miss, which was why he gave them good things and helped them. If not for Li Dongzhu, their little miss would be bullied to death by the Jiang family. Do your work well and learn more, especially literacy. Currently, there is no one in Li family Zhuangzi who is illiterate, including the families of the older students. Sun Xian's attitude was gentle. He did not dare to treat the other party as a weak maternal family that was easy to bully. After a while, it was noon. Their family was invited to eat with Li Yi. 8 palace maids and eunuchs accompanied them. Li Yi, Princess Yongmu, and Xiaolan sat at the same table. Don't eat too much for lunch. In the evening, there will be a barbecue feast, a bonfire party, and many places. You can eat while barbecuing. There will also be meat skewers and vegetable skewers. Li Yi was easy to get along with and said to Zhou Gui and the others. The 6 people were flattered. Just as they were about to bow, Li Yi turned around and said to Princess Yongmu, "When Tian, let's dance together tonight. It's very interesting. Dance around the bonfire." Okay. Princess Yongmu began to look forward to it. She felt that it was interesting to get along with Li Yi. What about me? Xiaolan was anxious. Let's dance together. Hold hands and dance around the bonfire. The dance steps are simple. And you guys? Li Yi took care of Zhou Gui and the others' emotions. He used a special way to talk to Princess Yongmu while not neglecting the others. In the past, when he was selling medical products, he could make everyone feel comfortable, even if he was tired. Chapter 822. Zhou Gui and the others indeed felt very comfortable. Even as a servant of little Zhuangzi, they were valued by Li Dongzhu. We're actually the same. We serve others. Like me, I serve the people of the Tang dynasty. Sometimes, people from the imperial court also come to ask me to serve them, like correcting teeth or something. So, there's no difference between us. We each serve the people we serve well. That's our ability. Like shining shoes, I think my skills are not bad, but they don't want me to do it. I'm scared. Ha ha ha, Li Yi talked with Zhou Gui and the others. When he said this, everyone couldn't help but laugh. They were indeed scared. Who would dare to let Li Dongzhu shine shoes? What about me? I heard it outside. Can I take off my braces? Just as everyone finished laughing, the door was pushed open. Bai Gu and 2 other people walked in. Old Bai, Old Lu, Old Li, why are you here today? Won't you go back tonight? Li Yi turned around and cupped his hands. He put down his hands and introduced, "This is the young and beautiful girl, Li Wentian. This is Xiaolan, who helps Wentian take care of Zhuangzi. The other one is manager Zhou Gui, Lian, Mrs. Li, Li Yuanyang, Xiao Yezi, and Li Ling." He turned around and introduced the 3 people who came in. I called you by your names. Don't lower yourself to my level. Otherwise, others won't understand. This is Lu Youqiu, who used to be a political advisor. He's the Prime Minister's assistant. This is Li Riji, who used to be a political advisor. He's also the Prime Minister. The 2 of them are now scouts of the first inspection team of the Tang dynasty. They investigate the Tang dynasty's territory. This is Bai Gu, who is now the Minister of Revenue, Assistant Minister of the Yellow Door, and Prime Minister under Ziwei. The others didn't move. Zhou Gui and the others stood up and didn't know how to salute. Sit down. You're not under their control. They came to me, so I'll take care of it. Li Yi waved to the 6 people. The palace maids, eunuchs, Xiaolan, and Princess Yongmu were all sitting. So what if you're the Prime Minister? Who cares about my harem? If I hadn't come in my capacity as the Prime Minister, it wouldn't have been a problem for me to greet you on account of your age. On the other hand, Bai Gu and the other two nodded slightly at Princess Yongmu as a form of greeting. She was the eldest princess, and it was inconvenient for them to greet her, so they just nodded. Xiao Yi, have I worn enough braces? It's hard to brush it off, and it's transparent. It's easy to lose it. Bai Gu sat down at Li Yi's table, which was lower than Princess Yongmu's but higher than Xiao Lan's. Lu Youqiu and Li Yi sat down next to him. Li Yi moved his chair a little to form a line. Xiao Lan stood up and stood behind Princess Yongmu. Let me see. As Li Yi spoke, Qing Song hurriedly opened his suitcase and took out a small mirror and a flashlight. Li Yi shone the flashlight and put the things back to be cleaned. Okay, you don't have to wear them anymore. You can keep the braces yourself. No one else can use the same braces as you. Li Yi found that Bai Gu's teeth were fine. 3 sets of tableware were sent over by the palace maids. The 3 of them were now guests. Old Bai, Old Lu, Old Li, are you here to ask about the Ministry of Revenue or the inspection team? I'm here to see my teeth. Bai Gu removed himself from the topic. The inspection team. Lu Youqiu expressed his intention. Li Riji nodded slightly in agreement. Li family Zhuangzi didn't even dare to breathe loudly. 2 former prime ministers and 1 current prime minister were like this when they came to the Li family Zhuangzi. No wonder Dong Zhu didn't care when facing the Jiang family. Li Dongzhu spoke so casually when facing the Jiang family, who were high and mighty in the eyes of others. However, Zhou Gui was thinking about something else. Lil Miss position was not right. Why was Lil Miss in the main seat after the exchange? Li Dongzhu went to the side to accompany him. His own Dongzhu and Xiao Lan ran to the maid's position. There was no one behind the others. Is it far? Li Yi asked. Hezhou, Changzhou, and Xianzhou. Among them, Hezhou has the biggest problem. Li Riji named the 3 provinces. They meddled with the iron mine. The imperial court didn't manage it. Li Yi thought of the names and directly pinpointed them to the Manshan iron mine. The iron mine was located in the middle of the 3 provinces. Hezhou was separated by a river. It was west of Changzhou and north of Xianzhou. The location was good. Bai Gu didn't look good. Alas. The local government organized people to secretly dig. There are many iron mines there, and the provincial government profited from it. It's said that there are people who want to use the river to transport the iron ingots to Tubo and sell them at a high price. So the whole regiment is going to go out and arrest all the officials in Hezhou and take over completely like in Huazhou? Li Yi's expression was calm. He was used to it. Wasn't it normal for people to betray the country for profit? Xiao Yi, the people in the regiment are old. How can we protect them? If they are going to die, they should die on the job and not on the road. Bai Gu looked at the other 2 people and stated his intentions. As for how to deal with it, how many people to kill and how many to exile, everyone knows how to do it. What about their health after such a long journey? Everyone wanted to work, but that didn't mean they wanted to die. Bring more oxygen tanks for the regiment and medicine for emergency treatment. Before we set off, everyone should get used to it and eat cheese. After getting used to it, eat cheese for every meal. Cheese can be used to adjust the gastrointestinal flora. Cook your own food. Buy things and soak them in clean water. Whether it's vegetables or meat, don't eat the fish or prawns in the river. Drink boiled water. Don't drink raw water. Don't eat raw things, including fruits. I'll bring you canned food. Remember to bring the bottles back. Li Yi became serious and thought of a solution. When they were outside, they were most afraid of not being able to acclimatize. Usually, they would bring soil by the well at home. If they were not acclimatized, they would use water to flush the soil by the well to achieve a balance of flora. The three people looked at each other and were satisfied. With Li Yi's logistical methods, at least they wouldn't eat themselves to death. What about safety? Bai Gu knew that the two people were too embarrassed to ask, so he asked. Bring the winged knights. The winged knights aren't under anyone's control. It's impossible to bribe them. Just treat it as training. 1,000 people is enough. The thing that Li Yi cared about the least was safety. The winged knights could be mobilized at any time. The capital government didn't need 30,000 winged knights. If there was a crisis that required the 16 guards and all the winged knights, he would take action. He had saved a lot of life and had enough to defeat the enemy. Is there anything else you need to remind us? Bai Gu asked on behalf of the two people. When we investigate, we might not be able to find anything. Local protectionism. As long as the local officials unite, it will be very difficult to investigate. At this time, we need a breakthrough. Find this breakthrough with security, promotion, and money. Tell them that if they provide evidence, their family will be sent to Chang'an to live. They will be given to the officials of Chang'an. Don't pursue the past. Gather the local officials together for a meeting. They are not allowed to leave. This way, we can send people to investigate. Spread false news at the same time. For example, a certain official will be beheaded or his family will be executed. Also, Li Yi began to teach them how to find a breakthrough. Send them to another place and then attack their hearts. In the past, he had seen officials who he bribed get promoted more than once. Once the promotion was a transfer and not a political position, he knew that it was over. It was time to find someone else. For example, when it was not time for a change, suddenly transferring the first or second in charge of the city to the provincial government as a secretary would seem to have a bright future. In reality, it was to make it easier to investigate the problem. Once the person left and the position was not high enough, some things would be exposed in the city. Chapter 8:23. Li Yi spoke slowly. No one was in a hurry to eat and listened attentively. The palace maids and eunuchs took notes quickly and cooperated well. Zhou Gui and Li An's family trembled in fear. What were they listening to today? Princess Yongmu blinked her big eyes with a look of worship. Li Yi was a different person in front of her. One moment, he was flirtatious, playing with her and always saying embarrassing things. The next moment, he was giving advice and even the Prime Minister came to ask for advice. How did this person change so much? So interesting and so capable. How did you deal with the Jiang family? Bai Gu felt a headache coming on. There were too many schemes and they were all intertwined. Jiang Hui. Jiang Hui owes someone money. Li Yi hadn't asked about it recently. He was busy designing the primer for the bullets. The gunpowder for the primer required a new process. The ignition device was not as good as the firing pin striking the primer. He was using the laboratory to make the primer. How was he going to mass produce it? It couldn't be industrialized, so it was obviously not suitable. Xiaolan couldn't help but say, he gave us the shop and gave us 1,000 yuan. The shop is empty. I don't know what to sell. She stuck out her tongue. She shouldn't have said that. I hope that after this incident, the Jiang family will understand the imperial court's policy. They are too bold to bully and buy things in the capital. Li Yi was thinking from the country's point of view. He didn't want to kill Jiang Hui's family. The 16 people who went to the shed were just there to light the fire. They didn't have the intention to kill. Otherwise, it would have been a different ending. Li Lang, is the shop going to be empty? Princess Yongmu didn't want to waste space. Wen Tian, do you want to make a lot of money or do you want to use it as entertainment? Li Yi asked. What's the difference? Princess Yongmu was interested. If you want to make a lot of money, you can open a club. I have a business routine at night. I specifically look for noble and rich women, but it's more chaotic. What if you want to be happy? We sell women's accessories and clothes. The first floor of the shop will be demolished and rebuilt. We'll build 4 floors. The first floor was filled with cheap items, the second floor was slightly better, the third floor required members, and the fourth floor was, probably a warehouse or a place to eat. On the third floor, there are beauty dishes. On the fourth floor, there are better products for members. As Li Yi spoke, he realized that something was wrong. He couldn't start another business. Li Longji didn't even have a bath. The first Princess Yongmu understood. She didn't like it. She felt that the second option was fine, but, Li Lang, what should we do? Princess Yongmu chose the second option. I'll design it, and Zhuangzi will produce it. If others want to learn from me, then let them. Every once in a while, we'll. The genre. To be honest, it was both fun and profitable. It was just that the expansion of influence was very slow. It was not as good as the first type. If the first method works well, we can complete the wife's diplomacy. You just need to be innocent. You don't need to think about diplomacy. Li Yi felt that Princess Yongmu shouldn't be involved in more politics and messy things. He could handle it. Okay. Princess Yongmu was satisfied. She liked this feeling. She didn't have this feeling in the palace before. I'll go and support them. Bai Gu expressed his attitude. Let's go together. Li Riji and Lu Youqiu quickly echoed. Men are not allowed to enter. Li Yi didn't give them any face. I have a woman in my family. Bai Gu glared at Li Yi. Yes. Li Riji and Lu Youqiu echoed again. Okay, I'll give you a 20% discount. Princess Yongmu already knew how to do this. Remember to pay the tax. Bai Gu didn't care about the 20% discount. I still have to pay tax. Princess Yongmu was surprised. Yes, 30% tax, Li Yi agreed. Here it is. Luxury goods are 30% tax. Bai Gu couldn't take it anymore. What kind of joke was this? Where did the luxury goods come from? Everything is cheap. The goods imported from Zhuangzi are not more than 10% markup. How can it be considered a luxury good? Li Yi asked Bai Gu with a confused look. How much does Zhuangzi cost to ship the goods? Bai Gu didn't fall for it. He had learned to be smart. After deducting the research and development costs, the added value of Zhuangzi's goods is not more than 10%. Li Yi was still confused. How high is the research and development cost? Bai Gu asked. How much do you think it's worth to melt gold and then restore it back to its original state? Give me a number and I'll give you 3 times the amount. You can research it for me. Li Yi was reasonable. Wasn't the cost of my technology a cost? Bai Gu nodded, fine. I got it. Just you wait. Don't let me catch you, or I'll punish you to death. Bai Gu understood. Li Yi had taught him a lesson. He could only collect 30% tax from Princess Yongmu's shop. Li Yi would not compromise on this matter. Then he had to keep an eye on him from other aspects. Let's eat. Let's not talk about this nonsense. Li Yi didn't care and asked everyone to eat. Everyone didn't eat much. After dinner, Bai Gu and the other 2 didn't leave. They were celebrating the Lantern Festival at Li family Zhuangzi. It was very lively. Princess Yongmu went to rest and waited for the event at night. If Li Yi were to copy books, he would never be able to finish copying them. Zhou Gui and the others were arranged to continue to walk around Zhuangzi and look at the labor in various places. Bai Gu and the other two went to take a bath, dry their hair, put on loose clothes, and put on a military coat. They went to the high platform of Zhuangzi's artificial canal to enjoy the breeze. Tang dynasty's iron and steel cannot be exported. Tubo and Turkic arrows all come from here. Every additional arrow is a threat to the Tang dynasty's soldiers. Lu Youqiu looked at the busy scene in the distance and talked about the Manshan iron mine. Private mining had just emerged. The biggest mine was naturally controlled by the imperial court. Those who wanted to make a fortune organized people to look for mines in the surrounding areas. Their idea was simple. As long as there was an iron mine, they would be able to dig it out in the surrounding areas. The fact was as they thought. There was indeed an iron mine. The Manshan iron mine was a mine. Li Yi pointed out the main mine. The output of other mines was not small for the Tang dynasty. Normally, when they excavated the mine, they would sell it to the imperial court or make their own tools to sell. The imperial court was not strict and could not absolutely restrict them. However, someone secretly reported that there was a local force that wanted to refine iron ingots and sell them outside. This was absolutely not allowed. The key was that the local officials were involved. The officials there had big and small problems to begin with. After an investigation, they found out the situation. The Tang dynasty's inspection team wanted to go there. A team went there. When they arrived, they cleaned up all the important places in the state capital and arrested all those who should be arrested. In addition to Lu Youqiu and other ministers, there were also subordinates. The subordinates could also go to the county to take over the administration. Yao Chong and the others had taught a lot of people. When these people went together, they sorted out the local government affairs. They were worried that they would not be acclimatized. They were worried that someone would organize people to kill them when they arrived. They specifically came to Li Yi. The main reason was to ask Li Yi to solve the problem of acclimatization. They could find their own guards. In the end, Li Yi arranged for the winged knights. I hope the place is not so chaotic that it can't be governed. Otherwise, too many heads will roll, Li Riji said. He was ready. Kill. Kill until heads roll. Organizations that could mine privately would not be willing to submit. There were families in the local area, and the officials were in cahoots. In the past, when they encountered such things, they focused on conciliation and balanced the place. However, the scale of the mine now was too big. Bai Go looked into the distance and said, those who deserve to be killed will be killed. If Zhu Yi were to go, he would probably kill even more people. He is not soft-hearted, but the Jiang clan is a different matter. Chapter 824. I can't see through Li Yi. Sometimes he's so soft-hearted that he's still pleasant when others bully him. Sometimes he gets angry and directly exiles them. After arriving at Chang'an, Li Riji began to ponder about Li Yi. He knew that without the emperor's verbal order, he would have died. At that time, he didn't have any thoughts. His life was over. In the end, the emperor sent someone to deliver a verbal order. Oh, there was still a chance. He wanted to enter the capital. So he came back to life. It was so magical. Later, he heard that it was Li Yi who spoke to the emperor, including Lu Youqiu. This group was not bad. If one said that they had no power, they could deal with any official. If one said that they had great power, they could restrict each other. Looking at the people in the group, no one could compromise at will. They all had their own personalities. Li Yi's methods were good. He created a group that was above any official. The worst person in the group was a minister. However, with this group, the targeted officials couldn't bribe even if they wanted to, let alone show off their qualifications. The key was that this group would have people coming in one after another. Everyone who came in was not simple. Yao Chong and Lu Huaishan, which of these two would compromise? Yao Chong was a senior official of several dynasties. Then Li Yi, who was almost 20 years old, became complicated. It was impossible to guess what he was thinking. When others bullied him, he would negotiate with them, or even cooperate, like Yu Huaid. Sometimes, when you didn't touch him, he would look at you for a moment and force you to make a report even if you wanted to die. He could kill people himself, and he wouldn't have any psychological burden after killing people. He would do his best to save people for a statement. Even if you were unpardonably evil, he would save you first and then judge you. When he made money, he was full of schemes. When he made a lot of money, he would donate it with a wave of his hand. He took the initiative to pay taxes to the Ministry of Revenue. When the Ministry of Revenue wanted to collect some taxes from him, he would think of ways to not pay. How can people be like this? Li Riji thought about it and said in distress. Bai Gu understood and laughed. Shao Yi is indeed very interesting. Previously, when I came to ask him for money, he would fall out with me. Then, when I talked about the matters of the imperial court, he would patiently tell me. Even if you offended him in private and communicated with him as an official, he would still let go of his personal grudge and talk to you. Or if you suddenly fell sick, he would not want to see you die in front of him even though he had a personal grudge against you. That's why everyone has a good impression of him once he retires and joins the group. His attacks on the Jiang family could be said to be earth-shattering, but he suddenly stopped in the end. That's what makes him so terrifying. He doesn't decide life and death based on his emotions. Lu Youqiu wanted to comment on the matter of the Jiang family. Li Yi had completed his plan in just a few days. When he made his move, he did not give anyone any chance. At the critical moment, he didn't force the other party to his death, and at the same time, he also brought benefits to the people. It wasn't that they couldn't do their best, but they had to assess the situation and achieve their strategic goals. They definitely wouldn't advance rashly. The people of the Li family Zhuangzi work too fast. When they are working, they never chat with others. Zhou Gui and the other 5 people walked around, and Lian discovered the situation. He felt that when they were working, everyone talked while working, and it was lively. However, the people of the Li family Zhuangzi were very serious when they were working. Their hands were very fast. Even if they were next to each other, no one made a sound. And the people who didn't work also didn't go to the working area. They found a place to study and discuss work matters. It's like an army. Xiao Yezi gave his opinion. They are discussing how to improve the working process. Is this something that the people who are working should care about? Li Yuanyang heard a few words from the villagers and was very puzzled. How do you work? You should just listen to others' instructions. Why do you have to think about it yourself? That's why the villagers of the Li family Zhuangzi are different from others. They have a high monthly salary. They are all literate and can write. Zhou Gui sighed. In the past, he had only heard that the Li family Zhuangzi was very powerful. Today, he saw it with his own eyes. He found that the information that was spread out was wrong. The villagers of the Li family Zhuangzi were very powerful. They indeed only worked for 8 hours a day. When they were working, their 8 hours of work was more than the 12 hours of other people. When they weren't working, they were thinking about how to work better. This was scary. The stewards were also different from what Zhou Gui thought. In the factory, the stewards were more concerned about the state of the villagers than scolding and urging them. When they saw poor quality goods, the stewards would think about the situation and not directly blame the workers. When they encountered a problem, they would think of a way to solve it. They didn't let the problem fall on someone's head and let them bear it. The workers and the stewards were working together to improve work efficiency and product quality. No one was doing it to cope. Zhou Gue was learning. He knew that in the future, his Zhuangzi would need to follow the same model. Everyone was working together. Let's take a break. The program will start in 2 hours. We have to participate. Sun Xian came over and said to the 6 people. Everyone went to the lounge and lay down to sleep for a while. In fact, Zhou Gue and the others couldn't sleep at all. They just lay there and let their imaginations run wild. It wasn't until someone came to find them and the program started that they washed their faces with cold water and were taken to the barbecue program. The water curtain still rose in the winter. The girls of Nankou began to perform. Each stage was free to play. True love is as vast as the grassland. Layers of wind and rain can't block it. There will always be a time when the clouds part and the sun shines on you and me. Snow flutters and the north wind whistles, the world is boundless. On the stage where Li Yi was, the people of Nankou were singing and dancing. The audience below the stage sang along, a cut of plum blossoms stands proudly in the snow. Love my love, no regrets, the people of the Zhang family village and the imperial plantation all came. There were also many people from the residential area. There was also a water curtain where the captives were. They enjoyed it together. There was a bonfire, roasted lamb, and meat skewers. The only thing that limited them was alcohol. Many people outside knew that they could see fireworks everywhere, but they still ran to the Li family zhuangzi. Then, the Li family zhuangzi made a bonfire and roasted lamb for them. The 16 guards and the winged knights were depressed. There had to be people patrolling back and forth, and they weren't allowed to touch alcohol. Li Yi was wearing a long robe. He danced in front of a bonfire, displaying the heroism of a man. Xin Yan suddenly joined in. She danced together with Li Yi. Princess Yongmu pouted and ran to change her clothes. She also changed into a beautiful robe and danced with Li Yi. Xin Yan spun a few times. Her skirt flew as she turned and left. Princess Yongmu knew how to dance, but she was usually embarrassed. Now, she had no choice but to dance. Her spot had been stolen. When she jumped up, the smile on her face didn't change. Lil Miss can dance so beautifully. Li Yuanyang was stunned. The Lil Miss he saw was quiet and liked to smile. When she played badminton, he didn't have the qualifications to watch. Now, he suddenly realized that the people of the main family weren't given for free. He didn't know that Princess Yongmu had a father who was the ancestor of the pear garden. His children promised to learn. Let's go too. Xiaolan called out. The 8 maids rushed over with her and danced around Li Yi and Princess Yongmu. Tao Hong curled her lips, let's go. We all came from the same place. We are better than them. Thus, the other palace maids and eunuchs also ran over. The entire scene seemed very grand. Zhou Gue was dumbfounded. What did the people his Lil Miss brought over usually learn? I haven't seen you dance before. Do you all know how to dance? Should I learn? Li Dongzhu, why are you jumping so high? Chapter 825. When the beautiful fireworks bloomed in the sky, the people in and around Chang and city stopped doing most of their things. Those who had fields at home knew that they had to get busy because today was Jingzha. It was going to rain. Those who were waiting for the winter wheat harvest did not need to wait long. Those who did not plant winter wheat had to wait for the rain to start plowing the land. Farm manure had to be piled up. There was also some mineral powder that could be bought according to the situation of the land. The soil in Lantian County was good, so the people thought that it was just that place. After the newspaper introduced what kinds of crops were suitable for different kinds of soil, the people of the capital government went to look for soil everywhere. Some people in Lantian County wanted to organize people to dig up soil, but they were stopped by the county government. At the same time, they auctioned off the mining rights of the imperial court's soil. Now the financial deficit of Lantian County had been made up. At the same time, it had become the richest county among the 20 counties of the capital government. In addition to the large amount of money handed over, there was also the county's surplus. Goodbye. Remember to come and play with me when you miss me. On the morning of the 16th day of the first lunar month, Princess Yongmu was in a hurry to leave. She wanted to repair her shop. Li Yi sent them to the bridge and waved goodbye. Bai Gu and others also left. He ignored them. But he packed a lot of things: oxygen tanks, first aid medicine, and cheese. Of course, if the inspection team was going to set off, they also had to bring the soil beside the well. This time, the first inspection team of the Tang dynasty was going to fight a tough battle. It was useless to investigate secretly. The size of the team was obvious. Unless the old man dared to take the risk and separate from the team, he would go alone and find the people who were secretly digging in Manshan. Then he would ask the winged knights to quickly arrive and arrest the people. At the same time, he would get physical evidence and statements to prove that the local officials were involved. Once they failed, the old men would most likely die there. The local officials would say that it was done by bandits. Suppressing bandits. Princess Yongmu had a lot of fun yesterday. She was preparing to build her own shop. With the compensation of 1,000 yuan, she could build a 4-story building. If she dared to build a 4-story building, she would dare to build a 3-story building next to it. They would investigate together. Of course, building a 3-story building with bricks and wood would cost a lot. Bai Gu and others waved their hands. Seeing Li Yi ignore them, they got in the car angrily. When the car set off, Bai Gu was no longer angry. He said to the two of them, "If we bring Xiao Yi with us, he'll be able to collect the evidence when we get there. He's very flexible. The last time I saw him, he didn't look like yesterday. He looked like..." Lu Youqiu was thinking about Li Yi's situation. He has the same age and experience as us. He's calm and steady. It's hard to treat him as a young man who's not even 20 years old. Li Riji gave the answer. That's right. Yesterday, he didn't look much different from an ordinary person. He wasn't steady enough. Lu Youqiu agreed with Li Riji's statement. Bai Gu glanced at the two of them. Xiao Yi wants to change. Who would like to be an old man all day long? The imperial court needs him to be treated like an important official, but he doesn't want that. For this investigation, do as he said. Gather everyone and lock them up. Also, make a promise to the officials below. Illegal mining is a small matter, but illegal trading in Tubo is a big matter. Lu Youqiu didn't think about Li Yi's personality. He decided to settle the matter of Li Yi's Ma Anshan iron mine. Li Riji nodded. He also knew that the other inspectors were useless. If they couldn't catch anyone, they could only call a halt or order the imperial court to transfer a few officials away. Illegal mining couldn't be stopped. They had to be uprooted. The three of them returned to the palace. Yao Chong and others were waiting in the political affairs hall. Xiao Yi not only gave the item, but also gave the idea to the inspection team. His methods are good. Everyone, please take note. Bai Gu repeated what Li Yi said. He's suitable to enter the bureaucracy. Yao Chong had heard of it and gave his evaluation. Too sinister. In order to achieve his goal, he's simply unscrupulous. Song Jing shook his head. Then I don't have to worry. Lu Huaishan was quite happy. Now we can consider the new provincial governor and military staff. Su Yi planned to transfer people. The first inspection team of the Tang dynasty was in charge of sorting out people and straightening out the administration. The others were sent and directly took over. Yao Chong suggested, choose reliable people. Don't ask for meritorious service, just don't make mistakes. Just keep the achievements. It's better to leave as soon as possible. Yin Sijin was anxious. She was afraid that the local iron ingots would have to be transported along the Yangtze River if the weather was warmer. Prepare today and leave tomorrow. We'll eat cheese on the way. I heard that cheese has a sour smell. Yao Chong showed a distressed expression. The cheese Xiao Yi brought for us is milk. It's very hard and has to be soaked. It does smell a little sour, but it has more of a milk smell. He said that he specially processed it. Bai Gu said as he took out a small bamboo tube. He unscrewed the lid and poured out the irregularly shaped milk. He smelled it and threw a small piece into his mouth. The others followed suit. They did not believe that Bai Gu would poison them. It's okay. Xiao Yi really put in a lot of effort. Lu Huaishan agreed. You don't have to worry about acclimatization if you eat this. Yin Sijin felt that the taste was strange. She had never eaten it before. Don't drink unboiled water and don't eat raw food. The fish and meat you buy must be fresh and soaked in water more to avoid being poisoned. Bai Gu had worked in the local government before. He knew that the local officials could be very impulsive sometimes. Especially the low-ranking officials, they did not know the specific situation. When the higher-ups said that the matter was serious and promised benefits, the low-ranking officials dared to take action. There were also some who did not belong to the government. They were idlers and did all the dirty work. Li Yi also gave us a few big boxes. They are made of copper. Water is poured into them and there are valves at the bottom. When the valves are opened, the water will come out. It takes a certain amount of time for the water to come out. Li Riji introduced another thing to filter water. It could also filter part of the poisonous water and then boil it. The box was very heavy. When the lid was opened, they could not see what was inside. However, there was a manual. Yao Chong took it and read it. The device for filtering water is a copper box. There is an activated carbon layer, a layer of wheat flour stone, a filter layer of washed river sand, and a layer of replaceable cotton cloth at the bottom. If the water is poisonous, pour it in. After a while, it will be collected from below and then boiled. Ordinary poisons will lose their effect. Good stuff. Why don't we ask Li Yi to give us a few more? He has money. Bai Gu did not consider the cost at all. He did not have to pay anyway. Okay, with this, it will be much safer. Yin Sijin was also afraid of death. Dongzhu, it seems to be against the rules to build a 4-story building. It's too high. Princess Yongmu and the others returned to Zhuangzi and began to prepare for the repair of the shop. Zhou Gui was worried. He meant that if the shop was built in the name of the Li family Zhuangzi, the imperial court would not pursue the matter. No, not at all. It's only 4 stories. If it's not troublesome, we can even build 6 stories. Xiaolan did not feel that there would be a problem. It was just building a 4-story building. What was so difficult about it? What should the imperial court do? Why don't we talk to Wanyan County first? Zhou Gui was still a responsible manager. He wanted to bribe them. Them? Why don't we consider the surrounding shops first? Building a tall building requires digging the foundation. It will affect the surroundings. Let's see if they want to build a new one. Xiaolan's thoughts were on not harming her neighbors. Brothers and sisters who were reading outside the station, if you have the ability, go back to Qidian to subscribe. There were also monthly tickets and recommendation tickets. The farmers bowed. Chapter 826. Light rain started to fall, and the people planting the greenhouses started to get busy. The greenhouses were made of silk, so the lighting wasn't good and the heat dissipated quickly. When the rainwater hit the cloth, it not only increased the weight, but it also seeped down. The farmers started to put up straw curtains for the greenhouses. When the rain stopped, they would take down the straw curtains. The greenhouses couldn't be removed yet. They had to wait until May or June for the other vegetables to be produced. Only then could they earn more profits, especially cucumbers. Cucumbers required a high average temperature, and Li Yi's scientific estimate was 18 degrees Celsius. It seems like there isn't much chaos today. It's suitable to restore the people's livelihood and continue to build roads. Zhang Jiuling is in Guangzhou and isn't in a hurry to come back. Li Yi finished copying another medical book and felt that it was about time. There were many medical books, and many of the contents were repeated. Some even had some changes. He didn't need to copy every single book. He just needed to combine the contents. Putting down the brush, he mumbled to himself as he thought about this year's matters. He knew that some history had changed. The surrendered households that were most likely to rebel had been moved to the side. There was one less war, and many people were saved. Li Longji didn't run to Luoyang. He stayed in Chang'an. The positions of the officials were much different from in history. Zhang Shua ran to Hunan, and Baigu didn't die. Wei Zhigu was still the Minister of Works, and Song Jing was still the Minister of Works. According to historical records, Guo Zhiyun attacked Tubo in the Juku region in July, and it was very successful. Would he attack again this year? Would the Sulu tribe lead Tubo and Abbasid Caliphate to attack the 4 towns of the Tang dynasty? Ingzhou's commander-in-chief manor had become 4 commander-in-chief manors, and there were many surrendered households in Bingzhou. Should they keep the Celestial Army or continue to move inland? They had the seeds for Zhangcheng rice. They planted it themselves. Hunan and Luoyang started to rent the land and collect taxes. Restore the original names of the Secretariat, Menxia, and Huangmen provinces. This is a small problem. Also, restore the records no matter what happens. This. Zhuangzi doesn't need to do so. Yes, Princess Yongle to marry the Khitan king. No, we won't. If he has the ability, he will rebel. Actually, it's not a problem for me to copy out the books written by Qianyuan Hall. No, it's a waste of time. Let them do it. Dictionaries are ready now. Sihai is not in a hurry. Make more money to print dictionaries and rent them to the people. Rent them at a cheaper price. 1 coin a month. It was a new year. Li Yi was thinking about which historical things he could use and which changes he could grasp. He found that the historical data was getting more and more out of line. While he was influencing the capital office, the tax revenue from the imperial court had increased, and the situation was different. The ice sculptures in Chang'an melted, and the people helped to send them out. The streets had been cleaned up. Otherwise, the rain would turn into water and make it look damp. It was obvious that the sleigh would not be able to move. Fortunately, the roads to the various counties were paved with stones, so the main road was not so muddy. Everyone was waiting for the water in the water net to be able to move the boats, so that they could step on the boats and travel back and forth. The capital magistrate ordered the people to continue burning the Kong beds. The spring weather was humid, and the cold wind was bone-chilling. They had to continue burning for a period of time to avoid getting sick. Yuan Xianyao was changed from the prime minister position to the governor. He didn't seem to be very negative, instead, he became more proactive. At least he was still an official in Chang'an. His position was not low. If he dared to complain, he would be directly promoted to the provincial governor. The people in the capital office were waiting for the tea leaves. Once the tea leaves were ready to be picked, they would pick them and sell them to the Li family Zhuangzi. The people knew that the Li family Zhuangzi earned tens or even hundreds of times the money from the tea leaves, but they didn't feel that they were losing out. If the Li family Zhuangzi earned more from the tea leaves, they would definitely use the money to help build roads and improve the people's lives. In the eyes of the people, it was equivalent to selling the tea leaves and reaping benefits. In the past, when the people talked about building roads, they didn't think much of it. Whether the roads were good or not, they would still walk. When all the roads in the capital office were paved and all the villages were connected, the people finally realized that things were different. The speed of travel was much faster than before. After a large number of livestock were used, the time saved could be used to do a lot of profitable work. When the people were preparing for this year's good day, Li Qingqi ran over to Li Yi. Before the roads are paved, the last batch of fresh food is still fresh. Eat it sparingly. When the weather warms up and there is no more reflux, we can continue to transport frozen food from Dengzhou this year. We stored a lot of ice last winter. Li Qingqi came over to deliver frozen seafood, including oysters, scallops, and hairtail. There was no need for sea cabbage. Sea cabbage and kelp, which were the expensive kunbu, could be dried in the sun. Is the sea cabbage selling well? Li Yi asked about the most worthless thing. He ate shrimps and hairtail just to satisfy his appetite. It's selling well. The price is high. The newspaper said that eating too much can cause neck disease, so everyone bought it. You even said things like iron and zinc. The people believe you. Li Qingqi didn't know whether to complain or be happy. He sent people to the seaside to sell the sea cabbage, and the price was high. In the past, he paid the people at the seaside to help him pick up the cabbage, but no one ate it. When the newspaper came out and the Li family Zhuangzi said that the cabbage was good, the people immediately ate it. The newspaper was not only published in the capital office. The people at the seaside began to pick up the cabbage themselves. They dried it and sold it. The businessmen ran over to buy the cabbage, and Li Qingqi sent people over to pay extra. If they were not familiar with each other, the people at the seaside knew that those people were inextricably linked to the Li family Zhuangzi in Chang'an, so the price would be higher. Relying on the reputation of the Li family Zhuangzi, the people at the seaside gave a discount and limited price. They also said that if Li Dongzhu came in person, they would give all the cabbage to him. Brother Yi, the people at the seaside all said that they would pick up whatever you said was good, and then dry it to make more money. They said that they hoped that you would go to them. Once you go to them, you will be home. They can guarantee anything. You are now. Don't worry about not knowing friends on the road ahead. Who in the world doesn't know you? Li Yi smiled and said 2 lines of Gao Shi's poem. Gao Shi had not written it yet. Good poem. I copied it. I know. Actually, if you can't eat seafood, spinach, celery, and mustard are also good. For the mainlanders, eating spinach is not bad, although it is a little high in oxalic acid. In addition, pig liver is also quite good. Li Yi recommended spinach. In order to let people eat spinach, there were cartoons made abroad. Write it in the newspaper. Pig liver is fishy. Unless it is sauced, braised, or stir-fried, ordinary people can't afford it. Li Qingqi felt that the best way to promote was through the newspaper. I have already published the recipe for the garlic sauce and soy sauce. What about chicken liver, duck liver, foie gras, and lamb liver? All are fine. The key is to keep up with the breeding. Without poultry and livestock, how can we eat? What's the plan for this year? Does the imperial court need to prepare in advance? Li Qingqi came to ask about this. In the new year, the people in the political affairs hall were looking at the Li family Zhuangzi. The Li family Zhuangzi was the wind vane. Li Yi thought for a while and replied, this year is mainly about the expansion of labor-intensive industries. The new textile equipment will have a certain impact on the textile market. Internal consumption and external exports will both be promoted. The local authorities will encourage mining and prospecting. Li Yi began to talk about the local construction of the Tang dynasty. The industrial development must be promoted after the city occupying rice could be planted in other places. Chapter 827. I've brought food for everyone. It's Li family Zhuangzi's boiled meat slices with spinach and bean sprouts. One dish is enough for everyone. In the political affairs hall, Li Qingqi rushed over before lunch. He brought a lot of boiled meat slices. The political affairs hall didn't only have 3 people. There were also some minor officials. The staple food was fragrant rice. The people in the political affairs hall didn't need to eat the food from the imperial kitchen. In the beginning, the minor officials would bring their own food or get someone to buy it when it was time for lunch. There would be people at the door carrying a cart to sell the food. But ever since Li Longji became rich, he took care of the meals of all the officials. The result was that the Jiang family went to the officials to bully others. The officials didn't dare to do so as there were many bonuses and benefits. It was easy to bully others. But after the bullying, others would find a lawyer to sue the officials for free. King Song, have you gotten the answer? The 3 prime ministers of the political affairs hall weren't focused on eating. Let's eat first. We'll read it after eating. Otherwise, we'll have a headache. Li Qingqi decided to eat as well. Let's read it first. Otherwise, we'll vomit after eating. Why can't Xiao Yi speak properly? Bai Gu glanced at the boiled meat slices. There was a layer of oil on it to keep it warm. Alright, let's read. Li Qingqi took out a piece of paper. I'll read it. Su Yi took the paper and sat down in a comfortable position. The current situation in the capital should focus on agriculture and farming. Farming should drive aquaculture, and aquaculture should promote farming. Place vegetable baskets and rice bags first. Under the premise of satisfying the needs of the people, vigorously develop aquaculture. Pay close attention to the construction of water conservancy projects and rationalize the allocation of water conservancy resources. Coordinate with land transportation. Under the premise of improving water transportation, expand the functions of water transportation. Rationalize the distribution of water baskets and water mills. Arrange the distribution of water handicraft industries without trapping, blocking, or limiting water. Expand the scope of employment and increase the number of jobs. Create a model pilot project for small handicrafts and labor-intensive industries. Create a people-oriented industry with different types of work as the benchmark. Drive. Su Yi flipped through 6 pages and read for half an hour. Finally, he finished reading. His head was in a mess. Song Jing and Bai Gu frowned. Indeed, they were having headaches. Why was it so long-winded? However, if you were to say something wrong, or if there was a problem during the practice, you would definitely be able to find out where you did not do it well. I've already explained everything clearly to you. Why did something still happen to you? Bai Gu rubbed his temples as he looked at Li Qingqi and asked, King Song, is that what Xiao Yi told you? How is that possible? This was written by Brother Yi himself. It's much simpler to explain. He told me that we can't stop growing crops, including vegetables, and we have to increase our breeding. Then, he would see if he could raise fish. Now that there were more seasonings and cooking methods, the fish was quite delicious. For those who don't have fields to farm, the water wheels on the river should not be too dense, so that there would be sufficient water for watering downstream. He will come up with a solution, and everyone will follow suit. It's very simple and not difficult at all. Li Qingqi shook his head and told the three of them what Li Yi had said. It was indeed simple for the three of them to comprehend it in an instant, but what was the point of writing these things? Was he too free? As though seeing through the thoughts of the three, Li Qingqi continued, Brother Yi said that the official documents had to be written like this. Otherwise, it would be difficult to convict someone of a crime if something went wrong. It might seem useless, but every single word is actually useful. It would be difficult for the local officials to change it privately. It's difficult to even comprehend it, let alone change it. Song Jing was convinced that there was nothing wrong with it. Let's rest for a while before eating. Where's my oxygen bag? I can take 2 breaths. Bai Gu went to look for an oxygen bag. Su Yi and Song Jing also returned to their offices. A moment later, each of them returned with an oxygen bag and inhaled it. After inhaling the oxygen, they felt much more comfortable. Are these for the officials to see? For the various counties. Song Jing decided to print it and send it to the local officials. No, these are for you to see. If you continue to implement it, it will be your fault if something goes wrong. I've already explained everything clearly. Li Qingqi shook his head. The handicraft industry means the textile industry? Using the textile equipment designed by Xiao Yi to operate? Bai Gu asked for the details. Yes, it's written down. It's about supporting individuals, organizations, and departments that focus on technology research and development. On the basis of not making false reports, omitting reports, and concealing reports, we will reward the technical personnel, etc. Li Qingqi did not finish his sentence. He was afraid that he would have a headache if he thought too much. He took out the kimchi. It was not spicy cabbage. Spicy cabbage did not taste good with boiled meat. Kimchi tasted sour, sweet, fresh, and salty. It was crispy. Li family Zhuangzi made it according to the method of Sichuan kimchi. It was not spicy at all and tasted very refreshing. It was just enough to relieve the numbness and spiciness of boiled meat. It was not a problem to eat it directly with rice. It's almost done. We can eat it now. Bai Gu did not want to rely too much on oxygen. Li Yi had said that they should avoid inhaling if they could. He closed the valve of the oxygen bag and sent it back to his office. Song Jing and Su Yi inhaled a few more times. When they felt comfortable, they also took it back. Oxygen bags were lifesavers, especially when the air pressure was low. Older people found it difficult to breathe. Taking a breath of oxygen would make them feel refreshed and able to continue working. Each of them had a small clay pot. As expected, it was still hot. When they touched the clay pot, it burned their hands. This meant that there was a lot of oil and the temperature was suppressed. We've finished the food. What about the soup? Su Yi saw the layer of red oil on it and had some thoughts. Take it away. Even the clay pot is given. Li Qingqi knew what he meant. Okay, we'll use it to cook food when we go back and let our families taste it. Chili noodles are expensive. Her Majesty only gives us half a tael per month. This was Su Yi's purpose. He wanted to take it back and let his family taste the dishes that were not made with chili noodles. There was no such thing as heaven and earth. Only the Li family Zhuangzi existed. The seeds were not released. If the people in the palace wanted to eat it, they had to find Empress Wang. Empress Wang helped to order the dishes. The seeds in the dishes were all ripe. If the kings wanted to eat it, they had to tell Li Qingqi. Li Qingqi would go and get it. The price was high, and the Ministry of Revenue would take half of the tax. Bai Gu was very happy. Xiao Yi didn't say anything big, right? Bai Gu ate the bean sprout and asked. He didn't say anything. Probably because he had too many things to do this year, he didn't think of anything else for the time being. King Song recalled his conversation with Brother Yi and confirmed that he didn't say anything. Let's hurry up. Who knows when he'll suddenly think of something and blow things up. He hasn't stopped doing it year after year. Gu didn't dare to let his guard down. He was prepared to solve the problems left behind from last year as quickly as possible. He was ready to see Li Yi stir up trouble at any moment. There are too many surrendering households in the 9 clans. Should we move them to the interior or set up a new army? Song Jing talked about the matter that Li Yi was pondering. Li Yi didn't know what to do either. They had to wait for the imperial court. If we move them, we have to settle them down like we did in Huazhou and Tongzhou. If we don't set up a new army, the pressure on the House of Subjugation will be too great. Su Yi didn't know what to do either. He knew the pros and cons, asked Xiao Yi. If he can make the arrangements, we won't have to worry. In the Tang dynasty, other than Her Majesty, who has more authority than him? Gu threw the question out. Chapter 828. Time to work, time to work. Use the river sand we dug out last year to pave the road and fill in the cracks. While Gu and the others were eating, the rain stopped. The Southwest barbarian captives' days of rest and language learning were over. They pushed the wheelbarrow with picks and shovels to soak in the sand by the river. The river sand they dug out last winter was cleaned up along the way. The silt was used to fertilize the fields and the river sand was put together. In winter, the river sand was frozen solid. After the rain, it was still hard and frosty inside. They needed to use picks to dig out large pieces of sand. They put them on the wheelbarrow and pushed them to the gravel road. After winter, some parts of the gravel road were swollen and some parts sank when the rain fell. They had to be flattened with sand and shovels. Otherwise, they would continue to sink and become a depression. The common people had finished weaving cotton and sorghum stalks. Since they had nothing else to do, they helped to repair the road. The imperial court provided free soup, black bread, and pickled vegetables. The common people didn't get paid, but they were willing to repair the road. The common people of the capital government didn't try to be polite. They felt that they had taken advantage of the situation and quickly reported it to the imperial court. Of course, the captives couldn't stay idle. Their bodies were better than when they were fighting the military forces of the Tang dynasty. To put it bluntly, the food they ate when they were soldiers was not as good as when they were captives. The Li family Zhuangzi gave them plenty of food. The Khitan captives were once again in charge of management. Their families were all here. Now, they were working and didn't feel like captives anymore. A group of people left and returned to Khitan to help with spring plowing and trade arrangements. They had knowledge, experience, and plans. The 16 guards sent out a small number of people to watch over them. For every 100 captives, there were basically 3 people watching over them. The captives didn't have any other ideas. They worked hard and learned, hoping to become officials when they returned. Those who didn't want to go back told the Li family Zhuangzi about the situation at home. The Li family Zhuangzi went to the southwest to find people and bring their families out. The latest news showed that more than 2,000 families had arrived in the Tang dynasty's territory. The soldiers in the southwest were in charge of them. When the weather got warmer, they would go south along the Yangtze River and walk through the canal to the Yellow River. When they arrived, they would be given a house to live in. They wouldn't live in their own shacks and tents. There were also some who were very angry. They had been captured, and their wives and children were with other people. These people held their breaths and worked hard, hoping that one day they could go back and take it back. Obviously, they wouldn't rebel even if he asked them to. They had nowhere to run. Even if there was a chance to steal a horse, how could a horse outrun the 3 horses of the winged knights? Sprinting to the side of the mountain and taking the land route, they had to cross the mountains and the Qinling Mountains. How many people did they think they could survive in the Qinling Mountains? Or go all the way west and take the plank road, where the people on the plank road won't stop you? Therefore, with picks and shovels in hand, they had no other thoughts. They only hoped that the person in charge of guarding them would give them a good evaluation in the book so that they could accumulate more points and exchange them for more resources. It's actually not the right time to build roads, but it's too late to catch up. Li Yi looked at the people on Zhuangzi Highway plowing the soil by the cement road and estimated the situation. It was just the beginning of spring, and the roads had been smoothed out. When the rain increased and the temperature rose, the roads would continue to be repaired. If they didn't fix it now, it would take a lot of work in the future. The people would be farming and wouldn't have the time. Even though they knew that they couldn't do their best, they still did it. After the repairs were done, it would be easy to repair it again after some time. There was no need to build roads on Zhuangzi Highway. All roads were made of cement, and there was space on both sides of the road. Manure was dug in, and after a few days, flower seeds were planted. After summer, flowers could be seen, but there were no shrubs. Songda and the palace maids and eunuchs stood at the side to listen and learn. They learned with a purpose. Even though they knew that they shouldn't build roads immediately, they still built roads. Administrative orders and actual situations might not always be the same. Many seemingly unreasonable administrative orders had special considerations behind them. Of course, these considerations didn't include forcefully rejecting other people's grain when it was about to be harvested. Behind these considerations were the bureaucrats, not the people's livelihood. The real consideration was to actively organize the people to replenish the seedlings or change to other crops when the flood was about to hit them. Even if they knew it was too late and that the other crops weren't good enough, it was still better than leaving the land idle. If they could increase their income, they would increase their income. Doing one's best to help the people get 40% of their losses and compensation. This was administrative flexibility. It was the same at the moment. After they knew it, they still had to fix it. If they didn't take the opportunity to fix it and fix it later, it would cause the people to delay their work. How could the people not know? It was like they were tidying up the land. Doing something was better than not doing anything at all. Li Yi told these words to Songda and the palace maids and eunuchs. This was called administrative, this was called the people's livelihood. Just like fighting a war, it is difficult to win with a surprise move. In terms of administrative affairs, it is difficult to win with a surprise move. It is better to do things properly and try to help the people a little. As Li Yi spoke, he went to the riverside to take a look at the situation of the river. Due to the weather, the upper reaches of the Yellow River weren't open yet. However, there were icicles flowing downstream. If the upper reaches of the river were open and the upper reaches were still not open, there would be an ice flood. At the start, they would use artillery. Later on, when their blasting skills were good enough, they would use explosives. If it really didn't work, they would still use artillery. The kinetic energy of artillery shells was the greatest. Li Yi didn't use explosive shells to blast the ice surface, but it didn't have much effect. Thus, if he felt that the ice flood would come, he would try to drill holes and use gunpowder to blast it. It would be more concentrated and loose. Otherwise, the ice flood would flood the North Protectorate Manor. There were also small icicles in the Ba River. They were irregularly shaped and collided with each other as they flowed downstream. Is there any news from Lantian County? Li Yi looked at the river and asked. No, the icicles downstream have been washed away. The river there is much better. The silt was cleared in autumn. Songda knew what Dongzhu was asking about. Lantian County was one of the counties that Zhuangzi focused on. It was connected to the Ba River and had many industries. Is there any news from Huku Waterfall? Li Yi asked about another place. Yes, our people have finished building the boats there. Now, the ice at the waterfall has been washed away. The big ice blocks above have not been seen yet. They said that they would have to wait for 10 days. Songda immediately replied. It wasn't easy for him to be in charge. Make the necessary arrangements. Don't be like Zhuge Liang in the Romance of the Three Kingdoms. It's useless even if you tire yourself to death. Li Yi turned around and looked at Songda. He was satisfied, but also not satisfied. You have so many assistants by your side. When I ask you a question, you let your assistants answer. Do you think I will look down on you? Songda smiled. It's just that other people are in charge. I just happened to take a look and remember it. Buzz, there was a sudden movement in the sky. A large flock of pigeons flew in circles with whistles. Some of the pigeons fell behind and flapped their wings to return to the group. Some of the pigeons realized that they couldn't catch up with the pigeons and took a shortcut. Jiang is quite good. Good carrier pigeons will take the initiative to hide in the bushes when the enemy is near. They will fly close to the ground and after flying for tens of feet, they will return to the bushes. When they feel that they are safe, they will fly up into the sky and fly towards their nest. The grassland will raise eagles to deal with them. Li Yi saw the pigeons and was satisfied. However, he had his own opinions. It works in theory, but I don't know how to do it in practice. Li Yi came up with a temporary solution to let the women in the settlement who suddenly had nothing to do to grind flour. The production of the dough skin was interesting. If there was more gluten, there would be less dough skin. If there was more dough skin, there would be less gluten. However, there would still be water from the flour being flushed out. It could only be made once. It was guaranteed that no one would waste it, just like the pollution of the river in the starch factory. If there was more water in the flour in a short period of time, after evaporation and cooking, it could be made into sweet sauce. Sweet sauce and big sauce were two different things. Sweet sauce was made from flour, while big sauce was made from beans. Sweet sauce could be fermented or not fermented for a short period of time, but big sauce must be fermented. In history, the reason why China had sweet sauce was because they were poor. If they didn't have money to buy soy sauce, they could only make some for free. This was not a matter of his time. In Beijing and Tianjin, simple sauces were made with flour as seasoning. The most classic dish was shredded pork with soy sauce. The sauce inside was sweet sauce made from flour. Later, people couldn't get so much sweet sauce, so they made all kinds of sauces according to local customs. At the same time, Tianjin gubuli steamed buns and Quanjued roast duck were famous. The latter was made with sweet sauce. In the end, people found that it was not delicious and expensive. Why? Was it because of the brand? Yes, it was because of the brand. Match the fat and lean meat of the pork and make them into fillings. Add water and steam the buns. The buns will be oily and fresh. Feed the ducks until they are fat. After the roast, the fragrance of the fat will be accepted by everyone. The premise is that they can't be eaten in Zhuangzi. There is no shortage of oil in Zhuangzi. The farmers don't care about these two things. Li Yi mumbled. His thoughts were diverging, and as he thought about it, he thought of two brands. These two brands had already declined when he came to the Tang dynasty. In the beginning, these two brands were delicious because the people were poor and didn't have oil. Fat ducks loved to eat them, and buns with water were more fragrant. When the people didn't lack oil, they ate these two things for the sake of tasting the freshness. No one wanted to eat them every meal. This was inflexibility and lack of flexibility. They didn't make their brands big until the sun set in the west. For example, when the country was just founded, Old Chen even organized the production of aspirin. At that time, people said that aspirin was available overseas and was cheap. Why should they make it themselves? At that time, under the central government's politics, this kind of talk was considered short-sighted. Later, when the electronic industry developed, some idiots said that they didn't need to produce and research their own technology. In the end, they said that they wouldn't give you chips, and they wouldn't give you chips. The idiots who shouted about the division of labor in the global village didn't say anything. Weren't they quite happy at that time? If there was no aspirin, it was written in the textbooks. It was not a problem to shout about the division of labor in the global village. They had already experienced things, including the atomic bomb. How could they be so stupid? Not forgetting the past was a teacher for the future. Other people were idiots, but Li Yi didn't want to be an idiot. He said to Song De, tell the Zhuangzi workshop that every time they develop a new thing, give them a reward of at least 10 yuan. Of course, there is no freedom. They can forget about leaving the Li family Zhuangzi for the rest of their lives. However, they will allow their children to be officials. If their children can't pass the exam, I will directly arrange for them. They will get what they deserve. Yes. Song De replied with a word. He remembered it and continued to encourage the workshop to do research, even if the investment was huge. Li Yi looked at the palace maids and eunuchs again. The country is different, so the politics will change. The internal and external are different, so the people will change. The doctrine of the mean is neither left nor right. The doctrine of the mean is not in the middle. It is like riding a horse galloping, combining movement and stillness. It is also like a bicycle, seeking balance in motion. What cannot be changed is the momentum of a towering mountain. What can be changed is the impermanence of flowing water. There is no difference between the lives of the people and the operations of the army. The imperial court is like a tree. Its roots are firm, and its leaves should not be limited. The palace maids and eunuchs tried hard to remember. They knew that Dong Zhu suddenly had some ideas that were related to the imperial court and the people. When the water is alive, the fish will come out. When the clouds send the rain, there will be little left. Li Yi said again and walked back with his hands behind his back. He didn't want to say more. It was too deep and meaningless. He had to think of a way to solve the problem at hand. For example, copying medical books. No matter how rich his theoretical knowledge and literary talent were, it was not as realistic as throwing out a medical book that could help cure diseases. Otherwise, he could invent new tools that could save the people's time and solve the problems of the people's livelihood. Remember to remind me how many large vats there are. I will earn more money and let the imperial court fork out some money to deal with the pollution of the cesspool. In detail, Li Yi immediately thought of a situation. The methane pool was not successful. It was easy to deal with the pollution of the soil, but it was a problem of money. Chapter 830. The palace maids had stars in their eyes, and the eunuchs, it didn't matter whether they had stars in their eyes or not. In the eyes of the palace maids, Dong Zhu could influence politics and the people's livelihood with a wave of his hand. He could be ambitious, but instantly fall to the common people. In the beginning, they were talking about administration, but in the blink of an eye, they were talking about the specific situation. It was a pity that Princess Yongmu didn't come, otherwise, Dongzhu would be a different person, the kind that was fun to play with. Dongzhu changed as soon as he met Princess Yongmu. It was interesting. That night, Li Yi's words and the copied medical books were sent to Xingxing Palace. Li Longji flipped through the medical books a few times and put them aside. He kept the original copies, every one of them. The copied copies were printed without missing a word and sent to all parts of the Tang dynasty. Li Yi never cared about the original copies. Li Longji knew that Li Yi cared most about whether the people of the Tang dynasty learned the contents of the books well and applied it to the common people. He picked up the book of Li Yi's daily words and sighed after reading it. What did Uncle say this time? Empress Wang took it and read it. Isn't it normal? Whoever gets Li Yi gets the world. Empress Wang didn't think there was anything wrong with it. It had always been like this, and all the officials who were qualified to know the situation agreed. Whoever got Li Yi's assistance could stabilize the world. Li Yi's knowledge was from top to bottom. He could give advice today, and tomorrow he could lower his head and farm. It was hard not to be convinced. He knew everything. He had no problem being the prime minister, and he could also be a craftsman. If he wanted to teach, he could teach. If he wanted to practice medicine, he could practice medicine. If he was happy, he could even cook for himself. Li Longji shook his head. No, I was thinking that if I met Brother Yi before I rose, fewer people would die. No, more people might die. He killed people without mercy. I believe that at that time, if Madame Wei and Enlu could poison Zhongzong, Uncle could poison them. Uncle had always liked an eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth. Moreover, he was even more aggressive when he killed people. He never cared about the lives of others. Empress Wang knew Li Yi quite well. Don't be fooled by Li Yi's appearance. When he made his move, he was absolutely decisive. Watching him kill people, so many people were sniped by him. Most importantly, he didn't look uncomfortable at all after killing the man. He looked very normal. How strong was his mental fortitude? Normal people wouldn't be able to do it. As for the many people who had offended him, he didn't kill them because he felt that they weren't worth it. Including the Jiang family, who wanted to take over Princess Yongmu's land. Li Yi wanted to see how the other party would act. The Jiang family was smart. They hurriedly sold their goods and paid for their shops. They did not struggle and looked for Li Linfu, but Li Linfu did not help. Otherwise, Jiang Jiao. Alas! Li Longji sighed again when he thought of the people he knew before he became the emperor. Empress Wang walked over and snuggled up to Li Longji. Li Yi didn't see this situation, or else he would have sneered. Jiang Jiao knew you when you were the emperor. You were defeated by him. Empress Wang, before you became the emperor, your life was so hard. You couldn't even eat a bowl of noodles on your birthday. The empress's father pawned his leather jacket to make noodles for you. Empress Wang supported you all the way to become the emperor. What happened after that? Li Yi really didn't know that Li Longji and Empress Wang were showing off their affection. He was designing the blueprint according to the data on the data. The 30,000 recruits were all in place and were undergoing training at Mount Taibai. Mount Taibai was also covered in snow in summer. It was also a royal resort. There was a royal palace on Mount Taibai. The royal family had occupied all the good places around the capital office. There weren't any hot springs among the commoners. The only hot spring was behind Drunken Immortal House, which was no different from the royal one. The royal family couldn't occupy the hot springs deeper into the mountains. The commoners knew there were hot springs, so they wouldn't travel so far just to take a bath. Li Yi was drawing a picture of a glider that could fly. The parachute jump was already done. The winged knights knew how to jump and how to fold their parachutes. They had to fold it themselves. He didn't trust others to fold it. However, parachuting had been done a few times on the lake in autumn, so they weren't familiar with it. The lake was just a psychological comfort. If there was a problem with the main parachute and the secondary parachute, they would die if they fell from that height. If they could survive falling from a height of more than 1,000 meters, there must be a problem with the water. Fortunately, the parachute opened successfully every time. The secondary parachute didn't open. Now they were using a glider. In theory, a glider should always hover downwards. However, there was wind. If they controlled it well, they could rise again. Li Yi was going to let the winged knights jump and use the glider on Mount Tai. He didn't want to recruit 30,000 new soldiers. Mount Tai was more than 3,700 meters above sea level. It didn't matter. To jump and glide, it depended on the relative height. The local area was more than 700 to more than 1,000 meters above sea level. In other words, the relative height was about 3,000 meters. Otherwise, in a place where the altitude was 10,000 meters above sea level and the local average height was 9,900 meters, it meant that from the highest point to the platform, it was more than 100 meters. If they parachuted, it was likely that they wouldn't be able to open the parachute and would fall to their death. Parachuting and gliding required relative height. It had nothing to do with altitude. Carry the parachute, then put on the goggles first. Find a suitable place to glide with the glider. If it doesn't work, let go of the hand and open the parachute. Li Yi muttered and carefully drew according to the data. He didn't dare to be negligent. When the glider was combined with the parachute, he knew that there were many mountains in Tubo. If a team of 1,000 people glided down and got stuck in the key position, the most frightening thing was the airborne troops. The airborne troops would never fall in front of the enemy's main forces. They were guaranteed to be at the back. Like the Normandy landing, the airborne troops played the most important role, even if the casualties were not small. The enemy was tired of dealing with them. One by one, the strategic positions were occupied by the airborne troops. Of course, there was another place that couldn't be ignored, the Calais Peninsula. Before Operation Overlord, which was the Normandy landing, the Allied forces had been carrying out another deceptive plan called Operation Ghost Shadow. It targeted the Calais Peninsula, including the extras who played the role of Montgomery. There was also a large number of artillery attacks. The Normandy landing was successful because most of the enemy's forces were tied down. Even if they paid a heavy price, the strategic goal was achieved. So, the glider troops of the Tang dynasty also need to be coordinated by the ground forces. The airborne troops must directly hit the enemy's important positions. Li Yi thought about the classic battle process, the tactical deployment, and the strategic goal of the winged knights in a new position. Based on what he knew about the application and technology of the airborne troops in the classic battle, as well as the strategic and tactical deployment, the people in the political affairs hall didn't even dare to think about it. The support of the skeleton, the material of the skeleton, the angle of the glider wings, the direction of the wind, and the height of the wind. Taibai Mountain needs to be located at a suitable place. Li Yi marked the data and graphics, and his mouth kept muttering. He couldn't trust other troops, so it had to be the winged knights. Last time, the winged knights didn't fight well. Dozens of people died because of mistakes in command. The main reason was that they weren't familiar with the battlefield. He couldn't make the same mistake in the future. It's about time. Let the workshop build it. I want to fly too. I know how to do it. I've done it before. Li Yi put down the pen and clenched his fist. He had done parachuting and gliding before, but those things were made by other people. Now, it was Zhuangzi who made them. Chapter 831. It's really cold in the morning. I wonder what questions will be tested this year. On the morning of the first day of February, many examinees were waiting outside the Fanglin gate of Fanglin Garden. It was very cold in early spring. There was even frost on the roof tiles. The examinees felt cold on their hands and faces, but their bodies and feet were not cold. They changed into new shoes and clothes. Just like last year, the emperor provided them with new clothes and shoes. After the exam, they left with their old clothes and shoes. Wang Su put his hands in front of his mouth and blew, trying to warm his small hands with the warmth of his breath. The three people who went to Liangpa village to be village officials were beside him. They got along well. They're coming. One serving each. Don't eat too much. Go inside and sleep. The imperial court's carriages came out. Stacks of pottery bowls and bamboo chopsticks came out. A large barrel was filled with mutton stew and lean meat. Some examinees might have a stomachache if they ate too much without oil for a few days. There were also tea eggs, cucumbers, pickles, and steamed buns. Each person was given half a bowl of mutton. A big steamed bun was placed on top of the soup. The tea eggs and pickles were soaked in the soup. There were many examinees this year. Those who did not pass the exam and went to be village officials in the previous years all had to take the exam. There were also new examinees from various prefectures squeezing on the road. The imperial court is getting richer and richer. They're willing to pay for floor heating, clothes, and the four treasures of the study. This year, I must pass the exam and become a good official who works for the people. Xia Hao held his mutton stew and squatted beside Wang Su. Wang Su looked at the people in front of him enviously. They were all examinees. The difference was that they did well as village officials. Without taking the exam, they were already exiled officials. If they were not exiled first rank, they would be exiled second rank. These people did not need to take the imperial exam. There were places to arrange for them. They came to take the exam because they wanted to be promoted to a higher rank after passing the exam. If they passed the exam, they would be promoted faster. If they did not pass the exam, they would be able to enter the 9th rank after 2 years. Like Wang Su, after studying hard, the village gave him a good evaluation. He had the identity of an exiled 6th rank, but there was no place to arrange it. Unless he continued to be a village official. The minor officials in the county were all exiled 3rd rank and above. The capital government did not lack officials. In fact, all the examinees who went to the countryside had an exiled official. The most was a 7th rank official. It was a reward for them. At the very least, they could read and write, which was many times better than ordinary people. If they were not even given an official position, how were they going to live? The officials from the Li family Zhuangzi who passed last year's exam have replaced us as village officials. Do you think they will be rejected? Not far away, someone was talking with an expectant look. Everyone knew what he meant. You passed the exam, and you even got first class. When you reached the village, you were still not as good as us. What did that mean? Brother Dong Lai, who went to Liangpa village. Will he do well? Chai Baoheng asked Wang Su. Wang Su took a sip of the hot soup. We've all been to the Li family Zhuangzi before. Do you really need to explain how Li Dongzhu teaches people? If there were people who wanted to see him make a fool of himself, just wait and see. Those 220 students would not be given away for nothing. Previously, the 40 students became county magistrates, and their limelight overshadowed the county magistrate and deputy county magistrate. That's true. Other people with Li family Zhuangzi's background would try their best to get promoted quickly, but they aren't in a hurry. Zhuan expressed his admiration. Out of the 42 students, the best was first class. Everyone else had an official position, but Zhao Donglin did not. However, someone in the imperial court said that whenever Zhao Donglin wanted to be an official, he could join the army. If he waited a little longer, he could be promoted to provincial governor. Zhao Donglin was in charge of 41 students and mobilized 20 counties in the imperial government. Wasn't that just being a provincial governor? Being a provincial governor was nothing more than military affairs. Zhao Donglin was trained by Li Yi in the Li family Zhuangzi. How could he not learn military affairs? The others were still working hard in their positions as registrars and county officers. They never mentioned anything about being promoted. It's a pity that I didn't make it, Xia Hao said and lowered his head to eat cucumber and pickled vegetables. He regretted it. The Li family Zhuangzi had given him 2 chances, but he had rejected them both. Since then, there were only a group of students who lived outside the village. They would also take part in the imperial examination this year. On normal days, they would help the people to file lawsuits for free. After being baptized by the village officials, those who had become officials outside the village were not so arrogant anymore. The new examinees were different. They felt that they were more confident and easy to take the exam. They were outstanding people in their local areas. Therefore, they gathered together and looked relaxed. They thought that the imperial examination was just a formality for them. In Lianpa village, which was mentioned by Wang Su and the others, a man in a military coat was recording the location of the toilets. Changyu, come and eat some steamed buns. They are stuffed with pickled vegetables and oil dregs. A woman called Zhou Changyu. Zhou Changyu was first class in the imperial examination last year. He was arranged to be a village official in the village. He did not look like an official at all. If it were not for his straight back, he would look no different from a farmer. His face showed that he had been through hardships. There were even small cracks on his hands. There were skin cream and hand cream, but he did not use them. When he arrived at the village, he first looked at the toilets, the size, the terrain, and the surroundings. He took out a notebook and wrote and drew. He smiled at all the villagers. He did not ask the village chief, Chinemo, for the account books. He knew how to behave. How could he ask for the account books casually? Third Madam Chen, I have leftovers from last night. They won't go bad in the cold weather. I can heat them up when I go back. Zhou Changyu smiled and waved his hand to refuse. The woman came over and pulled his sleeve. Heat up your food at noon. Eat steamed buns in the morning. I have money. I don't need a pair of chopsticks. Zhou Changyu was pulled to the house of Third Madam Chen. There were a son and a daughter-in-law. There were also 2 children, a boy and a girl. The boy was big and the girl was still breastfeeding. He greeted them one by one and chose a seat opposite the daughter-in-law. She was pregnant with a baby. Little Zhou, you have been here for some days. All you do is look at other people's houses. Don't you have any ideas? You are from the Li family Zhuangzi. The old man sat in the main seat. There was a small bowl in front of him. The bowl was filled with rice wine. He drank it early in the morning. After drinking it, he would not feel so cold when he went out to work. Third Master Chen, it's almost time. After breakfast, I will go see the village chief and discuss with him to see if my ideas are right. Zhou Changyu picked up a steamed bun and gave it to the 6-year-old boy and answered respectfully. What's there to discuss? Your family is from the Zhuangzi. You can't trust other people, but you can trust Li Dongzhu. The old man said casually. Dongzhu said that every matter must be discussed and not taken lightly. If we do it right, we should do it right. If we do it wrong, the people will suffer. Zhou Changyu was still so respectful. The old man nodded. That's right. Li Dongzhu is better than others in teaching people. The 4 children who came in the first year thought they were very capable. In the end, they couldn't even cook. They are actually not bad. They are thinking for the village. Their starting point is good. Zhou Changyu did not criticize others. You little brat, let's eat. Third Madam Chen grabbed 2 steamed buns and put them on Zhou Changyu's plate. Let's eat. After eating, I will go with you. The old man did not say anything more. He picked up the bowl and drank. Zhou Changyu did not stand on ceremony and ate. This family was indeed rich. They planted 10 mu of greenhouses and even hired 2 outsiders to work together. After eating, he helped the old man to the village chief's house. Their salaries were a bit lower, but the Li family Zhuangzi gave them a lot of benefits. More importantly, the Bureau of Works could look for Li Yi and King Song for help. Many examinees went to Ming Fa today, so Ming Fa doesn't lack people. Wei Zhigu began to talk about the exam. The examinees who lived in the building outside the Li family Zhuangzi took turns helping the commoners file lawsuits for free. Of course, they had to study it thoroughly and communicate with each other. When it was time for the imperial examinations, he would realize that the other subjects were not stable, but the Ming Dao was stable. Everyone discussed and decided that they would all take the Mingfa exam. If they passed, they would at least have a way out. If they failed, they would be too ashamed to face their elders in their hometown. They felt that the Ming method was not good, and that the elementary scholar examination was the best, but it was a pity that it was no longer open. Next was the advanced examination, but it was too difficult. Those examinees, Li Yi helped them a little. If they passed the Ming Fa exam, they would have a chance to become a governor in the future. Song Jing felt a little regretful that Li Yi didn't help those examinees take the Grand Scholar examination. The examinees had learned the law through work, so they had no choice but to take the exam. The new examinees are too impatient. They answer the questions too quickly and have no foundation. Su Yi criticized the new examinees. Those who hadn't been to the village as village officials had little experience. He hadn't heard of this batch of examinees, which meant that they hadn't traveled much. Such examinees had a low chance of passing, and even if they did, they wouldn't be able to get a good position. By the time the 220 students of the Li family village managed the village, who wouldn't be given a good position? Looking at the 42 students at an even higher position. How many positions were there in the imperial court? Xiao Yi has been quiet for the past 2 days. Something is going to happen. Bai Gu began to consider another problem. More than 10 days had passed, so why hadn't Li Yi done anything? The women in the Li family Zhuangzi settlement had new jobs, but this didn't count. They had always had jobs. There was also a request for the kills to burn large pottery jars. They didn't require the outside to be smooth, but the price had to be low and thick enough. Needless to say, the bigger the jar, the thicker it would be. If it was too thin, it wouldn't be able to withstand the water. He's probably copying books. I heard that he was going to be given a set of books to teach auditing. Su Yi didn't know enough about this and thought that Li Yi copying books would delay other things. What's there to be afraid of? We'll deal with whatever comes our way. Song Jing was scared out of his wits. He shouted to boost his courage. Wei Zhigu said, the examinees who have been village officials did well in answering the questions. Being a local official and having experience will make you think about problems. No matter how many poetry gatherings you have, it's useless. Bai Gu had some understanding of this. The other three nodded in agreement. The examinees had indeed learned a lot from being local officials. At least they could arrange their own lives. Other results would only be known after the exam. There's more this time, nearly 130,000 people. Should we move to the mainland or set up military defenses there? At night in the Li family Zhuangzi, Li Longji's family was eating hot pot skewers. After tasting the spicy food, the little guy wiped his tears and stopped eating the red skewers. If he insisted on tasting it, then let him taste it. Li Longji ate spicy food. The cold in spring was different from the cold in winter. He felt cold from the inside out. If he wore too much, he would get heaty. If he wore it, he would catch a cold. The people worked a lot and exercised a lot. As long as the house was warm, they would be satisfied. Li Longji asked about the new 9 families of Tiela who had surrendered. There were more than 130,000 people. Move. Don't set up a heavenly army in Bingzhou. It will cost too much money and food. Huazhou and Tongzhou can continue to build terraced fields. Li Yi chose to move. If they left the people outside, they wouldn't be able to contribute to the Tang dynasty. The Tang dynasty still needed manpower to watch over them. When they moved to the mainland, farming would solve their own livelihood and also increase the production of the Tang dynasty. Or do you buy the land? Li Longji followed the previous plan. Also, I have to pay for their income. I don't care about spending the money to buy the land. Li Yi didn't care. Deal. Li Longji agreed. He felt that it was safer to put the people in Li Yi's hands. The more than 30,000 people who had surrendered last year had been very obedient. They even learned to do the manual work and learned the Tang dynasty's language seriously. At the beginning of spring, they first transported the farm fertilizer to the mountains and prepared to plant food to pay off their debts and become free people. Intelligence reports showed that these people cherished the things at home very much. Every day after cooking, they would wash the pots clean. In the past, they used half of the pottery pot to cook. Now that they had an iron pot, they seemed to be very satisfied. It was said that they were working hard to learn how to make new dishes. They knew that the oil must be cooked before adding the vegetables, otherwise the taste wouldn't be good. You're tuning in to the Blissful Bookshelf YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.